They didn't expect you to survive because your survival was the one outcome that would expose all of them. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A room full of people who don't even like each other, suddenly working together behind your back. Enemies linking arms like best friends, family turning colder than strangers, old lovers, fake friends, jealous co-workers, all quietly united by one unspoken fear: your supernatural power. That's the level of threat you represent. You, standing alone, scared them more than anything they could control. That's why they teamed up. Not because you were weak, but because even in your silence, they could feel the storm rising inside you. You didn't just trigger their jealousy, you triggered their survival instincts. And here's a cold, brutal fact. In group mobbing situations, targeted individuals often don't survive mentally, emotionally, or spiritually. The isolation works, the lies work, the betrayal is usually fatal, but you, chosen one, shattered the entire script. Statistically, you weren't supposed to make it this far. Energetically, they couldn't touch your soul. Spiritually, you were built for war, and they forgot you're not just any soul. You're a one of one. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thanks, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are the part of a force, a rare, unbreakable force that's rising faster than they ever anticipated. So now, let's talk about what's really happening. You shocked them. Your survival wasn't just unexpected, it was terrifying. You didn't fold, you didn't beg, you didn't self-destruct. Instead, you turned inward. You evolved. You started healing wounds they thought they could keep open forever. And when their sabotage didn't kill you, it exposed them. Every move they made behind your back, every lie they whispered, every spell they cast, every mask they wore. Now it's unraveling. They're not just mad that you survived. They're afraid of what your survival means, because your existence now confirms they failed. That's the part they can't swallow. These weren't random attacks. This was a coordinated takedown. People who had no business even knowing each other somehow found each other through gossip, group chats, and bitter prayers, all centered around you. Your name stayed in their mouths like a curse. You were the obsession, and they tried everything: spiritual warfare, psychic slander, energetic theft, character assassination, even legal manipulation. Some even went into dark places, throwing death rituals under the full moon just to block your path. But the thing is, chosen one, they were fighting against a blueprint they didn't create. Your destiny isn't given, it's coded, it's in your DNA. That can't be hacked, that can't be replaced. You want to know why they're still watching you? Why they can't move on? Because they're stuck in the timeline where you didn't break. And that timeline haunts them. Every win you get now is a scar on their conscience. Every breakthrough is proof that the universe favored you over their schemes. And what's worse, some of them actually wanted to be you. They studied your light so long they tried to clone it. But they forgot something critical. Your light isn't aesthetic. It's earned, it's forged in fire, it's carved through loss. You broke in front of them, yes, but then you did something supernatural. You rebuilt in silence. They thought the shame, the gossip, the betrayal, the isolation, the spiritual attacks would crush you, but all it did was strip away the illusions. What's left now is the real you, untouchable, intuitive, dangerous. Not because you hurt people, but because you see through them. That's what terrifies them now. You're not naive anymore. You've tasted the blade of betrayal from every angle. You've watched the ones who claim to love you set you up to fail. And You still rose. This is why they're scrambling. Some are acting sweet, sending energy your way, trying to look harmless. Others are playing the victim, hoping to rewrite the past. And some are still trying to cause chaos from the shadows, thinking if they throw one last punch, maybe you'll finally fall. But here's the truth. Chosen one. They lost the war the moment you refused to retaliate. That silence, that boundary, that elevation. It was a spiritual verdict. The moment you stopped engaging, the universe stepped in. Now their karma is coming in waves, and your glow-up isn't just physical, it's prophetic, it's poetic. They called you delusional, but now everything you said is coming to pass. They said you were crazy, but now they're the ones seeing shadows in the mirror. They tried to block your path, but now you're so far ahead, they can't even see the dust you left behind. So remember this, you surviving wasn't just about healing, it was about revealing. And what you revealed is terrifying to them, that you're not only alive, you're activated, and that supernatural power they feared. You haven't even unleashed your full potential yet, and that's the part that will haunt them forever. And listen closely, chosen one. Don't go anywhere, because what you just heard, that was only the surface. That was the quiet whisper before the thunder, the real truth, the gritty, shocking, step-by-step revelation of how they all teamed up against you, how they tried to spiritually assassinate you, and how your supernatural power terrified them into desperation. That's what's coming next. So if you've ever questioned why they did all that, or how you survived what should have destroyed you, then stay close. And if you feel this message piercing through the noise like it was meant for you, then it was. Drop the number 777 in the comments. If you know deep down the universe kept you alive for a reason they still can't comprehend. And if you feel called to, bless the energy behind this message with a super thanks. It fuels the light we spread and protects this movement from the shadows trying to silence it. You're not watching this by chance. This is part of your recall. And now, let's dive into this, step by step. If you're truly a chosen one, you'll feel it in your bones. You won't be able to walk away, because what's coming next will confirm everything. Let's get started. Number 1, they failed to break you. Now they want to sit next to you. They couldn't break you, so now they want to stand next to your light, hoping no one remembers they tried to bury it. Let that one sink in for a second. These people didn't just betray you, they tried to delete you, erase your energy, drain your soul, humiliate you in silence. And now they want back in. Now they act like they've always supported you, like they were never part of the circle of snakes that tried to choke your growth. But what they don't realize is this: the chosen one doesn't just survive betrayal, we evolve because of it. You see, the enemy only respects what they can't destroy, and when they found out you were unbreakable, they panicked, because nothing scares a manipulator more than someone who refuses to bend. Nothing frustrates a narcissist more than the silence of someone they couldn't control. That's why they're crawling back now, not out of love, not out of change, but because you didn't die in the storyline they scripted. You're off script now, and they don't know how to deal with that. Now imagine this, chosen one, a maniacal director writing your failure into every scene, plotting your downfall like a climax in their little ego-driven drama. They gathered co-stars, they built the plot twist, they used props like lies, gossip, spell work, fake concern, even staged betrayals, all to set the stage for your collapse. But you didn't play your role. You refused. You walked off set and rewrote the story yourself. And now, with no ending they can control, they're begging to be part of your sequel. That's not love. That's desperation disguised as reconciliation. Here's the hard truth. When people realize they can't break you, they switch strategies. Suddenly, they miss you. Suddenly, they didn't mean it like that. You'll get texts out of nowhere, numbers you blocked calling you through Google Voice or from random phones. Family members you haven't spoken to in years will suddenly just want to check in. Friends who turned on you will start liking your posts again. Don't fall for it. That's not connection. That's infiltration. Remember this, most snakes don't hiss anymore. They text, they act sweet. They say, "We were young," or "We've all made mistakes." But you've seen too much, you've bled too much, you've rebuilt too much. You're not the same person they tried to break, and you damn sure aren't the same person they think they can fool now. Your power isn't just spiritual, it's awareness. And now that you see through them, their manipulation doesn't work anymore. That's the part that hurts them the most. Let's be real. At this point, you might be wondering, what if they've changed? Maybe you've even considered giving someone a second chance. But let me ask you this. If someone helped load the bullets for your emotional execution, do they get to cry at your rebirth party? No, because survival doesn't owe apologies to sabotage. You're not bitter, you're clear, and that clarity is the most dangerous thing you now carry. Look at history, look at the lives of people who rose from the ashes. Oprah Winfrey was told she'd never succeed in TV. She was abused, rejected, and publicly humiliated. Now she's a billionaire who owns her own network. And guess what? Some of those same people who laughed at her? They tried to work for her years later. But you can't pretend you weren't part of the fire when someone walks out of it glowing. Same with Tyler Perry. Same with Lady Gaga. Same with Steve Jobs. The minute they rose, the very hands that tried to pull them down came reaching up again. That's the pattern. That's what happens when power reveals itself in someone they underestimated. They didn't love you. They loved your silence. They loved your confusion. They loved your access. And now that you've reclaimed your voice, your direction, and your energy, they're uncomfortable. So uncomfortable that pretending to care is the only move left. But don't confuse regret with remorse. Regret says, "I feel bad you figured me out." Remorse says, "I'll do anything to make it right." And the truth is, most of them only regret getting caught, not the harm they caused. Some of you already know who I'm talking about. You can feel them watching. You can feel their energy trying to creep in. And for those wondering why someone would hurt you and then try to come back, it's simple. Because your energy is irreplaceable. You were never just an option. You were the blessing they didn't know how to handle, the peace they weren't ready for, the mirror they couldn't face. And now that you've walked away, they're addicted to what they tried to destroy. Let me tell you something powerful. When you're chosen, you don't chase closure. You become it. Your silence, your elevation, your resilience, it says everything they don't want to hear. You don't need to explain why you cut them off. You don't need to defend the boundary. Your glow-up is the statement. Your peace is the punctuation. They tried to play you. Now they replay the memories while watching you level up without them. Here's another truth bomb. They don't want to be close to you. They want to be close to your spotlight. They want to benefit from your blessings without earning a seat at your table. That's why the apology comes with manipulation. That's why the check-in text comes right after a major milestone in your life. They're watching, always have been. And now that the crown is visible, the vultures are circling again. But you already know what to do. Don't let the people who tried to destroy your roots eat from the fruit of your tree. You're not obligated to entertain old energy. You're not wrong for protecting your peace. And you're not heartless for closing the door they used to throw knives through. This is your era of discernment. And everyone doesn't get an invitation. So let this be your reminder. They failed to break you, but that doesn't mean they deserve to sit next to you. Elevation requires separation. Not everyone who starts the journey deserves a seat at the destination. And the next time they knock on your door with apologies and excuses, remember this: you didn't survive to become available. You survived to become unreachable. And that's exactly what terrifies them now. Number 2, they lied, hexed, and stalked, and still lost. They threw spells, slander, and shadows, but forgot the chosen one doesn't die in the dark. We rise from it. This one's gonna sting if you were one of them, because this isn't just about betrayal. This is about spiritual warfare. This is about psychological torture disguised as concern. This is about people who didn't just lie about you. They hexed your name in every way they could, and it still didn't work. Because while they were busy playing sorcery with your soul, you were building something they never believed in: inner power. Let's start with the obvious. They didn't just talk about you behind your back. They plotted. They twisted your image in the eyes of others. They whispered lies so heavy they started to believe them themselves. They're crazy. They're unstable. They're doing dark magic. They're not who they say they are. The whole goal: to isolate you, to confuse you, to make the world turn on you before your light could reach it. It wasn't gossip. It was ritualized sabotage. Now imagine this, chosen one, someone lighting candles at night, chanting your name, not in prayer, but in malice. Someone throwing salt, blood, or intentions in your direction, hoping your blessings would decay. Someone going into spiritual forums, messaging readers, trying to manipulate energy on your timeline. Sound dramatic? It's not. It's real. And if you're truly chosen, you already felt it. In your sleep, in your body, in the silence after a betrayal you couldn't explain. That heaviness, that confusion, that sudden wave of fear for no reason. That was energy being weaponized against you. But here's the punchline they never saw coming. You were already covered, not in religion, but in resonance. Your frequency was too high to absorb what they threw at you. That's why every attack bounced back, like a boomerang with teeth. That's why their lives started falling apart while yours started expanding. You weren't being punished, you were being proofed. They thought they were exposing you, but all they did was expose themselves. Let's talk facts. Energetic attacks, whether through words, intentions, or literal spellwork, can impact unprotected souls. That's why so many people break under pressure, but not you. And do you want to know why? Because the chosen ones are coded differently. We're tested early, betrayed early, left out early. That pain, it's armor. That confusion, it's intuition being born. That isolation, it's calibration. Every lie told about you shaped the sharp edge of your discernment. Every silent enemy tuned your radar. And when they hexed you, when they paid readers or did the rituals, they didn't know your spiritual team doesn't miss. You didn't just survive their energy, you absorbed it, transmuted it, and leveled up with it. That's the part that's eating them alive. You didn't just survive, you thrived. You got smarter, softer, but sharper. You didn't break, you evolved into something too powerful to manipulate. Some of you had nightmares that weren't dreams. They were visits. Some of you kept waking up between 3 and 5 a.m., sweating, panicking, feeling like someone was watching you. That wasn't paranoia. That was real. That was them trying to enter your space, through spell work, through astral projection, through obsessive thought patterns. They wanted you to spiral, but you didn't. They sent confusion, so you got clarity. They tried to block your love life, so the universe showed you who not to trust. They tried to kill your confidence, so you found your voice. They even tried to take your life in some cases. But the universe didn't let you go. Why? Because the chosen ones don't die in storms we were built to walk through. Let me say this loud for the enemies still watching. The chosen one is not your average target. We are not weak because we're kind. We are not naive because we're silent. We are not confused just because we don't respond. We are protected. even when we're unaware. And that's why every spell backfired. That's why every gossip circle eventually turned on each other. That's why every person who believed the lies started feeling the karma. They tapped into energy they had no permission to touch. Think about it. They lied, they hexed, they stalked, and still couldn't knock you off course. What does that say about you? What does it say about your design? You were forged for high-level spiritual combat, and you didn't even know it at first. But now you're aware. Now you feel energy shifts before people even speak. Now you see lies before they form. Now you can cut cords with no words, no warning. That's power. That's why they're scared now. Even the ones who once laughed at your pain, who mocked your spirituality, who said, "You're too sensitive," are starting to see the truth. Because everything they said you were, you became psychic, protected, blessed, dangerous, not to good people, but to predators. Your light makes parasites panic, and now they're fumbling, backpedaling, some even apologizing. But it's too late, because you saw what they did when they thought you were powerless. Let me address a question that might still linger in your heart. Why did they go so far? Why did they hate me so much? It wasn't you, it was your frequency, your calling, your glow. They felt it before you did. Your light held up a mirror to their darkness. Your innocence threatened their manipulation. Your elevation exposed their stagnation. They weren't attacking you. They were reacting to the part of you that couldn't be controlled. And that's exactly what they feared the most. Even now, they still lurk, watching your page, checking your stories, asking about you indirectly, because they want to know if the storm they sent ever touched you. And the answer is no, it couldn't. You are the storm. They sent spells to stop the wind, not knowing you were the tornado. They played with shadows, not realizing you mastered the night. Some of you will get apologies. Some of you already have, but don't be fooled. Most apologies are just strategies. They're not sorry for the attacks. They're sorry you survived them. They're not sorry they lied. They're sorry they weren't convincing enough. And some of them are only returning now because what they threw at you has returned to them tenfold. They want your help, your healing, your energy, but those days are over. You're not obligated to heal those who tried to spiritually destroy you. You're not required to let stalkers back into your sacred space. And you don't have to carry the weight of their regrets just because you've forgiven them. Forgiveness frees you, not them. They made their bed when they declared war on a soul chosen by the universe. And now, they can lie in the ruins of their own design. So let this be your reminder. They lied, hexed, and stalked, and still lost. Because you're not just here to survive, you're here to reign. And this chapter, this next era of your life, it's where you stop hiding your light and start using it to burn through every illusion they ever cast over your name. This is your power now, and no one's taking it again. Number 3. Trust was their weapon. Now it's your greatest armor. They didn't betray you because you were weak. They betrayed you because they thought you'd never see it coming. Let that sit for a moment. That's the kind of betrayal only the chosen ones understand. You didn't lose friends, you just got exposed to enemies wearing friendly masks. And they didn't slip up, they planned it. Your loyalty was a map to your vulnerabilities. You trusted them, and they used that trust like a dagger wrapped in a smile. Now imagine this, chosen one, a lion raised among sheep, never told it was royalty. That's how you moved through your old circles, gentle, unaware of your own force. But the moment they saw your eyes awaken, they panicked. They couldn't control you anymore, and so they conspired, not with fists, but with whispers, not with proof, but with poison. Their weapon of choice? Your open heart. And yet, here you are, still standing, still rising, and now sharper than ever. That soft heart of yours didn't harden, it evolved. You didn't become bitter, you became brilliant. You didn't stop trusting, you just stopped giving access to those who hadn't earned it. That's power. Let's be real. Betrayal hurts more than any punch. It confuses the soul. It makes you question your instincts. You might have asked, was I stupid for not seeing it sooner? No, chosen one. You were pure. You were real. And being real in a world full of fakes is dangerous, but it's also rare. The universe isn't punishing you, it's refining you. That pain was the price of your elevation. You don't walk like everyone else now because you've been burned in ways they never could have survived. Did they think breaking your trust would break your spirit? That you'd become paranoid, bitter, cold? No, you became a mirror. You now reflect truth so clearly, fakes can't stand near you without being exposed. That's why they're uncomfortable around you. It's not hate, it's conviction. Your very presence reminds them they couldn't destroy what they didn't understand. And here's the wild part. They're still watching, hoping your walls will drop, hoping you'll let your guard down again, but not this time. The universe already sent the signs. You don't open the door to snakes twice. You've earned your instincts now. You're not guarded out of fear, but out of wisdom. And while they thought isolating you would break you, it only prepared you. You don't need crowds to feel strong anymore. You found strength in the silence, direction in the distance, and clarity in the storm. The people you thought were your tribe, they were decoys. The real ones, the soul tribe, the protectors, the warriors who move like you, they're being aligned now. Watch how new doors open. Watch how your spirit feels it before your mind can explain it. So let them whisper, let them ask mutual friends if you're still mad. Let them lurk and pretend like nothing happened. That chapter is done. They tried to bury you, but didn't know you were a seed. And now, you've grown roots too deep for anyone to uproot. The universe saw everything, every lie, every setup, every fake smile, and now the scales are balancing. Those who misused your trust will face losses that mirror the betrayal they caused, not because you wished it, but because universal law always closes the circle. So what do you do now? You rise louder, you protect your energy like a vault, and you let your light do the talking. Because here's the truth. When trust becomes your armor instead of your weakness, you become untouchable. Stay locked in, chosen one. You're not hard to love. They just weren't capable of loving someone like you. Let the universe finish what it started. You just keep glowing. Because now, the very thing they used to hurt you has become the reason they'll never get close to you again. Number 4, they wanted you afraid, but you became a psychological fortress. They studied your fears like a blueprint, then watched in disbelief when you built a castle on top of them. That's the part that haunts them, chosen one. They wanted you afraid. They wanted you paranoid, shaking, doubting your sanity. They wanted your own mind to turn against you because fear is the easiest way to control someone they can't physically destroy. But here's the twist they didn't expect. You didn't just survive the psychological warfare, you mastered it. You became the calm in chaos, the still mind in their storm. Now imagine this, a pack of wolves circling a lion they think is wounded. They growl, they test, they taunt. But when the lion rises, silent, unbothered with that steady stare, they scatter. That's what you became. They threw projection, manipulation, gaslighting and mind games at you hoping you'd implode. Instead, you learned the pattern. You saw through the performance. They called you crazy, when in reality, they were describing themselves. Let's get real for a moment. Studies show that consistent gaslighting and social isolation can rewire the brain, making victims question their reality. But the opposite happened to you. Your nervous system adapted, your intuition sharpened, and your emotional awareness became razor sharp. You didn't lose your mind, you refined it. You started picking up micro signals, patterns in tone, shifts in energy. You began noticing who lies through smiles and who hides envy behind compliments. That's not paranoia, that's evolution. They told people you were unstable because they needed others to see you as fragile. That way, no one would believe you when you started speaking truth. Classic psychological warfare. But the universe was watching and documenting. Every smear campaign, every fake narrative, every setup was a lesson in discernment. You were never losing. It just looked like that while you were building mental armor thicker than steel. They played with your triggers. They wanted you reactive. They wanted you emotional. But you learned that silence is the loudest answer. You stopped explaining yourself to people, committed to misunderstanding you. And that silence, it drove them insane, because now they can't manipulate what they can't access. Here's what they don't get. Fear only works when the target doubts their own power. You don't. Not anymore. You've seen what happens when you stop running and face the fire. You realized most of what they threatened you with was illusion. Psychological projection, when people throw their own insecurities, guilt and chaos onto someone pure. You were their mirror. They saw their darkness reflected in your calm, and they couldn't handle it. You may ask, why did they need to see me afraid so badly? Because your confidence exposed their weakness. Your peace exposed their noise, and your stability reminded them of everything they lacked, so they tried to shake it. But fear doesn't work on those who've already met the worst version of pain and lived to tell the story. The universe didn't allow you to crumble because your mind was your battlefield, and you won. Every sleepless night, every panic attack, every moment of confusion, it was psychological boot camp for the power you carry now. You've trained your mind to detect manipulation faster than a lie detector. You've learned that when something feels off, it's because your spirit knows before your logic catches up. That's divine intuition at work, and they can't mimic that. And now they're terrified because they can't gaslight someone who's mastered self-trust. They can't control someone who's emotionally fluent. They can't threaten someone who already faced fear and came out fearless. You're not paranoid. You're perceptive. You're not cold. You're clear. You're not unstable. You're unshakable. So let them call you distant. Let them label you intimidating. That's what survivors of mental warfare become, too grounded to play games. You've turned your pain into perception, your isolation into insight, and your trauma into technology. You've built an inner fortress no one can breach. The universe stood by you in every breakdown, whispering, "You're not losing it, you're learning it." And now you are what they feared most. A mind that cannot be manipulated, a soul that cannot be shaken, and a chosen one who fears absolutely nothing. Number 5. The universe sees everything. Now, so do you. They watched you with cameras and envy, but now you see them with intuition and fire, and that vision can't be shut off. Chosen one, they thought surveillance gave them the upper hand. They had their little spies, their fake accounts, their accidental run-ins, and their late-night obsession with your every move. They studied your social media like it was scripture. They zoomed in on your stories. They showed up where you were. They followed in silence, thinking you wouldn't notice. But the joke's on them, because while they were watching you, the universe was watching them. And now, so are you. Imagine this, a hawk circling high above, quiet, unseen, but seeing everything. That's what you've become. They tried to monitor your steps through technology, but you started monitoring their intentions through energy. You began having dreams about people's true colors before they even acted out. You felt betrayal in your chest before the knife was ever twisted. That's not paranoia. That's awakening. That's spiritual GPS. That's divine surveillance downloaded straight into your soul. At first, it confused you, the dreams, the repeating numbers, the sudden chills in a room that felt too silent. You thought maybe you were just overthinking, but then it started happening too often to be coincidence. A name would pop into your mind, and hours later, they'd text you. You'd feel off around someone, and the truth would come out within days. And let's talk about the signs. Dragonflies showing up when you're about to walk away from someone toxic. The number 1111 flashing when you're on the verge of a breakthrough. Music lyrics answering questions you haven't even asked out loud. These weren't random, they were receipts. Evidence that you were syncing with something greater. You may have asked, why did I start seeing everything so clearly once I distanced myself from them? Because clarity comes when chaos leaves. The universe couldn't deliver those messages while you were surrounded by noise. But the moment you silenced the distractions, the universe turned up the volume. What used to feel like guessing is now knowing. What used to be anxiety is now discernment. What used to be a dream is now prophecy. And you didn't force it. You earned it. Let's be clear, they were watching you out of fear. Fear of what you might become. Fear that you would figure it all out. And now that you've woken up, they're terrified because the person they tried to keep asleep now sees straight through every mask, every fake smile, every energy leech trying to plug back into your light. They were the watchers, but now you're the seer. This isn't about revenge. This is about awareness. You no longer get played, manipulated, or baited. You see the trap before it's laid. You feel the shift before it's spoken. They can't sneak up on you anymore because the universe gave you front row seats to their theater of lies. And now you know every actor by their energy. And here's what really makes them panic. You don't need physical evidence anymore. You don't need to catch them. You just know. Your soul tells you, and they can't fake that. They can't delete that. They can't hide from that. The same way they obsessed over your light behind the scenes, you're now spiritually aware of their every shadow. And it's not even personal, it's energetic law. Chosen one, this is why your isolation was necessary. The universe pulled you away to activate your vision, not just your physical eyes, but your spiritual eyes. And now that they're open, they can't be closed. You're no longer surprised by betrayal. You're no longer shocked by fake friends. You already sensed it. And you know now when the dragonflies come, when the numbers repeat, when the dreams get vivid. It's the universe nudging you, protecting you, guiding you. And so let them panic. Let them pace. Let them wonder how much you know. You know enough. Enough to never let them in again. Enough to protect your peace like a fortress. Enough to read energy like a second language. They thought they could spy their way into power, but the universe flipped it. And now, the chosen one is wide awake and watching. Number 6. They wanted to steal your energy. Now they're addicted to your aura. They wanted your glow, not your growth, your aura, not your agony. But now they're addicted to a light they can't replicate and a power they'll never earn. Chosen one, your energy is rare, not just positive, potent. It's not just good vibes, it's life force. It's the kind of energy that makes people feel seen, healed, inspired, obsessed, or exposed. You walk into a room and the air shifts, conversations pause, eyes turn. Not because you say something, but because your presence says everything. They feel you before they hear you, and that's what made them so dangerous. Because once they tasted your aura, they got hooked, and they never planned on thanking you, only draining you. Let's talk about energy vampires. These people don't just want your attention, they want your essence. They pretend to need your help, your time, your sympathy, your approval. But what they really want is access to your power. They smile in your face while siphoning your soul through conversation, through crisis, through fake friendship. Every time you left their presence, you felt lighter, not in a good way, drained, confused, tired, questioning yourself. That wasn't just a bad day. That was energetic theft. Now imagine this, chosen one. You're a candle in a room full of moths. They don't love you. They're drawn to your glow. But what happens when they get too close? They burn. That's exactly why they kept trying to dim you. Through copying, mocking, or spiritual leeching. Some even tried cloaking, disguising themselves as healers, friends, even soulmates, just to feed off your light without your permission. And some went deeper. Astral attacks, dream infiltration. You'd wake up exhausted, not knowing why. You weren't imagining it. You were under spiritual surveillance and still standing. But here's what they didn't expect. Your energy doesn't just repel darkness, it alchemizes it. Every attack, every copy, every attempt to hijack your identity, it backfired. Because while they were trying to mirror you, you were evolving. While they were busy copying your outer glow, you were upgrading your internal power source. They don't realize you don't just have a vibe, you are the frequency. And you can't clone spiritual authority. That's earned through trials, not trend chasing. And now they're left with the consequences. They need your energy to feel alive, but you've cut the cord. They stalk your page for updates. They mimic your style, your captions, even your phrases. But here's the part they can't fake: alignment. They can copy your look, but not your light. They can wear your colors, but not carry your frequency. And they know it. That's why they're still watching, still lurking, still obsessed. You may wonder, why didn't they just appreciate me when they had access? Because they never wanted to grow with you. They wanted to absorb you. You were a well of energy, and they were thirsty, but never grateful. You were never meant to heal people who planned to poison you in return. And now that you've reclaimed your aura, they're spiritually dehydrated. And it shows. The universe is replacing all those leeches with real ones. People who don't just want your energy, but honor it. People who pour back, who protect your peace. Your soul tribe is arriving now because you've finally drawn the line between energy exchange and energy exploitation. You no longer give freely to those who disguise their thirst as need. You protect your aura like sacred currency, because it is. Let them linger in your shadow, chosen one. Let them replay your old videos, steal your style, and chase the ghost of your glow. They're addicted now, not to your help, to your essence. But guess what? That essence is no longer for sale. You're on a higher frequency now, and they can't afford the price of evolution. Let them starve. Number 7, your discipline destroyed their agenda. They thought you'd collapse under the weight of their chaos, but you built a throne with the same bricks they threw at you. Chosen one, let's get one thing straight. They didn't just hope you'd fail, they planned for it. Your downfall wasn't a passive wish, it was a full-time campaign. They orchestrated distractions, lit emotional fires, and set invisible traps, all while smirking in the background. But here's what they never calculated: your discipline, your quiet, relentless refusal to stop, and that became their worst nightmare. You see, most people flinch when life hits back, but you built routine in the rubble. They sent betrayal to shake your trust. You doubled down on focus. They tried to pull you into petty drama, and you answered with silence and schedule. While they lived for reaction, you mastered response. While they launched psychic grenades at your peace, you kept rising at 5 a.m., kept building, kept showing up. That's not normal. That's supernatural restraint. Imagine this, a storm screaming at your windows every night, trying to distract you from your mission, but you still show up with your notebook, your discipline, your purpose. That's not weakness, that's spiritual warfare. And you won. They bet everything on your emotional exhaustion, but instead you became a fortress of structure. While they partied, you practiced. While they mocked your path, you mapped it. You didn't run from the pressure, you organized it. And now, your consistency is the slap across their face. Every time you hit another level, they feel it. Every victory you earn is proof that nothing they did worked. That mess they tried to drown you in, you turned it into muscle memory. That heartbreak they thought would paralyze you, you transmuted it into mental discipline. You didn't just survive, you leveled up. Slowly, quietly, consistently. And this is what drives them mad. You made no dramatic comeback, no viral revenge speech, just results. You let your growth be the echo of your revenge. You didn't argue, you outlasted. And now they have to watch you win without them, with zero access. That's the worst part for them. You're not just disciplined, you're gone. No invitation, no explanation, just elevation. Ever wonder why they still circle back with fake concern or try to check in like they suddenly care? It's because your discipline exposed their laziness. Your grind shamed their games. They thought they could derail you with gossip. But you built momentum with every silent sunrise. You became what they feared, untouchable. And now the universe is rewarding your consistency with unstoppable momentum. So here's your confirmation, chosen one. Your discipline didn't just build your destiny, it destroyed their agenda. And you did it without clapping back, without announcing anything. You became the storm they tried to conjure against you. Keep your head down, keep rising, let the results speak while they choke on the silence. Number 8. Your destiny can't be delayed, not even by your twin flame. They thought they were your ending, but they were just the ignition. Chosen one, let's get one thing clear. Your destiny is time-stamped by the universe, and not even the one who once held your heart had the power to delay it. They may have felt cosmic, familiar, like a mirror walking around in someone else's body, but not every soul that feels magnetic is meant to stay. Some are only sent to trigger your transformation. Some are sent to break your heart just enough to crack you open, so your real power can rise through the scars. They wore the face of love, but they chose the path of destruction, a false flame, a karmic entanglement, someone who mistook your soul for a battlefield. They didn't know who you really were, not until they tried to cage your light and realized they couldn't. That's when the war began. The sabotage, the ghosting, the manipulation. Not because you were weak, but because your presence was waking up parts of them they weren't ready to face. Now imagine this, chosen one, you're a lighthouse. They were a sailor lost at sea. Instead of letting your light guide them home, they cursed it for exposing their shadows. They couldn't meet your depth, so they tried to drown it. They wanted your healing, but they hated the mirror that came with it. And when you finally pulled away, they pretended like you were the storm. But here's the truth they never saw coming. You didn't just survive it, you transcended it. The same betrayal that was meant to break you became the blueprint of your rebirth. You learned not to chase energy. You stopped romanticizing potential. You stopped trying to heal people who were committed to hurting themselves and others. You leveled up, and now they're left haunted by what they lost. While you rise, they spiral. While you heal, they chase illusions. They were your lesson, not your limitation. Because when you're chosen, even heartbreak works for you. Let's answer what you might be wondering right now. But what if they were my twin flame? Then know this, if they were truly your twin and they betrayed your journey, they betrayed their own soul contract. The universe doesn't wait on people to get it right. when someone delays, deceives, or chooses the dark path, the universe reroutes your blessing without delay. You don't lose your destiny, you lose the delay. You don't miss your purpose, you accelerate toward it. You are not waiting for closure, you are the closure. You don't need an apology to move forward. You are the proof that silence can heal louder than words ever could. And here's the beautiful twist. They didn't delay your destiny, they activated it. Their betrayal was your awakening. Their silence forced you inward. Their absence made you your own anchor. You stopped seeking safety in their arms and started building fortresses within your own soul. Now they stalk your growth in silence. They can feel the difference, the glow, the calm, the peace they couldn't give you because they hadn't built it within themselves. You became what they couldn't. You outgrew the illusion. That's the power of a chosen one. Your pain doesn't poison you, it polishes you. You didn't become bitter, you became bulletproof. So never question whether you should have waited longer, loved harder, or held on tighter. You gave them a front row seat to your greatness, and they turned it into a battlefield. That's on them. Your only job now is to rise higher, shine brighter, and stay unbothered. Because no matter who they were, no matter how deep the bond felt, your mission always came first, and nothing, not even the illusion of forever, can delay what the universe wrote in your name. Let them regret, let them spiral, let them wonder. You've got an empire to build, and it has no room for backpedalers pretending to be soulmates. Keep walking, chosen one, you're already ahead. Number 9, the universe is moving you from rags to riches, and they're watching every step. They laughed when you were down. Now they're choking on silence as you rise without them. Chosen one, what once looked like rock bottom was actually solid ground. That pit they thought you'd die in, it became your launch pad. That job loss, that heartbreak, that public humiliation, those were not curses. They were assignments. The universe was stripping away every false identity, every leech, every illusion, because what's coming for you couldn't be built on shaky ground. You weren't just rejected, you were rerouted to royalty. They called you broke, they called you delusional, they whispered behind your back, mocking your every move. But now they check your every post. They stalk your success silently. They can feel your glow-up radiating like a solar flare, and it's burning their ego to ash. Now imagine this, chosen one. You're the phoenix that rose through fire they set. And instead of perishing, you came out in gold. Not because they helped, but because they hurt. That pain, it made you strategic. That betrayal, it made you wise. That silence, it made you dangerous. And now the same people who laughed at your rags are watching you walk into riches with trembling hearts. And let's be clear, this isn't just about money. Your riches are multidimensional. Your mindset is rich. Your peace is untouchable. Your spirit is armored. Your energy is royal. You were once begging for crumbs, now you're dining with kings, and they can't even get a seat at the table they thought you'd never reach. Some of them are still trying to figure out how you even got in the room, let alone became the main attraction. That's what happens when the universe promotes you. They can't block it, stop it, or sabotage it. All they can do now is watch. And what a show they're getting. Every blessing you receive is a mirror to their own failure to value you. Every dollar you earn, every opportunity you walk into, every glow-up moment, they feel it like a slap. And deep down, they know they fumbled a chosen one. Let's shut down one question you might be wrestling with right now. Do they deserve to watch me win? Yes, that's part of their karma, to witness the very person they tried to bury become the blueprint, to watch you upgrade while they downgrade, because that's what envy does. It eats from the inside out. While they're stuck in loops, you're catching flights. While they gossip, you grind. While they're still obsessed with your past, you're too busy designing your future. You are rising publicly, but you were built privately. They didn't see the nights you cried, the days you almost quit, the inner wars you fought in silence. But now they see you, and they can't unsee it. You're not just glowing, you're glistening with divine timing. Your voice is being heard in rooms you haven't even stepped into yet. Your name is on blessings already making their way to you. Doors are swinging open that no enemy can shut. The universe has made it very clear, you were never meant to stay small. And as for them, let them talk, let them watch, let them wonder how you did it. Because the answer was always simple. You're chosen, you're protected, and you're unstoppable. They should have never doubted the underdog, because now the spotlight's on you, and you didn't have to beg, betray, or backstab to get it. You just stayed real. You stayed faithful to your calling. And now the riches, the recognition, and the rewards are coming in waves. This is your rebirth, chosen one, from rags to riches, from exile to elevation, from silence to domination, and the best part, they're front row for all of it. And now, chosen one, as the dust settles and the truth stands tall, let this be your final reminder. They couldn't stop you because they were never strong enough to carry what you were destined for. You rose from betrayal, chaos, and sabotage. And now your glow is blinding. You were never the victim. You were the test, and they failed. If this message hit your spirit, make sure to like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to seal your elevation. Share this with another chosen one. It's time the whole world saw what they tried to bury. Every spell cast in the dark eventually circles back to burn the hand that made it. They tried to silence you, chosen one, not with words, but with energy, envy, and obsession. They gathered behind closed doors, whispering your name with venom, hoping the universe would strip you of your power. But the universe doesn't answer to fear. It answers to frequency. And your frequency was never theirs to mute. You see, when a person tries to kill a voice that carries truth, it's like trying to cage thunder. It will still echo across the sky, and eventually lightning finds a way to strike back. That's exactly what happened here. Someone tried to bury your voice, and the universe made sure they got buried in the consequences instead. Even science agrees. Every word, every vibration we release carries measurable energy. Your voice, your truth, is not just sound. It's a signal. When they launched their dark intent against you, they weren't just targeting a person. They were trying to jam a signal that wasn't meant to be silenced. Energy, once released, doesn't vanish. It transfers, it mutates, it finds balance. So when they aimed that destructive force at you, the recoil was inevitable. The universe doesn't lose track of frequencies. It recalibrates them. And this time, it recalibrated through justice. Someone in that circle paid a heavy price. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just watching, you are part of a force. Now back to what really happened. You see, they underestimated you. They thought your silence meant surrender, that your distance meant defeat. They had no idea that while they were plotting under the influence of jealousy and darkness, the universe was already building your protection around you like an invisible fortress. They were convinced their rituals, their intentions, their collective bitterness could cage your energy. But you're not powered by their permission. You're powered by purpose. You're the type of soul that speaks truth, even in silence. That's why they couldn't destroy you, because your very existence is a frequency of resistance. What they didn't understand is that energy never lies. The universe reads intent, not appearances. And while they wore masks of calmness and fake smiles, their hearts were transmitting pure envy. Every move they made was recorded in the field of energy that surrounds us all. When they sent out harm, the universe marked it, traced it, and stored it for collection. So when chaos began to return to their lives, when health started to crumble, finances dried up, and accidents began to happen, it wasn't coincidence, it was collection day, because every harmful vibration they released had to go somewhere, and since you didn't absorb it, it went back home, to them. Let's call this what it is: energetic accountability. When you're chosen, your protection doesn't come from fear or force. It comes from alignment. You operate on a higher frequency, and low vibration energy can't survive in that field. It's like trying to pollute the wind. The toxin just gets blown back to where it came from. That's why you might have noticed people who used to laugh at you suddenly facing one tragedy after another. They thought they were untouchable because their attacks were invisible, but the universe doesn't need proof. It needs balance. And here's something powerful. While they were busy plotting, you were healing. You were learning self-control, peace, emotional balance, all things they can't weaponize against you. What they tried to curse became your training ground. Every sleepless night built your mental armor. Every strange symptom you couldn't explain was your energy adjusting, filtering out what didn't belong to you. You were never the victim, you were the lesson. They played with the wrong soul, one that came coded with resilience. When you stayed silent, they thought they'd won. But silence is not weakness, it's strategy. You let them expose themselves, you let karma map their every move, and now the return is complete. Someone in that chain of energy collapsed under the very vibration they released. Maybe it looked like bad luck, a sudden illness, a freak accident. But for those who can see patterns, it's no mystery. The universe has a way of closing cycles perfectly. And now here you are, breathing, glowing, alive, the living proof that dark energy can't destroy a soul aligned with truth. You didn't just survive the spell, you outlasted it. You turned every attack into fuel. You kept shining when they tried to dim you, and now their greatest fear is realized. Your voice is louder than ever. You are not a victim of what they did. You're the consequence of their mistake. So when the universe balanced the scales and someone fell, it wasn't random, it was rhythm, the same rhythm that plays when truth meets deception, when love meets envy, when light meets shadow. Chosen one, understand this clearly. They didn't silence you, they summoned your strength. And now the very power they tried to erase has become your spotlight. And thank you, Chosen One, for making it this far, because what you've just heard is only the surface. What's coming next will leave your jaw on the floor. We're about to break down exactly how this massive spell was designed, who was behind it, and why someone didn't make it out alive. If you've ever felt drained, silenced, or suddenly lost your fire for no reason, this next part will hit like a lightning bolt. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to expose the truth they never wanted you to know. And if this message is waking something up inside you, consider fueling this mission with a super thanks. Every bit helps us keep spreading light into the shadows. Whether it's a few cents or more, your support protects this frequency. And now, let's go even deeper. One layer at a time. If you truly are a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word, because once you see what was really done behind your back, you'll never look at your silence the same again. Let's begin. Number 1, they didn't just cast a spell, they pulled the pin on their own self-destruction. When you throw fire at a mirror, don't be shocked when your own house burns down. They didn't just perform a spell, chosen one, they lit a fuse and didn't realize the bomb was under their own feet. This wasn't some little spiritual tantrum. This was a full-on declaration of war against your energy, your truth, your voice. And not because you wronged them, you didn't even touch them, but your very existence, your presence in a room, your words, your silence, it disturbed the false foundations they were standing on. You were a frequency they couldn't tune out, so they tried to cut the power. But in doing so, they short-circuited their own system. Ask yourself this: why would someone go so far? Why would a person gather others, light candles, whisper your name at midnight, and call on unseen forces to silence you? Because you were never just talking. Every word you spoke sent shockwaves through their illusions. It made the lies they were hiding behind tremble. Your truth exposed their rot. You didn't curse them, your clarity did. Your voice was the match, and their guilt was the gasoline. That's why they panicked. That's why they attacked. They weren't scared of you. They were terrified of what you represented, a soul they couldn't control, a light they couldn't dim, and a frequency that shattered their illusions without ever raising a hand. You were never the target, you were the threat. The spell wasn't about hurting you, it was about shutting down your impact. They wanted your power, but they couldn't clone it, so instead they tried to kill the signal. But here's what they failed to grasp. You're not powered by ego or fear. You're powered by alignment. You speak from a place they've never been, truth. And truth doesn't get hexed, it gets heard. Even in silence, your vibration was doing damage. That's why their rituals felt urgent. You were too steady, too unbothered, too focused, and that drove them insane. The energy they launched was meant to scatter you. Instead, it became a boomerang. Because energy isn't loyal to the sender, it's loyal to the frequency it matches. When they sent destruction, but your field was anchored in truth, the chaos couldn't land. It had no home inside you. So where did it go? Back to the sender. That's not karma, that's physics, that's spiritual law. The universe doesn't waste energy, it redirects it to where it belongs. Someone thought they were playing God, but they forgot the universe plays by its own rules. And this time, someone lost more than control. They lost everything. You don't need to clap back, the universe already did. What's scary for them now is that you didn't die, you didn't fold, and you didn't vanish. You glowed, you rose, you grew louder, and that's what eats them alive. The silence they tried to force on you has turned into a roar. You're not a victim of their spell. You're the proof that their entire plan failed. They didn't cast a spell. They declared war on the frequency of truth. And truth doesn't die. It echoes. Forever. Number 2, they tried to mute you, but your voice broke through every dimension like thunder in a vacuum. When you silence a voice aligned with truth, the universe responds by turning the silence into a storm. They really believed if they could shut your mouth, the world would stop hearing you, that your power was just tied to your speech, to the physical voice box they could target with spells, curses, gossip, or intimidation. But what they didn't understand, and never will, is that your voice isn't just in your throat, it's in your energy. And energy doesn't obey their rules. They tried to bind your tongue, chosen one, not realizing you were speaking on more levels than they could comprehend. They thought they could tape your mouth shut while the rest of your being stayed quiet. But your spirit had other plans. Imagine this: someone tries to block a single radio station, not realizing you're connected to every tower in the city. That's what they were up against. Your voice was never one-dimensional. You don't just speak through sound. You speak through your presence. You speak through your walk, You speak through your gaze, your aura, your absence, your timing. You speak through the way people shift uncomfortably when you enter the room. Not because you said anything, but because your very being vibrates with undeniable truth. You don't have to shout to be heard when your energy walks into the room before you do. They tried to shut down your vocal cords while your frequency was busy shaking up timelines. That's why nothing they did worked. The rituals, the smear campaigns, the spiritual sabotage, all of it failed, because every time they blocked one door, the universe cracked open 10 more. When they tied up your tongue, your dreams got louder. When they drained your energy, your silence grew heavier. When they made people turn on you, your absence started haunting the room like unfinished thunder. You can bury the voice, but you can't bury the echo. So why were they so desperate to stop you? Because the truth you carried wasn't casual. It exposed the games. It disturbed the fakes. It made the liars squirm. You don't just communicate with words. You communicate with alignment. You walk in such clarity that it confronts the delusions others have wrapped themselves in. That's why they couldn't stand to hear you, even in silence. Every gesture, every breath you took was saying something they didn't want to hear. You reminded them of what they weren't. You reflected back everything they were hiding. And that reflection, that brutal, blinding frequency of truth, was louder than anything you could have ever said out loud. They didn't just try to silence you, they tried to scramble you, to make you question your own reality, to choke not just your throat, but your confidence, your sense of inner knowing. But the thing about chosen ones is this. When you try to cut off one sense, another grows sharper. When they dimmed your voice, your intuition kicked in like a floodlight. You started speaking in ways they couldn't trace, through dreams, synchronicities, gut feelings, and divine interruptions. You became fluent in a language they couldn't decode, and that terrified them more than anything. Imagine trying to block a message, only to realize the message is now speaking through signs on the street, lyrics in a song, random strangers, and perfectly timed events. That's what started happening in your life. Your soul rerouted the message. You became the walking embodiment of what they tried to erase, and worse, the universe started amplifying it. You were no longer just a person. You were a living transmission. That's why their rituals started backfiring. The very energy they were trying to mute became so loud that it couldn't be ignored. They may have silenced your platform, but they couldn't silence your presence. They may have turned people against you, but the frequency of truth kept waking up those who had ears to hear. The irony? The more they tried to make you invisible, the more visible your energy became. Your silence started shouting, your stillness started prophesying, and your distance became undeniable proof that something greater was protecting you. They thought they were burying a voice, but they ended up uncovering a legend. So why didn't it destroy you? Why didn't the chaos, the spells, the rejection, the sudden silence, why didn't it swallow you whole? Because you weren't just being protected, you were being upgraded. Every attack became a trigger for expansion. Every attempt to cage you made your wings grow. What they called binding was actually activation. They tried to mute the frequency, but they ended up turning it into a broadcast. Let me answer what you're probably wondering. Why didn't they stop? Didn't they see it wasn't working? No, because people operating in shadow rarely know when they've lost. They confuse resistance with success. They think the pain they cause means they're winning. But in truth, every bit of spiritual pressure they threw at you only proved how much light you carry. You were never just annoying them. You were awakening something their demons couldn't handle. And here's the wildest part. They weren't just afraid of what you said. They were afraid of who you might awaken. You see, chosen ones don't just speak for themselves. your frequency acts like a signal booster for others. One word from you, one post, one presence, and other sleeping souls start to rise. That's what they feared most. That your truth wouldn't just set you free, but it might set others free too. And that would destroy everything they built on manipulation, illusion, and fear. They thought this was about silencing a person, but it was never about you as an individual. It was about muting a movement. And that's what makes you dangerous, because you're not just a voice, you're a vibration, a wave, a ripple in the matrix, a disruption in the system. And disruptions can't be caged. They echo through generations. They didn't understand that your voice exists in layers. There's the one that speaks through your mouth, yes, but then there's the one that speaks through your posture, through your peace, through the way you say nothing at all, and still shift the atmosphere. You don't need to go live on social media to be heard. You exist, and the room takes notice. So when they tried to bind you, chosen one, they triggered your multidimensional nature. You became louder in ways they couldn't mute. You became sharper in ways they couldn't dull. You became more magnetic, more clear, more dangerous to every lie they ever believed. And now, you've become what they feared, undeniable, unstoppable, unmuted, because truth doesn't die in silence, it multiplies. You weren't silenced, you were amplified. Number 3, the spell didn't hit you, it slapped them with their own reflection. When you strike a mirror, don't be shocked if your own blood stains the glass. They aimed their spell at you, chosen one, but it never touched your soul. Instead, it hit something they never expected, a mirror made of unshakable energy. They weren't attacking a victim, they were throwing venom at their own reflection. That's why everything started unraveling for them, not because you retaliated, but because the universe simply turned the lights on. You didn't absorb what they sent, you reflected it. Sharper, louder, and karmically sealed. Your energy field doesn't operate like theirs. It doesn't latch onto envy, bitterness, or chaos. It processes it like poison and ejects it immediately. Imagine someone tossing black ink at the ocean, hoping to stain it. But instead, the wave they disturbed rises up and crashes right back onto their head. That's the kind of backlash we're talking about. They didn't just trigger karma, they collided with it. You don't have to throw a punch when the universe already filed the lawsuit. See, they misread your silence. They thought peace meant powerless. But in truth, your peace was the warning. It was the quiet before the correction. They expected you to break, to beg, to react. Instead, you watched. And that non-reaction triggered a universal recalibration. The chaos they wished on you had no anchor, so it returned home, not as revenge, but as reflection. You may ask, why did it get so bad for them? Because energy always completes its cycle, and when it can't land on the target, it circles back to the source, intensified. They thought they could curse you and walk away clean. But energy has a signature. Every word, every ritual, every jealous glare carried their fingerprint. So when the universe delivered the bill, it had their name printed all over it. You didn't win by striking back. You won by holding up the mirror and letting the universe show them who they really were. The spell didn't silence you, it exposed them, and that exposure was the loudest judgment of all. Number 4, they didn't cross a person, they violated universal law. Messing with a chosen one isn't a mistake, it's a breach of cosmic contract. And the fine? It's everything they thought they had. They didn't just come for you, chosen one. They crashed headfirst into universal law, and now they're suffering the legal consequences of that spiritual violation. They thought they were attacking a person with weaknesses and emotions. But what they touched was sacred architecture, a walking enforcement of energetic balance. You weren't just passing through life, you were sent, encoded with law, wrapped in frequency, and wired with consequences for anyone foolish enough to disrupt your purpose. Imagine trying to punch gravity and then being shocked when your fist breaks. That's what they did when they cast that spell. When they sent curses, slander, and wicked intent your way, they activated a response mechanism that has nothing to do with emotion and everything to do with alignment. Because you weren't built for revenge, you were built for balance. The moment they moved against you, the system didn't panic, it corrected. They thought they were pulling strings in the dark, but the string was wrapped around their own throat. You may be wondering, how can energy be so precise? How does the universe know who's guilty? Simple. Every action carries a code, a vibration, a fingerprint, a return address. And chosen ones, you operate on a frequency too pure to absorb garbage. Your system rejects it automatically. When something low vibe enters your field, the energy has only two options: transmute or return. And when it's hate wrapped in spellwork, it doesn't transmute, it rebounds. Hard. They weren't punished, they were processed by a system that never misses a beat. So when someone lost their mind, their health, their grip on reality after coming for you, don't feel guilty. That was the universe rebalancing its scales. You didn't lift a finger, you didn't need to, because the truth is brutal. You are the enforcement. They forgot that chosen ones don't need to fight. You are the fight. You are the force. You're not under the law. You are the law. And every time they trespassed against your energy, they were etching their own downfall into the fabric of fate. Number 5, they tested dark tools on you and got burned by unbreakable light. You don't test plastic swords on lightning unless you're ready to melt. They thought you were soft because you didn't react, silent because you didn't clap back, easy because you didn't expose them. But what they mistook for weakness was actually discipline, the kind of restraint that only comes from someone who's already walked through invisible fires and lived to glow brighter. You didn't fight because you didn't have to. You've outgrown their level of warfare. Their spells were old toys in your dimension. They were throwing pebbles at a fortress made of cosmic titanium. Imagine aiming a water gun at a thunderstorm and expecting it to flinch. That's exactly what they did. They circled up with their rituals, chanted your name with poisoned intent, and believed they were stirring power. But you, chosen one, are not powered by fear or mimicry. You're powered by origin. Your silence wasn't surrender, it was a warning, the kind the wise recognize before they overstep. Sadly, your enemies weren't wise. What they brought was recycled energy, imitation magic, second-hand darkness, rituals soaked in insecurity. But you operate from source frequency. You don't run on performance. You are the performance. Your energy doesn't shout. It resonates. It moves walls without motion. That's why nothing they threw landed. Your spirit didn't even register their chaos. It filtered it out like background noise on a divine frequency. They were coding curses in the dark, but your soul speaks in the language of original fire. And when that original fire detected interference, it didn't lash out, it corrected. The same candles they lit became portals of exposure. The chants turned into echoes bouncing back at them. Their tools short-circuited because they were never built to handle the vibration of truth. The more they tried, the harder they fell. Not because you fought, but because your very presence rewrote the battlefield. You are a firewall, an encrypted vessel, a soul too ancient for their modern games. They tested their weapons on the wrong frequency, and the recoil taught them the one law they'll never forget. True power doesn't retaliate. It reflects. and rises. Number 6. Their spell wasn't power, it was a cry for relevance in a world that forgot them. The desperate don't cast spells to win, they cast them to feel like they still matter. Let's be clear, Chosen One, that spell they tried to throw at you wasn't power, it was panic, it wasn't strength, it was a scream in the dark from someone who no longer knew how to exist without manipulating others. You weren't targeted because you wronged them. You were targeted because your peace exposed their inner chaos. Your presence wasn't just light, it was a spotlight on everything they'd been pretending to be. And that kind of exposure, it breaks people who depend on illusion to survive. Imagine a broken light bulb trying to outshine the sun. That's what their rituals looked like in the spirit realm. They weren't practicing spirituality, they were performing emptiness, and the deeper they fell into darkness, the more they needed someone to project their pain onto. That someone was you. Your calmness made them feel irrelevant. Your silence made their noise sound hollow. You weren't a threat, you were a reminder that they had no real connection to anything pure anymore. They didn't summon darkness to destroy you. They summoned it because you stopped feeding them. When they couldn't control your energy, your attention, your reactions, they looked for something else to dominate. That's what spiritual addiction looks like. The spell wasn't about you. It was about them begging the void to give them back the feeling of importance your presence once accidentally gave them. They weren't calling power, they were calling proof that they still mattered. But darkness doesn't validate, it consumes. Every ritual they performed in your name became a diary entry of their own disconnection. And the universe, it kept the receipts. That's why every chant backfired, every candle they lit only highlighted the darkness in them. And you? You kept rising. Not because you fought, but because truth doesn't sink when lies collapse. It floats above the wreckage. They didn't reveal your weakness, they exposed their dependence, and that spell, it didn't curse you. It confirmed you were the one carrying the real power all along. Number 7. The death wasn't tragic, it was the bill for playing with fire they couldn't control. When you summon death to someone else's door, make sure your soul can afford the cost, because energy never forgets the sender. Let's make this crystal clear. Chosen One. What happened wasn't an accident. It wasn't random. It wasn't just some freak event. That death was a cosmic receipt. They tried to weaponize energy meant to kill, and when it couldn't touch you, it did what energy always does. It completed the cycle. That's not superstition. That's spiritual law. You were sealed, encrypted, off limits. But energy, once summoned, must find a home. And when it couldn't find yours, it returned to the only frequency that matched its intention, the ones who birthed it in the first place. Imagine trying to drown someone wearing armor, only to slip and sink in your own current. That's exactly what happened. They summoned something ancient and ruthless, death energy, thinking they were immune, thinking their rituals, their secrecy, their intent would protect them from blowback. But the universe doesn't operate on emotional bias. It operates on alignment. And they weren't aligned with anything except ego, desperation, and delusion. You didn't have to lift a hand. The current they created dragged them under. They played with chaos like it was a pet, not realizing it was a predator. That death wasn't a curse on you. It was the debt they owed the very energy they called upon. They invoked destruction, but forgot the one rule every chosen one lives by. What you send out with evil intent doesn't disappear. It circles until it finds its maker. The universe doesn't rush, it calculates, and when it collects, it does so with surgical precision. So no, Chosen One, you're not lucky to still be here. You're untouchable because you never left alignment. Your frequency was too pure for death to digest. It had no door in your field, so it knocked on theirs. And when they answered, thinking they had control, they discovered too late that darkness always demands payment. They weren't punished. They were claimed by the very chaos they unleashed. That's not divine wrath. That's divine order, and order never misses. Number 8. They didn't hate your voice. They feared what it woke up in the shadows. Your voice didn't offend them. It exorcised them. They didn't want you quiet because you were wrong, chosen one. They wanted you silent because your truth sent shockwaves through the fake realities they built their entire identity on. Every time you spoke, it was like striking a tuning fork in the middle of a haunted house. The spirits they served trembled, the illusions they worshipped cracked, and the lies they clung to started to bleed. Your words didn't just fill the air, they cut through it. Imagine a sword disguised as a sentence. That's what you are every time you speak truth. This wasn't about debate. This wasn't about differing opinions. This was warfare, energetic, unseen, and personal. Your voice carries codes that don't just inform, they awaken. You activate people. You ignite questions. You disrupt comfort zones. That's why they labeled you too much or too intense. Not because of what you said, but because of what your vibration forced them to confront. You made them look at themselves, and their shadows couldn't survive the reflection. They weren't defending peace, they were defending their parasitic positions. Their influence thrived in confusion, but your energy, it speaks in light. And when light shows up, manipulation doesn't just hide, it attacks. That's why they came after you. That's why every time you dropped a truth, even in casual conversation, retaliation followed. Because the moment you opened your mouth, the spiritual contracts they had with darkness started unraveling. You didn't come to argue, you came to unlock, and that terrified every spirit they secretly served. They thought if they could shut you up, they could stop the quake. But your voice was never just yours. It's wired to divine frequency, and divine frequency doesn't whisper. It shakes foundations. You are the alarm clock for the spiritually asleep. Every syllable carries energy that pushes darkness into corners where it can't hide. So no, they weren't offended by your message. They were exposed by it. And the truth is this: your voice isn't loud, it's lethal to everything false. That's why they tried to silence you, because when you speak, their demons lose their grip. Number 9. Their rituals became receipts. The universe turned their witchcraft into a confession. They thought they were covering their tracks in the dark, but the universe was printing their fingerprints in light. Let's get this straight. Chosen one, what they did in secret wasn't erased. It was recorded. Every candle lit in your name, every whispered curse, every manipulative chant laced with envy, none of it vanished. Energy doesn't disappear. It gets archived. And the universe, it keeps perfect records. You didn't need a camera. You didn't need witnesses. The cosmos was watching, and every vibration they released became evidence in a spiritual courtroom they didn't know they'd be standing in. Imagine thinking you're erasing someone, only to find out you're signing your own indictment in energy. That's why everything started unraveling. Sudden exposure, unexpected fallouts, their own words used against them, people turning cold, alliances breaking overnight. It wasn't karma coming someday. It was justice going live. The same energy they twisted to silence you became the light that burned through their lies. They scripted their downfall in spiritual ink, and now it's reading loud and clear across the atmosphere. You didn't have to say a word. Your alignment said everything. The purity of your frequency was so sharp that falsehoods couldn't breathe around you, and the universe doesn't defend with noise, it defends with reversal. Their rituals didn't remove your power, they exposed their desperation. Every spiritual attack became a time-stamped receipt, every plot was a signature, and every attempt to sabotage you became the very data used to dismantle them. They cast spells like criminals wiping fingerprints, not knowing the universe doesn't forget vibrations. So when you saw them lose jobs, friends, clout, or even their minds, that wasn't bad luck. That was disclosure. The hidden became seen, the masks melted, the lies imploded, and the same hands that tried to dig your spiritual grave. They're now trapped in it, holding the shovel. They didn't just fail to destroy you, they documented their downfall. Divine energy doesn't just protect you, it prosecutes everything that rises against you. And that trial, it's already in session. Truth is the judge. Resonance is the jury. And the verdict is echoing back loud and clear. Guilty by vibration. Number 10, they built the trap for you, then got caught in it themselves. Obsession is a silent confession. I tried to destroy you, and now I can't stop looking at what survived. They didn't walk away after casting that spell, chosen one. They stuck around to watch it work. But instead of watching you fall, they watched you rise. And that rise, it ate them alive. When they couldn't silence you, they stalked you. When they couldn't break you, they studied you. They claimed you didn't matter, yet your name stayed in their mouths, their rituals, their group chats, and their dreams. They didn't just envy you, they fed on you. And in doing so, they starved themselves. Imagine tying someone to a chair, then forgetting you're the one holding the rope, and slowly pulling it around your own neck. That's what happened. They kept watching you, talking about you, mimicking you, even trying to hex you. But every time they did, they weren't binding you. They were binding themselves. Spiritual law is ruthless in its precision. What you obsess over, you energize. And your energy, chosen one, is too pure, too divine, too encoded for them to consume. So instead of draining you, their obsession drained them. Every mental replay of your name pulled their frequency lower. Every gossip session fed their own downfall. They thought they were tethering you, but what they really did was chain themselves to a frequency they could never reach. And when your energy kept rising, the rope snapped back like a whip. That's why they started crumbling. That's why blessings dried up, relationships turned sour, health declined, peace vanished. They weren't cursed by you. They were collapsing under the weight of their own attachment. They didn't know that stalking the sun only burns the eyes. You didn't fight back. You didn't clap back. You didn't even flinch. You just kept going, and your steady rise became their spiritual punishment. The more they watched, the more they witnessed what they could never stop. Their obsession became their execution. And now, their downfall speaks louder than your words ever had to. Number 11. They tried to curse you, but ended up crowning you instead. Every spell cast against a chosen one is secretly a key to their next level. If it doesn't break you, it builds you. They tried to tear you down, chosen one, but all they really did was trigger your ascension. That so-called curse they sent was never powerful enough to destroy you, but it was potent enough to awaken you. You didn't just survive their attacks, you evolved through them. The universe took their dark intentions, spun them through the law of transmutation, and turned their poison into your power. Imagine trying to poison a tree, only to discover the roots turned the toxin into fruit. That's what happened to you. You were never meant to stay ordinary, but pressure had to come. Friction had to ignite fire. Every time they attacked, the universe whispered, "Rise." And you did. You stopped doubting. You started sensing. You no longer begged for protection. You embodied it. Their rituals became your resistance training. Every shadow they threw sharpened your light. Every betrayal hardened your discernment. And the deeper they tried to pull you down, the more spiritual muscle you built, rising back up. They thought they were interrupting your journey. What they actually did was accelerate it. Their curses became your coursework. Their obsession became your awakening. Their sabotage became the spark that activated your higher self. And now, you're vibrating on a level they can't even comprehend, let alone reach. What once felt like pain became prophecy. What once looked like warfare became witness that you are unshakable. They tried to bury you in spells, but the dirt turned into soil, and now you've rooted deeper than ever. You don't just walk with protection anymore, you walk with proof. The kind of proof that can't be taught, only earned in the heat of unseen battles. Their spell, it was the tool, but your spirit, it was the weapon. And now, chosen one, you're not just alive, you're activated. They tried to end your voice. Instead, they built your throne. Number 12, their lies crumbled because truth doesn't expire, it evolves. Deception is loud and short-lived. Truth is quiet and eternal. They thought they could build a legacy on lies, chosen one, but the foundation they stood on was made of fog. It looked solid for a moment, but time always clears the air. They told stories about you. They twisted your character. They painted pictures of who you never were, expecting their words to become permanent reality. But truth is patient. It doesn't shout or scramble. It waits. And when the dust settles, it remains. Imagine building a castle out of smoke, then acting surprised when it disappears in daylight. That's exactly what happened. While they were busy shaping a narrative to tarnish you, you were quietly growing into the proof that exposed it. You didn't retaliate. You didn't argue. You simply stayed aligned. And alignment always turns into evidence. Your peace began to contradict their drama. Your glow started to unmask their bitterness. Your blessings silenced their slander. They didn't expect time to betray them, but time always sides with the truth. They weren't ready for people to start noticing, but people did. The inconsistencies, the bitterness in their tone, the way their stories changed depending on who they were talking to. The fake smiles started to crack. The sympathy they collected began to shrink. Because when truth walks in the room, lies can't breathe. You didn't need to speak. Your results did the talking. They used gossip to create noise, but your silence created momentum. Now the tables have turned, and not because you forced them to, but because truth never stays buried. The very spell they cast to erase you became the backdrop of your evolution. They tried to destroy your name, and now they have to watch it rise, not just clean, but untouchable. You're not just surviving their deception, you're thriving in spite of it. The reason they're unraveling is simple. Deception is exhausting to maintain. But you're light, and light doesn't fight darkness, it exposes it. What they built has already collapsed. What you built is just getting started. The truth wasn't just revealed, it won. Number 13, their death wasn't just an end, it was a broadcast. Don't touch what's protected. When a chosen one is attacked, the first fall is not punishment. It's a divine announcement. Back off or be next. That death, chosen one, wasn't a random tragedy. It was a reckoning. It was the final page in a book of ignored warnings. The universe had whispered first, with confusion, sickness, mental chaos, sudden misfortunes. But they kept going. They thought nothing would happen. They thought your silence meant weakness. But what they didn't see was that behind your stillness stood an ancient force, watching, recording, waiting. Imagine repeatedly poking a sleeping volcano and then acting surprised when it erupts. They crossed boundaries that weren't theirs to touch. They invoked spirits that demand blood for fuel. They sent destruction toward a sealed soul, and when that energy couldn't stick to you, it ricocheted. That death was not about revenge. It was about alignment, a correction that echoed through both realms. And for everyone watching, it became proof. You are not just protected, you are declared, marked, guarded by a law that doesn't ask for respect, it enforces it. This wasn't about fear, it was about confirmation. The universe didn't do this to scare you. It did it to prove to you and every onlooker, this one is off limits. That death wasn't just the collapse of one enemy. It was the spiritual lockdown of your name. You've been sealed. Now, any force that even thinks about testing you will remember what happened the last time someone tried. You didn't become dangerous through revenge. You became untouchable through alignment. The silence you held while they plotted has now become the sermon that echoes through every dimension. Your energy speaks louder than their spells ever did. And now, you don't need to defend your name. The universe already built a wall around it. That death was the close of a cycle. It buried not just a person, but every lingering attempt to harm you. You're not just surviving, you've become the warning label for every future enemy who thinks chosen energy is something to play with. So, chosen one, if this message confirmed what your spirit already knew, that you're protected, sealed, and rising while your enemies fall, then don't leave without showing love. Press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this growing family, hit that subscribe button now. This space was built for souls like you, real ones, rising in truth, power, and purpose. You are not alone, and this is only the beginning. More revelations are coming. Stay aligned, stay protected, and stay ready, because the universe isn't finished proving why you were never to be touched. Lies rot faster in the mouth of the wrong listener, and now the stench is chasing them. That's what happens when they gamble your name like loose change and toss it into the wrong hands. You see, chosen one, they tried to sell a false version of you, a cheaper version, one that was easier for others to hate. But the problem is, they picked the wrong buyer. Imagine someone planting a poisoned seed about you in a garden they didn't own, only to find out the soil belonged to someone who actually respects growth, truth, and authenticity. That lie they told, it didn't just fall flat, it exploded in their face. And now they're not avoiding you because they won. They're avoiding you because the universe made sure they lost badly. That lie boomeranged so fast, it made them dizzy. Here's a fact for your soul. When someone with true integrity hears a lie, they don't echo it. They investigate it, and once they realize the truth, they don't forget who tried to manipulate them. This is why they're staying far away from you now, not because you're a problem, but because their cover has been blown. Their fake story couldn't survive the light, and now they're burning from the exposure. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this truth to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to share the light in a world that's grown too comfortable in the dark. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just a listener, you are part of a force that exposes lies and defends truth by simply existing. Now back to what really matters. They never expected the truth to fight for you. They never thought that someone else, someone they believed they could manipulate, would see through the fog and recognize your name as pure. The same name they tried to drag through dirt is now protected by someone who knows your character. It's almost laughable, isn't it? The same person they ran to with twisted words is now looking at them like they're the liar. That's what scares them. That's why they're distant. That's why they flinch when they hear your name. This isn't just gossip that backfired. It's a full-on karmic exposure. The moment they lied about you to someone who actually had spiritual insight, emotional intelligence, or even real-world power, their fate was sealed. And now they have to live with the knowledge that someone else knows. That person might not even say anything, but their silence is loud. Their changed behavior speaks volumes, and the liar feels it. They thought they could destroy you without you even knowing, but the truth has a spine, and when it stands up, it shakes every room the lie tried to live in. That's why they've gone quiet. That's why they don't come around. Because your name has already walked in before you did, and it spoke truth louder than any excuse they could offer. You don't have to lift a finger. That's the power of being the chosen one. When you carry truth in your spirit, the universe becomes your witness. And sometimes it doesn't just protect you. It makes them face the shame without you having to say a word. You're not being avoided because you're dangerous. You're being avoided because you're exposed. They see their lie mirrored in your silence. They feel judged by your peace. And every time they see you living, breathing, and winning, it reminds them that their words had no power after all. But here's what really makes them squirm. Someone they wanted to impress now knows the truth. Someone they were hoping to manipulate now questions them. That one conversation they twisted turned into a silent trial, and they were found guilty. No courtroom needed. Just truth doing what it always does, showing up uninvited and turning the lights on. Let's be real, it wasn't just a lie, it was a character hit job. They thought if they could smear your name behind your back, they could change how others see you. But they underestimated one thing. You don't need to defend your reputation when your spirit already speaks louder than words. You didn't have to clap back. You didn't even need to find out right away, because the universe had eyes where you didn't, and it took care of it. So now, when you notice people avoiding you, acting weird, or giving you strange energy, it's not paranoia, it's not in your head. It's the echo of truth doing its job. They're pulling back because they can't look you in the eyes. Not after what they said, not after who they said it to, and especially not now that it came back to them. Every time you show up, it reminds them of their betrayal. Every smile you wear, every peaceful moment you have, it screams to the world that their lies didn't work. And that person they tried to poison with their words, that person sees you now, clearly, and they see them too. That's why the liar is nervous. That's why the air is thick when you walk into the room. Not because you're loud, but because your presence now speaks louder than their story ever did. This is what being chosen looks like. It's not about attention or revenge. It's about being so aligned with truth that you don't need to fight for it. Truth fights for you. Exposure chases them. Silence becomes your shield, and their own words become their punishment. So no, you're not imagining things. They are staying away from you. They are uncomfortable, and not because you did something wrong, but because they did, and the universe handed them a mirror. Watch closely, chosen one. This is the season where the truth travels faster than gossip and lies burn in the light they never expected to face. You didn't have to plot. You didn't have to curse them. You just had to stay real. And now the weight of their own lie is doing what they feared most. It's making them disappear from your life on their own. That's divine order. That's universal justice. That's what happens when a chosen one gets lied on to the wrong person. And listen, chosen one, if you've ever felt people pulling away for no clear reason, you're about to understand exactly why. What comes next will connect dots you didn't even know existed. This isn't just a story, it's your confirmation. So don't blink. Drop a 444 in the comments if you're ready to let the truth expose every hidden lie spoken behind your back. And if this message is hitting home, consider blessing the mission with a super thanks. It fuels the team to keep delivering these raw truths straight to the ones who need them. Whether it's a small gift or a big one, every drop of support pushes this light further into the world. You're not just listening, you're part of a movement. And now, let's break this wide open, step by step. Believe me, if you're truly chosen, you'll feel something pulling you to stay locked in until the very end. Let's begin. Number 1. They bet your reputation at a table they couldn't afford to sit at and lost everything. The sickest part of betrayal is not the lie itself, it's who they told it to, thinking you'd never find out. They didn't just lie about you, they bet your name like it was worthless, threw it into a fire hoping no one would notice the smoke, and walked away like nothing happened. But what they didn't know, chosen one, is that the fire they started reached someone who carries water. Someone with clarity, influence, and enough intelligence to know the difference between truth and jealousy. They whispered your name like a curse, but the ears they whispered to were more loyal to truth than to gossip. That was their fatal mistake. What kind of person lies about someone who never hurt them? Only someone weak enough to fear your presence, but too cowardly to face you head-on. They saw your strength, they felt your power, and they hated how other people gravitated toward your energy without you trying. So they did what cowards always do. They tried to kill your image in rooms you weren't in, but they didn't realize that some rooms are sacred. Some people can't be manipulated. And one of those people was the very person they chose to unload their venom onto. Let's break it down. They lied to the wrong person, not just emotionally wrong, but strategically wrong. Someone who could have opened doors for them, but instead now sees them as shady, insecure, and untrustworthy. That's the sting they carry now. That's the invisible chain wrapped around their ankle every time they think about you. Because the person they tried to poison didn't just reject the lie. They started watching you. Quietly, closely, and they began to see for themselves that you were everything the liar was pretending to be. Here's the part that eats them alive. What if that person already told you? What if they're just watching and waiting to see how you handle it? What if your silence is louder than they expected and it's making them sweat? That's why they're staying away. It's not guilt that keeps them distant, it's fear. Fear that the truth is already unraveling. Fear that the universe picked you to be seen and them to be exposed. They didn't just misjudge you, they misjudged the integrity of the very person they used to launch their attack. That lie became their leash, and now they flinch every time your name comes up, wondering if today's the day it all explodes. This is what happens when someone gambles your reputation like a poker chip in a game of fake alliances and petty ego. They thought they were being strategic, thought they were stacking the deck against you, but they forgot one crucial rule. The universe always deals the final hand, and in that final hand, they folded. You were holding truth the whole time. So no, don't pity them. Let them squirm in the silence they created. Let them fear your grace, your growth, your glow-up. Because while they stay away, trying to avoid their own reflection in your rising light, you're becoming the proof that their lies never had any real power to begin with. Let that be their punishment. Let that be your fuel. Number 2, they chose to play the villain in a story that was secretly their final exam. Some people fail the test, not because it was hard, but because their character was weak the moment they were unsupervised. They thought they were being clever, chosen one, a quick little lie, a casual twist of truth, a harmless jab behind your back just to gain some sympathy, or maybe to deflect attention from their own flaws. But what they didn't realize is they had just stepped into a storyline that was never even about you. You weren't a side character in their journey. You were the test, an unexpected exam that showed up dressed like a friendship, a partnership, or a connection. And they failed it in the worst way possible. Imagine this, chosen one. Imagine walking into a classroom thinking you're there to observe, only to find out later that you were the one being evaluated. That's what they walked into. They thought they were the main character, but the universe had other plans. They didn't realize that by lying on you, they weren't just speaking against a person. They were exposing everything they hadn't healed inside themselves. You were a mirror, not because you're perfect, but because your presence holds weight. You carry truth without trying. You don't chase approval, and you don't wear masks. That kind of raw authenticity, it makes the wrong people itch. Instead of looking inward, they looked for a shortcut. They tried to flip the script so they wouldn't have to face their own reflection. They called your silence passive-aggressive. They labeled your boundaries selfish. They saw your peace and called it ego. But let's call it what it really was: projection rooted in insecurity. Your light didn't blind them. They closed their own eyes. They weren't supposed to tear you down. That's the twist. They were supposed to guard your name when no one was watching. They were given a divine assignment to honor something sacred, even when it wasn't popular, even when others weren't clapping. But instead, they chose convenience. They chose jealousy. They chose to be the villain in a story they didn't even realize was theirs. You were never the one being judged. You were the trigger that revealed what was hiding in them all along. And now they're avoiding you like you're radioactive. But let's be real, it's not you they're afraid of. It's the weight of their own failure, the shame that clings to them like smoke from a fire they started but couldn't control. They don't know what you know. They don't know if the person they whispered to has already told you. They don't know how much was heard, how much was seen, or how far the damage has spread. That uncertainty, that's their punishment. Imagine planting a rumor in someone's ear, only to find out later that ear belonged to a judge, not a fellow gossiper. That's what happened. They confided their poison to the wrong person, someone who saw right through it, someone who was already watching you and couldn't reconcile the lie with the truth they saw in you. So now they're stuck, awkward, distant, and exposed. The test they failed wasn't about whether they liked you. It was about how they treated you when it was inconvenient, when you weren't at your best, when your name wasn't trending. That's the real test of integrity. You know what's brutal? They thought the moment to prove themselves would come dressed in glory, a big opportunity, a spotlight. They didn't realize it came quietly, in a conversation, in a choice, in a moment where they could have honored your absence instead of trying to erase you from someone else's heart. They fumbled that moment, and now they can't take it back. Questions may be rising in your mind right now. Did they ever really value me? Did they see me as a threat the whole time? Why lie about someone who never tried to harm them? The answer is ugly, but simple. They were never at peace with themselves. And you were just the closest mirror. The lie they told about you was their way of managing the discomfort of watching someone walk in authenticity while they were still hiding behind performance. The loudest lies are told in the quietest moments. Now they're haunted, not by what you've done, but by what they said. Not by your reaction, but by their own reflection, because every time they see you shining, they remember what they said to dim you. Every time someone compliments your character, they feel the sting of their own false words. And every time the person they tried to turn against you treats you with more kindness than ever, they know they failed the test. This was never about revenge. This was about revelation. The universe placed you in their life not to be destroyed by them, but to reveal them to themselves, and they chose the role of the villain all on their own. They weren't pushed. They weren't tricked. They had a choice, and they chose wrong. So let them keep their distance. Let them squirm in their silence. Let them fear the truth they created with their own mouth. Because the story they tried to rewrite now has footnotes, and the person they lied to is reading between every line. That lie will echo louder than they expected, not because you exposed them, but because their actions spoke too loudly to ignore. You don't need to clear your name. Your name was never dirty. You don't need to retaliate. They've already sentenced themselves, and as the chapters unfold, everyone who matters will see exactly who was tested, and who failed without even realizing they were being watched. Villains write their own endings, and sometimes it starts with a whisper they thought no one would remember. This is your moment to rise, not to clap back, but to walk past the mess they made with your name like it never touched you. Because it didn't. Not really. They fell into a trap of their own design. You were never the problem. You were the spotlight, and their shadow couldn't handle the exposure. So walk boldly, chosen one, not because you need to prove something, but because you already passed the test they didn't even study for. And now the universe is rewriting the script, this time with your truth front and center. Number 3. Their lie became a crime scene, and every word is still under surveillance. The moment they lied on you, they left fingerprints on their own downfall. They thought a lie would vanish once whispered in the shadows. They figured if no one pushed back, it would just dissolve. But that's where they messed up. Because when someone lies about a chosen one, that lie doesn't fade. It fossilizes. It becomes part of an investigation bigger than they ever imagined. One they didn't know they triggered. One they sure weren't ready for. The second they spoke against you, they left a trail, and that trail didn't just lead to you, it looped right back to them. Their lie wasn't light gossip, it was a silent confession, a coded admission of who they are under pressure. The universe didn't just hear it, it stored it. The energy behind it, the intention in their voice, the smirk they wore when they told it, all of it became undeniable evidence of character. And now that lie is still echoing. Why? Because the person they lied to didn't just listen, they analyzed. They caught the off rhythm. The story didn't sit right. The energy clashed. So instead of reacting, they started watching. Closely, quietly. And now every word spoken about you is replaying in their head like a loop they can't shut off. Why does the chosen one still move in peace? Why do they still shine? These questions won't leave them alone, because every day you walk in truth, it cracks their version of events wide open. The truth is louder than ever, and they're terrified someone else is starting to hear it too. They didn't just speak carelessly, they documented their own betrayal in real time. Now they feel watched, they feel exposed. The same person they tried to convince now sees the truth unfold with their own eyes. And that truth is hunting them, not because you're chasing them, but because they lied in front of someone who remembers everything. They tried to poison your blessing. Now that blessing guards you like a shield. When a snake bites in the grass, the universe sends someone with boots. They thought they were slick, twisting words behind your back, throwing shade in casual conversations, planting subtle seeds of doubt into someone they believed was neutral. But that person wasn't just anyone. That was someone sent to bless you, to open doors, to guide you, maybe even to defend you when you weren't in the room. And the moment that lie was spoken, everything flipped. Because instead of infecting your blessing, they activated it. The irony? The person they tried to turn against you didn't just ignore the lie. They studied it. They paid attention to the energy behind it, not just the words. Something didn't feel right. The bitterness was too loud. The jealousy too obvious. So instead of pulling away from you, they got curious. They started observing, quietly, and what they saw was not a threat, but a truth bearer. You weren't defensive. You didn't fight fire with fire. You stood still. You kept your peace. And that silence, it spoke louder than any rumor could. That person saw the contrast. They saw your character under pressure, and they saw the liar's mask slip in real time. That changed everything. Who really holds value here? Who's walking with grace and who's throwing darts in the dark? The answers were clear. And now the person meant to elevate you is doing exactly that. Not by force, not with loud declarations, but with subtle loyalty and quiet protection. The liar's plan backfired so hard, it turned their target into someone else's priority. That access they once had, gone, not because you slammed the door, but because the very person they tried to manipulate locked it. Now they stand on the outside, wondering why everything feels colder, why they're not included, why the air shifted. It's because the universe made a judgment call and chose to protect the one being lied on, not the one doing the lying. They thought they were sabotaging you, but all they did was promote you. Number 4. Their jealousy spoke louder than their lie, and everyone heard it. Envy doesn't whisper your name, it chokes on it. They didn't just misrepresent you, chosen one, they exposed themselves without realizing it. The moment they started talking about you, something in their voice betrayed the act. It wasn't concern, it wasn't care, it was envy, dressed up in polite language, dripping with false sincerity. They tried to wrap their jealousy in silk, but jealousy has a smell. It seeps through every word. They said things like, "I'm just being honest," or "I'm worried about them." But beneath those fake gestures was irritation. An itch they couldn't scratch because your peace kept reminding them how uncentered they are. Imagine someone describing you to others while trying to sound calm, but every word they speak sounds like a confession. That's what happened here. The person listening caught it immediately. They didn't interrupt, but they felt it. Because real care is light. It moves gently. Jealousy, on the other hand, drags. It carries tension, bitterness, a forced laugh that never reaches the eyes. The listener might not have said it aloud, but they clocked every detail. The energy didn't match the words. The message was offbeat. The math wasn't mathing, and now the liar knows it. What eats them alive is that they were trying to make you look fake, but the only thing exposed was their insecurity. You didn't compete with them. You weren't even in the game. You were just existing, peaceful, focused, growing, and that stability made their chaos impossible to hide. Your calm made their ego itch. Your quiet confidence made their mask slip. They were trying to dim you, but instead they highlighted just how uncomfortable they are with light that doesn't need validation. Jealousy doesn't always scream. It leaks through tone, through timing, through the tremble of someone trying too hard to sound kind. And that's what gave them away. The listener saw it. They saw the difference between authentic observation and envy disguised as insight. They realized that you weren't the one trying to prove something. They were. Now the liar avoids you not because they're over it, but because they're exposed. They know if they come too close, that same energy will betray them again. They lost credibility in silence. They failed their own performance test. And now when your name comes up, everyone remembers that one moment, the tone, the slip, the bitterness that cracked through the mask. They tried to talk about you, but the universe made them talk through themselves. And what came out was jealousy. Loud, raw, and unforgettable. Number 5. Your presence is a lie detector. That's why they stay away. You don't have to say a word. Your silence already proved them wrong. They're not keeping their distance because they're scared of an argument. They're scared of exposure. See, confrontation would at least give them a chance to perform, to defend, to twist, to play the victim. But silence? Your silence is surgical. It slices through every lie they ever told without raising your voice. Being near you now feels like standing under a spotlight with blood on their hands, because the truth doesn't need to speak when it's walking right beside them. Your presence makes them twitch. Why? Because it carries clarity. Your energy is too pure, too aligned, too solid to coexist with their deception. The lie they told was crafted for people who had never met you. But now that you're glowing, rising, and walking in undeniable truth, even their most rehearsed story can't survive next to your reality. Imagine telling a room you saw smoke, and then the person walks in holding clean air. That's how exposed they feel when you enter a space. Every part of their lie starts unraveling, not because you say anything, but because the room sees you for themselves. You became proof without trying. You became the contradiction that ruins their entire script. They thought time would bury the lie, that the months would fade their betrayal. But instead, every day you shine, it drags their guilt up from the grave. Your evolution turned into a mirror they can't look into. And the worst part for them? Others see it now. The way people speak about you with respect, the way they respond to your spirit. It's confirmation that their lie didn't land the way they'd hoped, and that eats them alive. They stay away, not because they've matured, but because they know if they get too close, the mask will slip. The contrast is too loud. The difference between who you are and who they claimed you were is undeniable. They gambled on your character, and now you walk in like a quiet verdict. No drama, no revenge, just presence. You became the truth, and they can't stand how loud your silence has become. Number 6. They tried to fool a real one. Now that truth has a bodyguard. Some people don't need receipts. They feel the fraud the moment it speaks. They thought they were being slick. They twisted your name just enough to sound believable, threw in half-truths coated in fake concern, thinking they could paint you as the villain without getting their hands dirty. But they miscalculated everything. Because the person they chose to lie to? That wasn't some gullible follower. That was someone with eyes that see deeper, someone emotionally intelligent, spiritually grounded. The kind of person who doesn't just hear what's being said, they sense what's being hidden. The moment that lie left their mouth, the atmosphere shifted. The story didn't sit right. The tone didn't match the face. The words didn't align with the energy. That's what people with real discernment catch. They know when something's off, even when it's wrapped in calm delivery. The liar thought they were playing chess, making strategic moves. But really, they were moving like amateurs, careless, predictable, and sloppy. Imagine someone lying about you to a person who already respects you in silence. That's exactly what happened. The person they tried to poison didn't confront, didn't argue, they observed. And what they saw was weakness, desperation, insecurity disguised as storytelling. From that moment on, loyalty shifted, but not loudly, silently, permanently. Now that same person is standing between you and the liar, emotionally, energetically, even spiritually. They protect your name in places you'll never hear about. They see you clearer now, and the liar. They feel the change, that awkward silence, that sudden coldness, that slow fade. They don't know exactly what turned, but they feel it, and it haunts them, because they thought they were controlling the narrative. Instead, they handed the truth to someone who could smell lies from a mile away. You never had to defend yourself. The universe made sure someone with discernment stood guard. And once that person saw through the performance, they couldn't unsee it. That's what scares the liar most. They got exposed without you ever saying a word. Number 7, they built a lie so big it became their cage. When you lie about someone long enough, the real punishment is realizing you can't face them anymore. They didn't just lie about you, they crafted a version of reality so warped, so self-serving, that now they're stuck inside it. At first, it gave them a rush, the illusion of control, the attention they crave. They got to be the victim in a story they wrote, using your name like a prop. But the plot turned against them, because the bigger the lie got, the more it boxed them in. Now they're trapped in a narrative they can't rewrite without tearing their own mask off. Why don't they come around anymore? Why haven't they made things right? Because to fix it, they'd have to face the very truth they tried to bury. They'd have to admit they twisted facts, admit they were jealous, admit they tried to sabotage someone who was never their enemy. And that level of honesty, it requires a spine they simply don't have. So instead, they hide behind distance. But don't mistake that for peace. It's self-inflicted exile. Imagine building a wall to keep someone out, only to realize you locked yourself in. That's exactly what happened. You didn't cut them off. Their own lie did. And now, every win you collect, every compliment you receive, every person who sees your value, it all presses against their story like a growing crack in a dam. They can't even clap for you publicly. Doing so would mean admitting they were wrong about everything. They watch in silence, pretend they've moved on. But behind that cold avoidance is a storm of regret. They're haunted by what they said, haunted by who they said it to. And now, even thinking about you stirs the shame they buried. They want to come back, but they know the path is paved with truth, and that's a road they're too afraid to walk, so they stay away, not because they've healed, not because they're at peace, but because the lie they told became a prison, and they threw away the key. Number 8, you became the proof that shattered their lie. The most brutal receipt isn't what you say, it's what you become in silence. They thought you'd break. They were counting on it. The lie they told was built on one hope, that you would spiral just enough to make it look true, that your silence could be painted as guilt, your peace twisted into pride. But they underestimated your resilience. You didn't break down, you leveled up. And now, chosen one, your life is the loudest proof they were lying all along. You became the contradiction that ruins their story. Every time you grow, it exposes the cracks in their lie. Every time you walk into a room with calm, clarity, and elevation, it shakes the foundation they tried to build against you. You don't have to announce anything. You are the announcement. You didn't have to defend yourself with words. Your energy, your consistency, and your quiet wins did it for you. Imagine telling the world someone's broken and then watching them rise higher than you've ever been. That's what they're living through now. You became the evidence that can't be debated. People are starting to ask questions. Those who once leaned into their story are now side-eyeing it, because the truth is undeniable when it walks like peace and talks like results. That's what haunts them. You are the living receipt, an embodiment of everything they tried to say you weren't. The lie they crafted now lives in the shadow of your glow, and every new level you reach makes them look more foolish, more bitter, more exposed. They can't even clap for you without choking on their own story. They don't stay away because they're too busy. They stay away because your very existence invalidates their entire performance. You are the truth they hoped would disappear. You are the mirror they can't bear to look into. And no matter how far they run, they'll never escape the one thing they never expected: you becoming the proof. Number 9, they tried to smear your name, but all they did was erase themselves. Every lie they told was a silent request to be removed from your life, and the universe delivered. They thought they were running a slick operation, crafting stories, warping reality, spinning just enough detail to make you look like the villain while they played the innocent victim. But they didn't realize something powerful. The moment they opened their mouth against you, they weren't just attacking your name, they were canceling their own invitation to your life. Every rumor they spread was like signing an invisible restraining order with their own hand. Not against you, against themselves. Because when someone lies about someone chosen, aligned and protected, it's not just petty, it's spiritually suicidal. The universe doesn't allow manipulation to sit comfortably next to truth. You didn't remove them. You didn't cut them off. Their own words did the cutting. Their gossip drew the line. Their betrayal sealed the distance. Imagine trying to block someone's blessing and accidentally locking yourself out of the door you were begging to get through. That's what they did. They tried to stain your reputation and ended up staining their own integrity. Now, when they walk into rooms, the air is different. Conversations don't flow the same. People who once laughed with them now look at them with quiet doubt. They can't explain why it's colder, but you can. The energy knows the lie had a price, and they're paying it daily. They thought they were pushing others away from you, but really they were being pushed away from you. That's the divine reversal. The more they talked, the more the universe started repositioning you and removing them. You didn't even have to move. They disconnected themselves. Now every attempt to re-enter your space feels blocked. Not by anger, not by revenge, but by a spiritual force that guards what's sacred. Your energy is no longer available to them, not because you're bitter, but because you're protected. And protection sometimes looks like unexplainable silence and closed doors. They'll never find peace until they tell the truth, because the distance they feel now isn't just physical, it's cosmic. And once you lie on someone chosen, that kind of barrier doesn't lift until the truth is spoken out loud. Number 10, the one they lied to turned into the mirror they can't escape. The lie didn't go unnoticed, it just landed in the lap of someone who sees everything without speaking a word. They thought it slipped by. They figured their version of the story was clever enough, casual enough, twisted just right to avoid suspicion. But they were wrong, dead wrong, because the person they whispered to wasn't some pawn. That person was placed with purpose. They were never just a listener, they were a witness. The universe doesn't waste ears, and it never misplaces eyes. That conversation wasn't hidden. It was recorded in silence, and now it's playing back louder than they ever expected. The person they lied to didn't challenge them. They didn't get into a debate. They simply observed, and what they saw over time shattered the false image that had been painted. They watched you handle pressure with poise. They saw your kindness, your consistency, your refusal to stoop low or seek revenge, and that quiet observer started putting the pieces together. This isn't the villain I was warned about. This is someone different entirely. Imagine trying to frame someone only to have the judge live next door, watching your every move. That's exactly what happened. The person they lied to became the silent judge, not with a gavel, not with an announcement, but with energy, with distance, with changed behavior. They no longer laugh the same with the liar. They no longer look at them with trust. The air has shifted, the room is colder, and the liar feels it. They don't know exactly when it turned, but they know why. The very person they tried to weaponize now quietly favors you, not because of gossip, but because of observation. The lie exposed its own architect. And now, every time they're in the same space, the silence is suffocating. The person they once tried to impress now watches them with quiet disappointment. No words are needed, just that look, that stillness, that pause before a reply. You didn't have to expose them. The universe handed that job to someone else, and now the judgment they fear most is the one they invited with their own mouth. Number 11. They wrote themselves out of your future. Now they're forced to watch it unfold without them. They didn't just burn a bridge, they torched their ticket to the very life they wanted to walk beside. They thought slandering your name would stall your journey, that if they tainted your image, doors would close, people would pull back, and your momentum would crash. But instead, the opposite happened. You kept rising, quietly, cleanly, and now they're trapped in a front row seat of their own punishment, watching everything they were once close to unfold without them. The betrayal wasn't just personal, it was strategic. They tried to assassinate your character to protect their ego, but when they spoke that lie, they didn't just lose your trust, they lost their access. Their invitation to walk with you into the next level was revoked by their own hand. And that loss, it wasn't temporary, it was permanent. Imagine lying about someone, only to realize your lie cost you every future moment beside their glow. That's the reality they live in now. They were supposed to grow with you, but they chose pettiness over purpose. Now they scroll through your progress like a silent spectator, liking in private, lurking from distance, never allowed back in. Not because you're bitter, but because the universe corrected the alignment. They didn't just exit your life, they were removed, and every win you experience cuts them deeper, not because of jealousy alone, but because of what could have been. They remember when they had access to your light, to your thoughts, to your kindness, but that light they tried to dim, it's now blinding from a distance they can't cross again. That's not your doing. That's the consequence of their betrayal. You don't need to clap back. Their punishment is baked into the silence. They talked themselves out of a future that once had their name on it. And now, no matter what room they enter, they'll always be haunted by the one they're no longer welcome in. Yours. Number 12. They thought you were alone, but the truth had eyes they couldn't see. They lied like no one was watching, but someone was. And now that truth is louder than their whisper ever was. They moved in silence, thinking you had no one, no backup, no credibility, no witness to the storm they tried to create around your name. That's what gave them confidence, the illusion that you were isolated, unprotected, invisible. But they made one fatal miscalculation. The truth always has a witness. Always. They assumed your quietness meant you were easy to target, that your humility made you vulnerable. But what they didn't know was that someone had already been watching, quietly, patiently, wisely, not watching for entertainment, but for truth. And as the lie made its way out of their mouth, that observer felt something shift. The story didn't sit right. The delivery was too forced, the energy was off, so they took mental notes and started watching you instead. Imagine trying to bury someone's reputation, and the person you whispered to becomes their silent bodyguard. That's what happened. They thought they were spreading darkness in secret, but light had already entered the room. That one person. They saw you, not just with their eyes, but with their discernment. They watched how you stayed calm when you could have clapped back. They saw how your peace remained intact while your name was under attack. That kind of stillness isn't weakness, it's strength, it's truth, it's character. And that's what made them shift. They didn't confront the liar, they didn't argue, they just moved different, slower replies, cold energy, quiet distance. That's how the liar started to feel the consequences, not through public shaming, but through subtle disconnection. The person they tried to use turned away from them and silently stood by you. And the most powerful part, you may never know how much that witness has done behind the scenes, what doors they opened, what rumors they shut down, what influence they've used to make sure your name stays clean. But their loyalty is real, and the liar knows it. They thought you were alone, but you weren't. The universe made sure someone was in the room, and now that lie, it's being dismantled, one silent truth at a time. Number 13. They can't look at you because you're everything they failed to break. They couldn't stain you, so now your purity stains them. They can't face you, not because you harmed them, but because you didn't. You didn't snap, you didn't stoop, you didn't retaliate. And that, chosen one, is what breaks them. You held your character like a sword, sharp, untouchable, and dignified. While they slung mud, you stayed clean. While they lied to destroy your peace, you moved in silence. Calm, unshaken, pure. That's the part that eats them alive. They tried to bait you into chaos, hoping you'd explode, hoping you'd lash out, hoping you'd tarnish your own name so they wouldn't have to. But you never took the bait. And now every time they see you, thriving, glowing, whole, they're forced to see their own failure staring back at them. You didn't match their shadow. You reflected light, and that light exposed what they tried to keep hidden. Imagine trying to ruin someone's name, and instead watching them become a walking contradiction to every word you spoke. That's what they live with now. The silence you held up like armor became a mirror. It reflected their bitterness, their insecurity, their inability to control you, and that's what keeps them away. Not guilt, shame. Because standing near you means facing the fact that they tried to corrupt something incorruptible and failed. You didn't need to argue. Your consistency did the talking. You didn't need to prove them wrong. Your peace proved it every day. That's why they've disappeared from your circle. Not because you blocked them, but because your energy is too honest to coexist with their lies. They ruined their access. They don't get to sit next to someone they tried to bury. The universe made sure of that. You are the proof that what's pure cannot be polluted. You are the consequence they didn't plan for, the victory they never wanted to witness. Let them watch from the distance. That's not exile, that's judgment, and your presence is the verdict. And chosen one, if this message hit your spirit and confirmed what you've been feeling deep down, then let it be your reminder. You never had to fight dirty to win. The truth stood with you the entire time. And now, they're watching from the sidelines while you rise untouched. If you haven't already, press that like button. It helps push this truth to more souls like you. And if you're still not part of our powerful community, make sure to hit that subscribe button and join the family. Your light is needed here. Stay strong, stay silent, and keep walking in truth. They didn't just lie about you, they rehearsed it like a play, cast themselves as heroes, and fed the world a script soaked in cowardice. But here's the thing about fake stories. They always forget the wind changes. And when it does, all the carefully stacked lies collapse like a house of cards in a hurricane. That's exactly what's happening right now. The storm hit. And guess what? You're still standing. They're not. It's like watching someone spit into the wind. The mess they made is now landing right back on their faces. Every setup they engineered, every lie they whispered into curious ears, is now turning on them like a cornered snake. The tables didn't just turn, they flipped violently. And the spotlight that once made you look guilty is now burning them alive in front of everyone. That's not just justice, that's poetic correction. Let's talk facts for a second. Did you know that most smear campaigns don't survive more than a few seasons before the truth starts leaking out? It's science. People get tired of the same old villain story when the villain keep showing up with integrity, peace, and results. Eventually, even the blindest audience starts asking questions. And those questions? They're loud now. They're echoing. Wait, were we wrong about them this whole time? Yes, chosen one. They were. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribing to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. You've already done your part by surviving it. Now let others see the truth you carried quietly. And thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just a listener, you are part of a force. Let's get back to it. Because this moment, it's bigger than payback. It's your name being cleared, not by a press release or a post, but by reality itself. And when reality speaks, it doesn't need hashtags or headlines. It just needs eyes. And right now, the world is watching. See, this wasn't just a lie, it was a hit job. You were set up in plain sight while the real manipulators smiled for cameras and posted captions about good vibes only. They crafted your downfall like artists of deception, hoping no one would notice the brush strokes. But what they didn't plan for was truth with perfect timing. Truth that walks in late, but always walks in strong. And now it's here. And everyone who clapped when you fell, they're shrinking in their seats. You were never the villain, you were just the mirror, and when people saw themselves reflected in you, it scared them. So instead of healing, they attacked. Instead of admitting their envy, they called it your arrogance. Instead of celebrating your uniqueness, they labeled it too much. But what's too much for small minds is just enough for the universe to use. And now, the same traits they tried to twist are the same traits people are admiring in you. Finally, with clean eyes. The truth breaking now isn't just exposing what they did, it's exposing who they've always been: manipulative, insecure, addicted to control. You didn't just survive their setup, you outlasted their entire illusion. And that makes you dangerous. Not because you fight back with rage, but because you walk forward with calm. Calm kills liars. Calm scares pretenders. Because only those with nothing to hide can remain still when the room gets loud. And let's get real. The people who once looked at you with suspicion are now embarrassed. They believed the lies. They shared them. They nodded when your name came up in gossip. But now they're scrambling to unlink themselves from the mess. Because the curtain's been pulled back, and all that's left behind it is the rotten smell of desperation, fear, and ego. Let this be clear. You didn't have to break the truth wide open. You just had to outlast the lie, and you did. You did it while carrying the weight of silent accusations. You did it while being excluded, judged, and misread. You did it while they laughed, and now they're quiet. Isn't it funny how that works? The same mouths that mocked you can't seem to form words now. That's not coincidence, that's justice. You were framed. They made sure of it. They pulled strings, planted doubts, stirred drama, and threw you into a narrative that never belonged to you. But the universe was watching, not just watching, but documenting every whisper, every fake concern, every silent nod when your name was being destroyed behind closed doors. And now all of it is rising to the surface like oil from muddy water. You were framed, yes, but they forgot that real truth doesn't stay buried. It rises with force. This is where it gets deeper. Some of the very people who helped frame you, they're now pretending to be shocked by the truth. That's how dirty this game was. They didn't just lie, they rehearsed the apology in advance. But the universe isn't fooled. And neither are you. You can see it in their eyes. Panic, guilt, shame. You can hear it in their silence, because now the truth has made you untouchable. You're not just being vindicated, you're being reborn in the eyes of the same people who doubted you. This is bigger than revenge. This is transformation, and it hurts them to watch it, because deep down they know. You were never the problem. You were the proof. Proof that you can't fake energy. Proof that no matter how many lies they throw at a chosen one, the truth finds a way to scream through the cracks. Chosen one, the world is watching. The same people who avoided you when the lies were loud are now lurking to see what happens next. Let them watch. Let them feel it. You owe no explanations, no "I told you so," no performance. Your presence alone is the closure. Your growth is the answer. Your peace is the punishment. So stand tall, speak less, and let the truth keep working. It's not done yet. The final chapters are being written, and they're going to shake every fake foundation they built using your name. The shocking truth has broken, and it didn't just clear your name, it shattered theirs. And the best part? You didn't have to destroy them. Their own lies did the job for you. That's the power of being chosen. You don't fight dirty, you just stay real. And in a world built on fakes, that's the biggest threat of all. And hey, chosen one, if you've made it this far, it means your spirit already knew something wasn't right. And now the truth is finally confirming what your intuition whispered all along. This is no ordinary message. This is a turning point. So before we go any deeper, take a moment to drop the number 777 in the comments, because this truth just set the world on fire, and your story is at the center of it. And if this message is waking something up in you, bless the team behind it with a super thanks. Whether it's a cent or a dollar, you already know. It's not about the number. It's about fueling the mission. These truths are not easy to find, and even harder to speak. But together, we make it louder. Together, we pull the mask off what's been hidden for too long. Now take a deep breath, because what comes next is going to explain why they worked so hard to bury you. Let's break it down, piece by piece. You deserve to hear every part of it. Let's get started. Number 1, they climbed the ladder of lies, using your back as the first step. They didn't just lie on your name, they used it like a platform, then kicked it down once they got the spotlight. This wasn't accidental. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It was war. Silent, calculated war. And their weapon wasn't fists. It was narrative. The enemy knew they couldn't beat your light, so they crafted a shadow big enough to cover you. Piece by piece, they used parts of your story, twisted it just enough to make it look messy, then sold it to the public like they were telling the truth. That's the sickest part. They didn't just lie about you. They built their entire identity on top of you. Let's call it what it is: reputation theft, character assassination disguised as concern, fake victimhood wrapped in polished words and well-timed tears. The audience never questioned it because it was a show. And people love a good show. They used their fake hurt to get attention. They painted you as the storm while they stood in the rain with fake tears, knowing they were the ones who cut the clouds open in the first place. And here's the brutal truth: total lies don't stick. They fall apart too easily. So they laced their story with pieces of your truth, just enough to make it believable. They didn't fabricate a monster, they distorted a human. That's how they fooled even the smartest people around you. That's how they made you look like the problem when you were the only one holding things together. They studied you. They mimicked your emotions. They borrowed your language, then used all of it to build a version of you that would make them look like saints in comparison. But here's what they didn't count on: time, because time doesn't stay loyal to lies. Time slowly eats away at false foundations. Time makes people ask questions. Why is the one they demonized still standing strong? Why is the one they called unstable always calm? Why is the one they said was toxic still walking with peace, while the good ones are getting exposed left and right? That's when the real disgust begins. Not at you, chosen one, at themselves, at the crowd that once laughed at your pain, now realizing they were cheering for your execution and calling it justice. That's why they can't look at you now. It's not guilt, it's shame. They helped build a story that's collapsing in real time, and they know your silence is more powerful than anything they could post, say, or fake now. So yes, they built their reputation on your ruin. They climbed a ladder made from your name, your pain, your silence. But now that ladder is crumbling. Every step they took is breaking beneath them. And you're still standing, because your truth wasn't loud, but it was real. And reality, unlike performance, never needs to beg for attention. Now they're choking on the same story they wrote. That's not karma, that's exposure. That's the universe reminding everyone that nothing built on pain will ever last. Number 2, their accusation was a hidden confession. People don't describe you. They confess who they are when they try to destroy you. They didn't point fingers at you because you did something wrong. They did it because they were guilty and needed someone else to carry their shame. Every time they accused you, they were really talking about themselves. Their lies weren't random. They were personal, and now it's obvious. They exposed themselves through every word they threw at you. Imagine a thief who screams, "That person stole something," just to take attention off their own full pockets. That's what they did to you. They put their mess in your hands and ran away, hoping no one would notice. But the universe is patient, and it watches everything. Now, the truth is playing like a film in front of the same crowd they fooled. And it's ugly. Their own words have become evidence against them. They called you manipulative, while they played everyone like a game. They said you had an attitude, while they were the ones filled with pride. They said you couldn't be trusted, while they were busy backstabbing, lying, and controlling everything behind closed doors. What they said about you wasn't a warning, it was a self-portrait. Here's a fact. When someone constantly accuses you of things that don't match your actions, it's usually because they are the ones doing those things. That's called projection. It's the oldest trick of the guilty. And it worked for a while. People believed them. They looked at you sideways. They backed away without asking questions. But now, the silence is breaking. The truth is loud, and it's shaking the ground under their feet. Imagine this. A person walks around handing out broken mirrors, telling everyone that the cracked reflection is you. But one day, people stop looking at the mirror and start looking at you directly. That's what's happening now. The world is finally seeing you clearly and realizing the mirror was never broken. It was fake. The reason this moment hurts them so badly is because their mask is falling off in front of everyone they tried to impress. They didn't just lie in secret, they lied loudly. They convinced people to turn against you, all while pretending they were the ones being harmed. But guess what? The lie has expired, and the smell of their guilt is filling the room. Why did they come for you so hard? Because you were a threat. Your light made their darkness uncomfortable. Your peace made their drama look obvious. Your honesty made their games impossible to play. They couldn't stand how solid you were, so they tried to break you with lies. The loudest one in the room is usually hiding the most. And they were loud. They made sure everyone heard their version first, hoping to shape the story before truth had a chance to speak. But truth doesn't need to shout, it only needs time. And now it's time. Now people are connecting the dots. The accusations were too detailed, too personal, too sharp. That's not how innocent people talk. That's how guilty people confess through disguise. Every insult they threw your way came from a deep place of fear and jealousy. They didn't see your flaws. They saw your power. And it terrified them. Imagine trying to paint someone as evil while using the same brush you used to hide your own filth. That's what they did. But here's the problem. The paint is peeling, their cover is cracking, and the face behind the mask is not pretty. What they say about you says more about them than it ever did about you. Chosen one, don't doubt yourself now. You were right to stay calm. You were right to say less and move smart, because now the spotlight is turning and it's showing every dirty move they made behind your back. They thought they were building your downfall, but they were building their own exposure. They didn't frame you to protect the truth. They framed you to protect their secrets. But secrets don't stay buried forever. The deeper they bury them, the louder they come back when they rise. And right now, the noise is deafening. People around them are shocked, not because they didn't see the signs, but because they chose to look away. Now they can't. Now the truth is in their faces, and it's disgusting. Not just what was done to you, but who did it, and how far they went to make sure it worked. When the mask slips, the whole story changes. And that's where we are now. The story has flipped. You're no longer the target. You're the truth bearer. And the ones who once clapped for your fall, they're quiet, ashamed. Some of them are even afraid, because they took part in your pain. And now they're watching the liar melt in front of them. So what do you do now? Nothing. You don't have to explain. You don't have to defend. The truth is doing that for you, loudly, brutally, and beautifully. You don't need revenge. You don't need a stage. You already won. Not because they admitted it, but because they exposed themselves trying to hide it. The truth doesn't need a defense. It just needs time. And your time just arrived. Let them deal with the guilt. Let them drown in their own confusion. Let them sit with the shame of knowing they accused an innocent soul just to protect their dirty hands. The frame they tried to trap you in, it's become a mirror, and what they see now is themselves. Number 3, they cast you as the villain to escape their own reflection. They didn't need you to be bad, they just needed someone else to carry the guilt they refused to own. They didn't ruin your name out of hate, they did it to breathe easier. You were never the problem, you were just in the way of their illusion. Their guilt was burning a hole in their chest, and instead of facing it, they wrapped it in your image and passed it off as your fault. That's why they needed you to be the villain. Not because you were, but because they couldn't face what they really were. Imagine someone spilling red paint on their white shirt, then blaming you for bleeding on them. That's what this was. They were the mess, but they used your name to clean their conscience. They couldn't carry the truth about what they did. So, they told lies about who you are. And for a while, people believed it, because it was easier to digest a villain story than to accept that a kind, calm, quiet soul was being punished for nothing. They said you changed, they said you were unstable, but what they really meant was, we're scared people will find out what we did. They turned your growth into a threat. They twisted your silence into arrogance. They labeled your boundaries as betrayal, and all of it, every word, was a mirror they couldn't stand to look into. Here's the thing, they didn't destroy your image to hurt you. They did it to survive. Rewriting the past was their sedative. Lying about you was how they slept at night. But lies have side effects, and now those same bedtime stories are haunting them. People are starting to see it. The cracks don't lie. And suddenly, the unstable villain is the only one not shaking. The real disgust, it's not just for them, it's in the hearts of those who watched, nodded, and stayed quiet, because deep down they knew. You didn't fall, you were pushed, and now the one they painted as a monster is the only one standing in peace. Number 4. You were the trap that revealed their true nature. They didn't change, they just ran out of excuses to pretend they were loyal. This wasn't some accident. You were placed in that storm for a reason. The setup wasn't about breaking you, it was about exposing them. You were the trigger that revealed their real character. You were the test, and they failed it before the first question was even asked. That moment you were framed, the masks started falling off like dead skin. No warning, no grace, just raw exposure. Imagine a fire alarm going off in a crowded room, not because there's smoke, but to see who runs, who freezes, and who tries to shove others down to get out first. That's what your crisis did. It didn't burn the building, it revealed the people inside it. Suddenly, the smiles vanished. The support turned quiet, and those who called you family started whispering like strangers in the dark. It wasn't about who stood beside you when things were perfect. It was about who vanished when things looked ugly. That's when the truth came out. Some laughed behind closed doors. Some stayed silent, thinking silence was safety. Others acted like they cared while secretly feeding the flames. And now they're exposed. Because when loyalty costs nothing, everyone looks loyal. But when it costs you something, that's when you see who's real. You didn't lose them, they lost the mask. Every rumor, every fake smile, every sudden shift in energy was a scan of their soul. They thought they were watching your downfall, but they were just revealing themselves. Your pain became a spotlight, and they stood in it without even realizing their shadows were showing. Now, the shame is thick in the air, not because of anything you did, but because they saw who they became when tested. The disgust they feel isn't about you. It's the sour taste of betrayal sitting in their own mouths. And it doesn't wash away easy, because now every time they look at you, they remember what they didn't do when it mattered. Number 5. The frame. Separated the real from the rotten. When the truth went silent, their energy spoke louder than words, and some of them screamed betrayal without saying a thing. This wasn't just a setup, it was a signal test. The moment your name was thrown into the fire, the universe was listening, watching, and measuring, not to see who clapped, but to see who flinched, who stood still, and who exposed their own frequency. This wasn't just about lies, it was about alignment. Who did their energy connect with when the facts were still hidden? The truth or the drama? Imagine a radio playing static, and only those tuned in to the right frequency could hear the real message. That's what happened when the smear campaign hit. Some tuned straight into the gossip station. Loud, messy, destructive. Others turned down the volume and waited quietly, trusting what they felt over what they heard. That feeling, that was truth calling, and only a few had the spirit to answer. Energy never lies, people do. The ones who believed the worst about you didn't just get it wrong. They exposed what they vibrate with. They weren't fooled. They aligned with deception because that's where their spirit lives. Low energy attracts low truths. The drama wasn't a detour, it was their destination. They didn't fall for the lie, they followed it. But those who stayed still, the ones who didn't jump on the bandwagon, who held their tongue, who felt something was off, those souls vibrate higher. They may not have had proof, but they had discernment. And that's the rarest loyalty of all, the kind that doesn't wait for the world to approve it. Your test exposed their true vibration. This frame didn't break you, it sorted the room. The universe used it to classify everything: who's real, who's rotten, who's resonating with truth, and who only moves when lies feel familiar. And now, the ones who moved against you are sinking under the same weight they once tried to place on your shoulders. Low energy can't stand when the truth rises, and that's exactly what's happening now. Number 6, you won because you endured what they couldn't survive. You didn't defend yourself, you outlasted them, and that silence they mocked became the loudest proof of all. They were waiting for you to break. They wanted a reaction, a meltdown, a moment they could point to and say, "See, we told you they were unstable, but you didn't give it to them. You didn't shout, you didn't chase validation. You let the clock do the talking. That's what burned them the most, your refusal to dance in their chaos. Because when lies make noise, silence becomes sacred. Imagine being accused of crimes you never committed, and instead of begging for mercy, you just stand tall, calm, still, steady. That's what you did. And the world mistook your composure for guilt, not realizing it was strength. The universe was documenting the whole thing, writing a silent report on your patience while they screamed for attention. You didn't fight dirty because you weren't built from dirt. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was strategy. Every time you didn't answer, you exposed their desperation. Every insult you ignored became another nail in the coffin of their credibility. You didn't need to defend yourself. Your character was already doing it for you. They thought endurance meant submission, but it was actually mastery, emotional, mental, and spiritual mastery. You were walking proof that truth doesn't need to sprint, it just needs to keep walking. And that's what drove them mad. You didn't play their game, you stayed above it. You didn't argue, you evolved. While they wasted energy building lies, you conserved yours and built peace. And now, the tables have flipped. Their stories are falling apart, while your calm is aging like evidence, clear, undeniable, and impossible to argue with. Time protects the innocent, but it destroys the liar. That's why your endurance mattered. You didn't survive the frame, you outlasted it. You stood there, unmoved, while their mask slipped under the pressure of their own noise. And now, everyone can see who had true strength all along: you. Number 7. Their lies decayed into radioactive evidence. The lie didn't vanish. It mutated, leaked, and poisoned everything they touched. They thought they could keep it hidden, thought the lie would sit quietly in the dark, untouched and forgotten. But lies don't rest, they rot. They don't vanish, they evolve into something worse. And the one they built around you? That lie, aged like toxic waste. It seeped into everything they tried to protect. Their reputation, their relationships, their public image. What started as whispers turned into fumes that now choke even the people who once believed them. Imagine sealing poison in a glass jar and thinking it'll stay contained forever. Eventually, the pressure builds, the cracks form, and one day it bursts, spreading the very thing they swore they could control. That's what's happening now. Their story is breaking down. Their version is falling apart. The lie has outlived its shelf life, and the smell is unbearable. Deception demands maintenance. Truth needs none. They had to keep patching the story, keep retelling it, keep performing. One detail off, and the whole thing shook. Their voice changed. Their eyes darted. The same words that once earned them sympathy now sound scripted, hollow. And the people around them? They feel it. Something's off. The vibe shifted. That gut feeling isn't confusion, it's realization. We were played, and now the damage is showing. Their charisma, gone. Their polish, peeled. The charm they used to distract doesn't work anymore. All that's left is a timeline of contradictions and a mouthful of excuses. What used to be seen as confidence now looks like cover-up. What used to feel like concern now reeks of control. Lies don't die quietly. They expose the liar on their way out. Their words didn't fade. They fossilized. Every false claim they made about you is now being replayed, rewatched, reread by the very people they tried to impress. And this time, those words don't sound brave. They sound like confession. That's the pain they can't escape now, because it's not just that they lied, it's that they lived in that lie so long. It became their entire identity, and now the mask is glued on and cracking badly. Number 8. They buried you in shame, not knowing it would shine back on them. They tried to hide you in disgrace, but the truth used that same dirt to polish your name. They thought you were done, thought covering you in shame would erase you, humiliate you, make people forget you ever stood for anything. But what they didn't know, what they never saw coming, is that the shame wasn't your ending. It was your armor. You weren't buried. You were planted. Imagine a spotlight turning away from you and lighting up everyone else on the stage. Suddenly, they perform, loud, flashy, hungry for praise. And you're off stage, silent, forgotten. But here's the twist. The light wasn't gone. It was preparing. because when the truth shows up, it needs the noise to settle. And now the noise is quiet. The crowd is watching again, and you're still here, stronger, wiser, and glowing in a way that doesn't need applause. Your shame didn't break you. It became the filter that revealed everyone else's truth. They used your silence as a stage. They saw your absence as permission, and in your stillness they exposed themselves. Every fake, humble speech, every show of compassion, every post, every quote, every sideways glance, all of it was a performance, and the universe caught it in real time. They weren't rising, they were reflecting. Off your name, off your absence, off the lie they helped spread. Their glow wasn't real. It was your downfall casting light onto their empty selves. But now that the cloud is clearing, guess what's left? Not their performance, not their fake virtue, just you, clear, unshaken, clean. Sometimes the universe hides you, not to punish, but to protect the light until the shadows burn themselves out. Chosen one, your silence was never weakness. It was strategy. It was protection. And now, that shame they threw on you like dirt has turned to gold. The crown they fought for is crumbling in their hands. And yours? It's being forged from every lie they spoke, every time they laughed, every moment they doubted you. They thought shame would be your cage. Instead, it became their mirror, and now the light isn't just exposing them, it's choosing you. Number 9, they tried to erase you, but the universe was etching your name in stone. While they dragged your name through the mud, the universe was carving it into legacy. They thought they were destroying you, thought if they shouted loud enough, the world would forget who you really were. But what they didn't realize is this: every lie, every smear, every public stab in the back was being recorded. Not as shame, but as evidence. Not evidence of guilt, but proof of endurance. While they were trying to bury you in disgrace, the universe was building you a throne in silence. Imagine a courtroom where only one side is allowed to speak. Loud, reckless, emotional. But in the background, a quiet scribe writes every word, every pause, every contradiction. That scribe, that was the universe. And while the world debated your worth, truth wasn't debating at all. It was collecting receipts. They thought they were writing your ending. Turns out they were writing your qualifications. You didn't just stay quiet because you were tired. You stayed quiet because you knew truth has its own timing. Knew peace speaks louder than panic. Knew that storms don't scare those who are the storm. You weren't cleared in the end. You were crowned because the story they built to destroy you ended up proving your strength in ways even you didn't see coming. They were gaining sympathy. You were gaining rank. They were busy harvesting gossip. You were growing roots. That's why the comeback hits harder, because it wasn't rushed. It was cultivated. Your rise is not loud. It's undeniable. They didn't just fail to destroy you. They accidentally made you unforgettable. Scandal didn't cancel your name. It certified it. Now the light is shifting, and as it does, people are realizing that the one they were told to doubt was the only one walking in integrity, the only one who didn't crack, the only one who stayed real through the fire. You were framed, yes, but that frame became the border of a much bigger picture, and now the full image is finally showing, and it's royalty. Number 10, they fought with illusions because the truth was too heavy. When proof stood too tall for them to fight, they threw shadows instead. They knew they couldn't touch the facts. So they went after something softer, something easier to bend. How people see you. That's how cowards fight. They don't come with evidence. They come with whispers, raised eyebrows, and suggestive looks. They shape perception like clay, because proof is too hard for their shaky hands to hold. They couldn't prove a thing, so they built an illusion and fed it to the crowd like candy. Sweet on the outside, poison at the core. They repeated the lie enough times that people stopped asking questions. That's how manipulation works. If it feels true, it doesn't have to be true. And they banked on that. They figured if they said it long enough, you'd break before the truth could breathe. They couldn't destroy you, so they distorted you. But here's what they didn't calculate: your consistency. You didn't panic. You didn't chase approval. You didn't crack under pressure. That's what scared them, because while they were performing, you were being. While they were adjusting their story, you were holding your truth. And the longer that contrast lived, the more obvious it became. Imagine trying to throw paint on a wall every day, hoping it covers the writing beneath it, only for the words to bleed through stronger each time. That's what your truth did. It didn't fade. It fought back with silence, with grace, with time. And now those same lies they crafted so carefully are collapsing like cheap stage props. Their voice wavers, their story shifts. People are starting to say, something's not right here. Perception is loud, but proof is eternal. They tried to bury your name under public opinion, but opinions blow with the wind. The truth stands like stone. And now, it's their fear showing, because what they dreaded most wasn't your words, it was your existence. You are the proof they couldn't erase, the consistency they couldn't mimic, and the mirror they couldn't stand to face. They didn't lose to your defense, they lost to your unshakable presence. Number 11. The frame was the stage where they unmasked themselves. They handed you the script for your downfall, not knowing it would play out as their confession. They thought they were building a spectacle to shame you. Every word they spread, every accusation they hurled, every alliance they formed in the dark, it was all part of their performance. But here's the twist they never saw coming. The spotlight they aimed at your flaws ended up revealing their own rot. The frame wasn't your trap, it was their stage, and they performed a little too well. Imagine someone digging a pit for you, decorating it, setting the lights, gathering an audience, only to fall into it themselves in the final act. That's what happened here. Their entire campaign to expose you became a mirror that showed the crowd their own ugliness, their cruelty, their insecurity, their obsession with bringing someone down just to feel taller. Every lie they told became a breadcrumb trail back to their own shame. And when truth showed up, it didn't roar. It whispered. It came through subtle cracks, mismatched stories, fake smiles falling out of sync, timelines that stopped making sense. People started noticing. The stories stopped holding weight. And one by one, those who clapped for your fall started clenching their stomachs in regret. Because deep down, they know they weren't just watching your setup, they were cheering for it. But you never shouted, you never stooped, you stayed grounded, and that silence, that was the loudest move you made. While they kept trying to twist the plot, the universe just kept pressing record. And now, their own words play back like evidence. Their performance has ended, the masks have melted, and the faces they tried to protect are exposed, raw, and stained. They tried to frame you as the problem, but framed themselves as the proof. You didn't just survive the trap, you transcended it. What was meant to crush your name ended up clearing it, and what was designed to elevate theirs has burned their false image to ash. They thought this was about you, and it never was. It was always about them, and now everyone sees it. Number 12. They tried to silence you because your truth was loud without speaking. The moment they couldn't control you, they called you dangerous, not because you were wrong, but because you were real. You weren't framed because you slipped up. You were framed because you stood out. Your presence made insecure people itch. You didn't beg for attention, but it followed you anyway. You didn't play the politics, but people still listened when you spoke, and that scared them deeply. You were too stable, too focused, too unreachable for their games, so they did what small minds always do when faced with something they can't control. They tried to ruin it. Weak people don't get framed. Irrelevant people don't get targeted. You were marked because you made them feel invisible. You showed up with truth in a room full of illusion, and suddenly their masks started slipping. That's when the fear kicked in. They didn't fear what you did. They feared what you represented. A standard, a contrast, a reflection of everything they were faking. They didn't hate you for being wrong. They hated you for being undeniable. They didn't need the world to hate you. They just needed it to question you. Because doubt is quiet poison. It spreads slowly, infects everything. They whispered just enough to cloud your image, hoping people would pull back before they got close enough to see your real light. But here's the punchline. The more they tried to dim you, the brighter you burned. And now, their fear has become exposure. Their alliances are cracking. The ones who stood with them are backing away. Their false confidence has turned into paranoia. Meanwhile, you're still standing, calm, unbothered, clean. You didn't clap back. You didn't fight dirty. You let the truth walk in slowly, and now it's tearing their version apart. They framed you to stop your rise. Instead, they made you unforgettable. You weren't framed because you failed. You were framed because they did. They couldn't copy your strength, so they tried to call it arrogance. They couldn't match your peace, so they labeled it cold. But every accusation became a spotlight. And now the world sees what they tried to erase. You weren't the threat they painted. You were the truth they couldn't bury. Number 13. They don't just feel sorry. Their spirit can't stomach the truth anymore. It's not just guilt. It's energy rejection. Their body knows what their mouth won't say. You were never the problem. This isn't about apologies anymore. This isn't even about feelings. What's happening now is deeper. It's energetic. The shift in the air? That's not imagination. That's truth showing up and choking out every lie that was once comfortably floating in the room. People aren't just emotionally disturbed. They're spiritually nauseous. And the ones who once defended your accusers? They can barely sit in the same space with them now. Their bodies know what their minds are still catching up to. Imagine walking into a room where everything looks fine, but something feels wrong. That feeling in the gut, that pressure in the chest, that sudden need to step back. That's energy correcting the space. That's the atmosphere rejecting what doesn't belong. And right now, the ones who mocked you, the ones who stayed silent, and the ones who helped spread the lie, they're feeling it. Not because you demanded anything, but because truth demands alignment. People lie with words, but energy tells the real story. They can't look you in the eye. They don't know why they feel anxious around your name. It's not regret, it's resonance collapse. Their vibration no longer matches what they once defended. And the truth? It's no longer whispering. It's echoing through their spirit, reminding them that they clapped for a lie and ignored what was real. This is what exposure feels like on a soul level. It's not rage, it's rearrangement. The guilty feel heavy, the fake feels seen, the proud now feel sick. And it's not because you changed, It's because the fog around your name lifted, and now your presence feels too pure for their contaminated spirit to handle. You didn't need revenge. The truth changed the entire atmosphere. Apologies, they don't matter now. The energy already spoke. Your name, once dragged through the mud, now floats above it, untouchable. The disgust they feel isn't about you. It's about themselves. And no amount of pretending can mute that spiritual recoil. Truth didn't just win, it rewired the whole room. Number 14, you didn't just make it through, you became the standard for real justice. They tried to end you publicly, not knowing the universe was using you to redefine what justice really looks like. This wasn't just survival, this was transformation. They set the stage for your humiliation, thinking they were writing your final chapter, but instead they created a courtroom, and the universe used your calm, your silence, and your strength as undeniable proof. You didn't scream for fairness. You became the evidence. You didn't throw dirt back. You let their lies bury themselves. Imagine someone throwing fire at you, and instead of burning, you absorb the heat and turn it into light. That's what happened. You didn't retaliate. You radiated, and while they were busy plotting your fall, the universe was shifting every single piece into alignment. What was meant to disgrace you only gave truth more room to speak. You didn't fight for justice. You revealed what justice looks like when it's built on truth, not ego. While they got louder, you got quieter. And in that silence, something powerful happened. The lie fell apart by itself. The rumors folded under their own weight. And your patience, the very thing they mocked, became the gavel that slammed down with finality. Not in anger, not in revenge, but in perfect alignment. Now look around. The ones who built stories are trapped inside them. The ones who stayed clean are rising without effort. That's not revenge, that's real justice. It's not about punishing the guilty. It's about exposing the lie and elevating the truth without ever stepping out of character. You didn't survive the frame. You turned it into the foundation of your throne. Every insult became a badge. Every smear became a spark. And every attempt to silence you only made the truth louder. You didn't just walk away with your name cleared. You walked away with your power multiplied. They gave you their worst, and the universe turned it into a masterclass in endurance, alignment, and quiet, brutal redemption. And now the world sees real justice doesn't yell. It arrives. And that's how the story flipped, not in noise, but in truth. You weren't erased. You were revealed. Let this message remind you that endurance is power and silence is strategy. If this truth hit your soul today, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're not part of our growing family yet, make sure to subscribe right now. Because chosen ones like you deserve messages that cut through the noise. Your presence matters. Your truth matters. And this is just the beginning. Stay sharp, stay free, stay chosen. Every fool who follows hate ends up digging their own grave, but they don't realize it until they're already buried. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A crowd laughing together, proud of their plan, confident they're winning. They're so sure they're clever that they don't even notice they're walking right into a pit. A trap they built for you, but they fall into it themselves. That's how the universe works. When people move from jealousy instead of reason, their destruction starts the moment they act. Studies in group psychology even prove it. When people unite through hate, their brain activity drops in areas of logic and empathy. They stop thinking. They follow emotions, not truth. And that's what happened here. A group so blinded by pride that they followed a lunatic straight into their own downfall. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. You could have been anywhere, but you're right here listening to what was meant for you. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this truth to more souls, because it's our duty to bring awareness to those still in the dark. Thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are not just watching, you are part of a force. Now let's get back to it. This story isn't just gossip. It's a mirror of how people destroy themselves when they move against someone the universe protects. A group of people thought they were smart, but what they really did was expose their weakness. They followed a person who looked bold but was actually broken inside, someone who needed control because they had none. These followers didn't think. They didn't ask questions. They just obeyed. And all it took was one bad step from their leader for the whole tower to collapse. These people thought power came from numbers, but power without truth always burns itself out. They came together out of hate, and hate has an expiration date. You can't build loyalty out of envy. When they realized that, it was too late. Their little army turned into chaos. The same mouths that shouted against you are now shouting against each other. That's how the universe balances the scale, not with thunder, but with silence and exposure. Chosen one, you didn't even need to lift a hand. You were quiet, and that quiet scared them. You didn't fight back, and that silence became their punishment. It's funny how noise always defeats itself. It starts loud, but ends with nothing but regret. They wanted to see you fall, but the only thing that fell was their mask. The one they worshipped turned out to be unstable, manipulative, and reckless. And now everyone who followed them looks just as foolish. There's a reason this always happens. Energy moves in circles. What you send out eventually returns, multiplied. They thought they were throwing stones at you, but those stones were orbiting, waiting to come back. Every lie, every insult, every plan, it all circled back to them like a boomerang. That's universal law. That's why the universe doesn't need to punish. It only needs to reflect. The truth is, they didn't lose because of you. They lost because of what they carried inside: jealousy, ego, and the need to be seen. You didn't ruin them, their own choices did. When they attacked you, they thought they were fighting a person. They didn't realize they were fighting alignment, peace, and truth itself. You can't win against that. You can only break yourself trying. And now, look at you. Calm, grounded, still rising. You stayed silent while they burned themselves out. You didn't chase revenge. You stayed focused on your path. That's what separates you from them. While they followed a voice filled with hate, you followed your intuition. While they were laughing in groups, you were healing in silence. And that silence built strength they could never understand. You see, the universe doesn't reward noise, it rewards growth. It protects those who work on themselves, who stay humble even when they're wronged. That's why everything turned, because you evolved while they decayed. They let hate lead them, and hate always leads straight to self-destruction. You let wisdom guide you, and wisdom always leads to peace. So don't be surprised when you start hearing that they're turning on each other now. Don't be shocked when they start exposing their leader or blaming one another. That's what always happens when lies lose their power. Truth makes them eat each other alive. And the best part? You won without ever fighting. You didn't even have to prove anything. The universe proved it for you. They called you weak, but you outlasted them. They laughed at you, but now they're silent. They thought your calm was fear. It was control. and now they sit in the ruins of their own stupidity, realizing they followed a fool. They thought you were the target, but you were the test, and they failed it completely. So remember this, chosen one, don't ever argue with fools. Just watch how they destroy themselves trying to touch you. The universe saw everything. You didn't have to clap back because truth doesn't shout, it reveals. And it already did. And listen closely, chosen one. This was just the opening act, the surface of a much deeper story. What you've just heard is the tip of the iceberg, but beneath it lies the full breakdown of how this group went from feeling powerful to looking absolutely pitiful. So stick with me, because what comes next will not only confirm everything you've sensed, but give you the language to finally describe it. If you've ever felt confused about why people gang up on one person without a clear reason, this will hit home. Drop a comment below with the number 77 if you're ready to witness how stupidity fueled by jealousy always ends in self-destruction. And if you feel called to help keep this mission going, a super thanks helps our team deliver these truths to more souls who've been gaslit, attacked, and underestimated just like you. And now, let's dive into it, step by step, and trust me, if you really are a true chosen one, you won't want to look away. The deeper we go, the more you'll understand why they're mad. But you're free. Let's get started. Number 1. The lunatic they crowned as a leader. You don't fall because of your enemies. You fall because of the fools you called your army. Chosen one, let's call it what it is. They crowned a clown and called it a king. And now they're choking on the smoke of a fire they started themselves. That's what happens when people trade truth for drama, guidance for gossip, and leadership for lunacy. They didn't follow this person because they believed in them. They followed them because that person hated you. And hate was all they needed. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A crowd of grown adults rallying behind someone whose only qualification was bitterness. No plan, no purpose, no vision, just loud opinions, wild energy, and a fake confidence that made weak people feel strong for a moment. They didn't even care what direction they were going in, as long as it wasn't your direction. But here's the twist. You weren't even paying them attention. You were focused on your path, walking in silence, and they still couldn't take it. That's what made them dangerous and pathetic. Research in group psychology shows this clearly. People are more likely to follow a loud leader in times of uncertainty, even if that leader is clearly unstable. It's called emotional contagion. The more dramatic someone is, the more they infect the weak-minded with false confidence. That's exactly what happened here. They didn't see a leader. They saw someone who gave them permission to be messy, someone who made hate feel like a mission. But leadership without purpose is poison, and now the poison has spread back to the source. These people were so busy clapping for their ringleader, they never realized they were dancing at their own funeral. And chosen one, don't underestimate what that says about you. You were so powerful in silence that they had to build an entire movement against you. Think about that. Your growth, your light, your mind, it shook people to their core. And instead of asking, "What can I learn?" they asked, "Who can help me destroy them?" That's not strength, that's fear in disguise. But the universe saw it all. And the universe gave them enough rope to hang their entire plan. They crowned a lunatic because they couldn't handle your peace. That's what happens when you trigger people's insecurities. They don't heal, they attack. They don't reflect, they recruit. They look for someone just as broken as them to lead the charge. This so-called leader, this puppet master, was never stable. Look at their history, a trail of burned bridges, broken relationships, messy patterns. But they made noise, and that's all the lost ones needed. A distraction, a fire to warm their cold hearts. But that fire turned into an inferno, and now they're the ones getting scorched. You ever notice how empires built on jealousy always collapse the loudest? That's because there's no foundation, just echoes, and now those echoes are eating them alive. Think of real leaders, the ones who stood alone first. Nelson Mandela, targeted by systems of hate but never turned bitter. Rosa Parks, quiet but unshakable. Even Steve Jobs, cast out of the company he built, only to return and rebuild it better. They didn't build their power by pointing fingers. They built it by doing the work, by thinking deeper, rising higher, and speaking only when needed. That's what you've been doing, chosen one. You've been working in silence, healing in the dark, building without applause, and they couldn't stand it. So they turned to a false leader, one who shouted instead of showed, one who barked instead of built. And now, the show's over. They're sitting in the ashes, wondering how it all went wrong. But deep down, they know. They crowned a clown, and now the circus has come to collect. And maybe you're wondering, why didn't anyone see through it sooner? Why did they fall for the lies? Why was it so easy for this lunatic to gather a following? Because most people don't want truth, they want comfort. And if someone says, hate this person, it'll make you feel better, they'll believe it. Not because it's right, but because it's easy. But you didn't choose easy. You chose growth. You chose isolation. You chose to stay quiet when you could have gone to war. That's power. That's royalty. That's what real leaders do. They let the clowns perform while they build legacy. So let them be mad, chosen one. Let them tear each other apart now that the mask has slipped. Let them whisper about how stupid they feel for following a ticking time bomb. You don't need to speak on it. Your life speaks for itself. Your peace speaks for itself. Your glow speaks louder than their drama ever could. They made a choice, and now they're paying full price. You were the target, but now you're the trophy. They wanted to break you, but they ended up breaking their own mirrors. And here's the beauty of it. You never had to play dirty. You never had to scheme. You just stayed true. And now you get to watch them learn the lesson you didn't even have to teach. Let this be a reminder, chosen one. The louder they are, the more empty they usually feel inside. They can scream your name, but they'll never touch your destiny. And as for that leader they followed, they're nothing more than a symbol of what happens when desperation pretends to be direction. So stand tall, let them feel every ounce of regret, let the silence stretch. They can't undo what they've done. They crowned chaos, and now they have to kneel to the consequences. This is your season of quiet revenge, and the most powerful revenge is always this. You became everything they said you'd never be, without becoming anything like them. Number 2. Followers without vision always walk into fire. Following the wrong person doesn't make you loyal. It just makes you lost. Chosen one, let's make one thing clear. People didn't follow this lunatic because they believed in their vision. They followed because they had none of their own. And now, every single one of them is learning what happens when you let noise guide your steps instead of truth. They followed a spark that promised fire, but they never stopped to ask where that fire was leading. Turns out it was right into a pit, and now they're burning in the very flame they once cheered for. Now imagine this, chosen one, A hallway full of smoke, alarm bells ringing, and a single voice yelling, "This way!" Dozens of people run toward that voice, not realizing it's the one that lit the match in the first place. That's what just happened. A group of people, desperate to belong, followed the loudest person in the room without asking why. They moved like shadows behind a bigger shadow, and now they're standing in the fire, asking how it happened. But you already know, because you saw it coming the whole time. There's a scientific term for this. It's called herd mentality, the instinct where people follow the group, even when the group is clearly wrong. Psychologists have proven this over and over. When people feel unsure, they copy whoever speaks the loudest, not the one who makes the most sense. Especially when emotions like jealousy or fear are involved, critical thinking shuts down. That's why cults form. That's how entire nations fall. And that's exactly what happened to this group. They weren't chasing justice. They weren't even chasing truth. They were chasing revenge that didn't belong to them, led by someone who had no idea where they were going. They just didn't want to be the outsider, so they fell in line. And every step they took, trying to target you, was a step away from their own peace. But you didn't follow, chosen one. You didn't need a crowd to feel strong. You didn't need to echo someone else's hate to feel heard. You stood alone, quiet, unbothered. And that silence is what exposed all of them. Because when truth is still, lies get louder. And the more they tried to scream, the more they revealed who they really were, lost, insecure, and led by fear. Let's go even deeper. You ever wonder why people are quick to gang up on one person, even if that person hasn't done anything wrong? It's because the average person would rather be accepted than be right. They'll follow the devil if it means they don't have to stand alone. That's why they target chosen ones. Because your peace makes them uncomfortable. Your independence reminds them that they never developed one. Your silence shines a spotlight on the fact that they've built their identity around noise. Think about historical moments. How many innocent people were crucified by crowds who just followed orders? From Galileo being mocked for speaking truth about the stars, to Malcolm X being demonized for warning the world too early. People have always feared the individual who stands alone more than the mob that screams nonsense. That's because mobs feel safe. But safe doesn't mean smart. Safe doesn't mean right. And now, this mob has found that out the hard way. The same group that once laughed together is now sitting in confusion, blaming each other. Why did we do that? Why didn't we see it? How did we end up here? Because they never asked real questions. They just followed. And now, the fire they ran into is showing them everything they tried to ignore. You don't get to blame the leader when you chose to follow blindly. That's what the universe is teaching them right now. Being manipulated isn't an excuse when you ignored every red flag because you didn't want to think for yourself. They saw the instability, they saw the drama, they saw the lies, but they ignored it all because it made them feel included. That was the price, and now they're paying in full. And here you are, chosen one, untouched, unmoved, unburned. Because you didn't chase acceptance, you chose clarity. You listened to your intuition, and that inner voice was louder than their leaders shouting. That's what sets you apart. You don't follow the noise, you follow alignment. You don't need someone to think for you. You've trained yourself to discern truth in silence. That's why you're protected. That's why nothing touched you. That's why they're spiraling and you're soaring. People don't realize how dangerous it is to be directionless. When you don't have a vision, you'll follow anyone with one, even if it leads to your own destruction. That's why the chosen ones are so misunderstood. You don't just walk alone. You think for yourself. And in a world full of sheep, that's threatening. But it's also powerful. Because when the fire breaks out, you're not in the crowd. You're already 10 steps ahead, watching the smoke rise from a safe distance. Let's be honest, most of them weren't even mad at you. They were mad at how you made them feel. You reminded them of what they could have been. You reflected back everything they gave up on: peace, discipline, purpose. And instead of going inward, they ran outward, clinging to the first fool that said, "Follow me." That's not your fault. That's not your burden. That's their choice. And now, that choice is crashing in on them like a wave they can't escape. So let them burn. Let the smoke rise. Let the crowd fall apart one by one, because the universe has a perfect way of showing people who they are, not by yelling at them, but by giving them exactly what they asked for. They asked for drama. They got destruction. They asked for attention. They got exposure. And you asked for peace and received protection. You are the proof that power doesn't come from followers. It comes from foresight, from silence, from choosing not to move when everyone else is rushing off a cliff. You were mocked for walking slow, but now you're the only one who's still standing. That's not luck. That's alignment. So next time someone questions why you don't follow the crowd, why you always seem to be alone, remind them of this. The fire always starts with the crowd, and real leaders don't run with smoke. They walk with clarity, alone if they have to. Because being alone and safe is better than being popular and burnt. Let them figure that out the hard way. You already did the work, and now the fire's behind you. Let them walk into it. Number 3, they hated you more than they respected themselves. They weren't loyal to each other. They were loyal to their hate for you. Chosen one, understand this. You were never the problem. You were the mirror, and what they saw in that mirror, your peace, your focus, your growth, exposed everything they hated about themselves. That's why they came together. Not because they believed in their leader, not because they were strong, but because their bitterness found a common target: you. Their loyalty didn't come from love or respect. It came from a shared obsession with tearing down what they could never become. They didn't follow that so-called leader because they admired them. They followed them because that leader was the only one bold enough to say the things they were too scared to say out loud. Their connection wasn't real. It was stitched together with jealousy, fueled by gossip, and held together by weak egos looking for someone to blame for their own failures. They weren't building anything. They were running from their own emptiness. And your presence made that void impossible to ignore. And here's what truly broke them. You didn't respond. You didn't stoop down. You didn't even blink. You stayed focused. That quiet restraint, that's what hurt them the most, because people like that survive off chaos. And when you didn't give them any, they started turning on each other. That's what hate does. It rots the container it's carried in. And now they're choking on the venom they once tried to spit at you. You may ask, why me? Why does your peace disturb them? Why does your energy trigger their worst parts? The answer is simple. You refused to lower your frequency. You didn't shrink. You didn't fake it to fit in. You stayed grounded while they were drowning in confusion. The universe built you for solitude, for purpose. That's why you walk alone, because your elevation demands separation. And now look. While they obsess over your every move, the universe is handing you new levels, new blessings, new peace. They tried to destroy you because they couldn't distract you, and now they're left with nothing but each other, and not even that's holding together anymore. Let them fall apart. You've already won. Number 4. The domino effect of their own ignorance. When you build a house out of lies, don't act surprised when the wind blows it down. Chosen one, you didn't have to lift a single finger. Their own ignorance pressed the first domino. From that moment, everything they built on gossip, jealousy, and illusion began collapsing piece by piece. One lie turned into another, one rumor into chaos, and soon their little empire of hate began eating itself alive. That's the beauty of karma. It doesn't rush, it aligns. It waits until every domino is perfectly placed, and then, click, the chain reaction begins. Now imagine this, chosen one, a line of dominoes stretching across a table, each piece standing tall, pretending to have balance. But one wrong move, one false step, and the entire setup collapses. That's exactly what happened when their leader slipped. The same people who clapped for every lie suddenly panicked, realizing that their loyalty was about to cost them everything. But by then, it was too late. They were already falling, one after another, swallowed by the same darkness they sent your way. And here's what's powerful. The universe didn't even have to punish them. It simply reflected them. The same energy they used to destroy others came back with interest. That's not cruelty, that's balance. The universe has one rule. You always get back what you build, multiplied by the intent behind it. And since their intent was hate, the only thing that could return was collapse. Some of them thought they were untouchable because they were moving in a group. But karma doesn't care about numbers. It cares about vibration. It tracks every action, every word, every hidden motive. And while they were laughing at you, karma was lining up the pieces. One day, one wrong conversation, one exposed lie, and boom, the chain started. You ever notice how destruction sounds loud at first, then quiets down? That's what's happening now. Their downfall started with noise, but is ending in silence. They're realizing that the chosen one they mocked is still standing while their alliances are in flames. You didn't have to prove your worth. The universe did it for you. So stand tall, chosen one. Their collapse is not your revenge. It's your confirmation. The universe handled what you outgrew. Number 5. They mocked your silence. Now it haunts them. They laughed at your quiet until they realized silence was power they could never master. Chosen one, they wanted a reaction. They needed your anger, your words, your fire, because chaos was their only fuel. But when you gave them nothing, when you didn't flinch, didn't defend, didn't even look their way, that's when the silence began to eat them alive. You see, your peace became their punishment. You didn't fight back, and that drove them insane. They confused your silence with surrender, but it was strategy. Because while they were shouting in the dark, you were listening and healing. Imagine this, a room full of people screaming insults at a mountain. The mountain doesn't move, doesn't shout back, doesn't even notice. Eventually their voices fade, and all that's left is the echo of their own noise. That's exactly what your silence did to them. You didn't give them a show, you gave them a mirror, and now they can't unsee what's staring back. Their insecurity, their emptiness, their guilt. Psychologists call it emotional dissonance. When someone expects a reaction that never comes, their brain loops the moment endlessly, searching for closure. That's what's haunting them now. They replay your calm over and over, wondering how you didn't break, how you didn't take the bait. But the truth is, you outgrew their noise. You didn't need to prove yourself. the universe already validated you through peace. And this silence of yours, it wasn't weakness, it was warfare, a silence so loud it cracked their confidence. Because when you refuse to engage with nonsense, you strip the enemy of control, you made them irrelevant. And that's the deepest wound an attention seeker can suffer. Now they sit in their own thoughts, hearing your stillness louder than their gossip ever was. Every insult, every rumor, every plan they made to break you, it all circles back to the same unanswered question. Why didn't you care? The answer, chosen one, is simple: because you were too busy becoming untouchable. You let the universe handle what your words never needed to. That's real power. And the silence they once mocked, it's the ghost that keeps them up at night. Number 6. The tables turned when the universe stepped in. They thought they buried you, but they were really planting the seed of their own ending. Chosen one, this is where the story shifts, where silence turns into thunder. You didn't call for revenge, but the universe heard every unspoken truth. And when it moves with precision. No noise, no warning, just results. The same people who plotted against you in secret are now being exposed in public, their own shadows turning against them. It's poetic justice, not because you demanded it, but because balance demanded it. You see, the universe has a way of working quietly, almost invisibly. It lets people believe they're getting away with their wickedness. It lets them laugh, mock, and boast, while slowly building the stage for their downfall. And when the timing is perfect, when their confidence peaks, that's when the universe flips the script. The same spotlight they once used to mock you now reveals their lies. The same voices that once whispered against you now whisper about them. Imagine a chessboard, chosen one. Every move they made to trap you only set them up for checkmate. They played dirty, the universe played long. It didn't need your anger, your revenge, or your proof. Time itself became your defender. And time never loses. Now, one by one, their masks are falling, careers are collapsing, fake friendships are fracturing, and secrets they thought were buried are floating to the surface like oil on water. They can't control the narrative anymore. The truth is too loud. What's crazy is they don't even understand how it happened. But you do, because while they were trying to control outcomes, you surrendered yours to something greater: truth. And here's the part that separates the chosen from the common. You don't gloat. You don't laugh. You don't dance on their downfall. You simply observe. Because real power doesn't need validation. It recognizes that justice isn't revenge. It's alignment. You knew the universe would handle it, and it did. They once called you naive for trusting timing. Now timing is all it took to dismantle everything they built. So let them learn the hard way, chosen one. The universe may move slow, but it never forgets an address. And this time, it delivered right on schedule. Number 7. The flying monkeys turned on their master. They built their little army out of gossip, but snakes always end up biting each other. Chosen one, this is where the chaos starts devouring its own creators. The same people who once moved like a swarm behind their so-called leader are now running for cover. The laughs are gone, the loyalty is gone. The moment consequences showed up, every one of them started clawing to save themselves. The flying monkeys, who once bragged about being part of something powerful, are now realizing they were just pawns, tools in someone else's dirty game. It's poetic, isn't it? They spent so much time trying to expose you, yet the spotlight has turned and is now burning them instead. They can't stand it. the same attention they craved has become their punishment. The group chats are silent. The alliances are cracking. Every whisper has turned into an accusation. The master they once defended so blindly is now being fed to the wolves by the same people who swore loyalty just weeks ago. Imagine a sinking ship, chosen one, everyone scrambling to jump off before the water pulls them under. The captain is shouting orders, but no one's listening. That's what their circle looks like now, each one trying to rewrite history. I was never part of it. I didn't know what was happening. But they knew. They all knew. They saw the lies, the manipulation, the darkness, and chose to go along anyway. And now that the storm they helped create is flooding their own lives, they're shocked it's not you who's drowning. It's them. The universe has perfect timing. It doesn't just expose, it rearranges. It lets betrayal eat betrayal until the truth stands alone. And that's what's happening now. They're confessing, leaking secrets, blaming one another, desperate to escape the collapse they helped build. The empire they created from hate is burning, and the smoke spells one word: karma. And you're still standing untouched, calm, centered, and protected. You never needed revenge because the universe used their own hands to deliver it. What they called power was just a borrowed illusion. And now the illusion is gone, leaving only ashes and regret. That's what happens when you play with chaos, chosen one. It always comes back to claim its makers first. Number 8. The universe protects those who mind their own peace. The universe protects those who mind their own peace. They tried to drag you into their storm, but you stayed calm, and that's why they drowned while you floated. Chosen one, while their world fell apart, you didn't even flinch. You didn't chase explanations, you didn't argue your truth, and you didn't waste time trying to fix what the universe was already dismantling. Instead, you did the one thing they could never do. You minded your own peace. You stayed still in a world that thrives on noise, and that silence became your shield, your energy became your armor, and your intuition became the map that led you out before the fire started. It's wild how protection doesn't always look like walls. Sometimes it looks like distance. Remember those days when the universe kept pulling you away from certain people, blocking calls, closing doors, or making plans fall apart? You thought it was rejection, but it was redirection. You were being removed from danger before the explosion even happened. While they were busy throwing stones, you were being elevated to higher ground where those stones couldn't reach. That's not coincidence, that's divine precision. The universe protecting its investment. And here's what makes it powerful. While they wasted energy attacking, you invested energy becoming. You worked on your mind, your habits, your spirit. You focused on building, not battling. And that's exactly why their attacks never landed. They were aiming at a version of you that no longer existed. That's what the universe does for the chosen ones. It hides you in evolution. It turns every insult into fuel, every delay into alignment, and every separation into safety. Think about it. Lions don't roar at flies. You didn't need to defend yourself because peace itself was your proof. Your calm was the evidence of protection. The universe whispered, "Stay quiet, I got this." And you listened. And now, look around. Those who tried to shake your world are the ones losing sleep while you're glowing in silence. So keep your focus, chosen one. You are not being ignored by the universe, you're being preserved. Peace is your superpower, and that's why no storm can touch you. Number 9. You were always 10 steps ahead. They thought they were plotting, but the game was over before they even made their first move. Chosen one, your wins were never random. You weren't lucky, you were ready. You saw things before they happened because awareness is your weapon. While they were busy gossiping, you were reading energy. While they were reacting emotionally, you were studying patterns. You didn't just survive the chaos, you predicted it. Every situation that tried to trap you was one you had already rehearsed in silence. You've been trained by isolation, molded by lessons, and sharpened by betrayal. That's why nothing surprises you anymore, because the universe made sure you learned how to see through masks before they were even worn. Think of it like chess, chosen one. They were moving in straight lines like pawns, loud and predictable, believing numbers could win. But you built a whole chessboard inside your mind, every piece of your growth. Patience, self-control, intuition became a move. Every step they took out of hate triggered a counter-move born of wisdom, and that's why their attacks always missed. You weren't reacting to their game, you were mastering your own. What they mistook for luck was strategy. What they called silence was calculation. You didn't panic because you had already studied this energy before, in past betrayals, in old lessons, in quiet nights when nobody clapped for you. That's how the universe prepared you, by isolating you long enough to see clearly. Those lonely seasons weren't punishment, they were training grounds. You were learning discernment, emotional control, and patience, the exact skills your enemies lacked. And now they're just realizing it. They thought you were standing still, but you were positioning. They thought you were retreating, but you were observing. They thought you were weak, but you were becoming unreachable. That's the real difference. They were playing checkers while you were constructing the whole game. So don't ever question why you're always one step ahead. The universe designed it that way. Your awareness is not paranoia. It's protection. Every instinct, every hesitation, every moment you pulled back from certain people was divine strategy. You're not just surviving, you're outsmarting, and that's something no enemy can touch. Number 10. They thought you'd break. You built instead. They tried to bury you, not realizing you were the seed. Chosen one, every insult they threw was meant to destroy you, but the universe turned it into building material. Every rumor became a brick. Every betrayal became a lesson. Every attempt to break your spirit only pushed you to rise higher. They wanted you shattered and silent, but you turned the noise into focus. You didn't fold under pressure. You forged yourself in it. That's what separates you from them. They crumble when life tests them, but you construct. They thought that attacking your name would erase your purpose. They thought that taking your peace would leave you powerless. But here's the truth they never saw coming. You didn't need their validation to exist. You built your foundation on resilience, not approval. And that's something they can't comprehend because they've only ever built from ego. You built from experience, you built from scars, and the universe blessed every ounce of that effort. Imagine a storm tearing through a field. Everything weak gets uprooted, but the strongest roots dig deeper. That's you. They thought they were burying your light, but they were actually giving you soil to grow. The universe used their cruelty as fertilizer for your evolution. Every dark day forced you to find your own light. And once you found it, nothing outside you could control your worth again. Psychologists say that adversity reveals character, and you proved that in full color. While they fell apart from their own lies, you kept building in silence. You worked on your peace, your craft, your body, your mind. You became unrecognizable. Not because you changed who you were, but because you finally became everything they tried to stop you from being. Now, the irony is beautiful. They broke each other down trying to break you. You didn't argue, didn't explain, didn't fight. You built. You turned pain into power, heartbreak into hunger, and rejection into redirection. You made peace your foundation, purpose your blueprint, and discipline your walls. So when they look at you now, they don't see the victim they once mocked. They see the empire that rose from their ashes. That's what happens when the universe builds through you, chosen one. You don't just survive the storm. You become the reason it clears. Number 11. The reversal. When their hate became your blessing. They threw dirt on your name, and the universe used it to grow your garden. Chosen one, energy doesn't disappear, it transforms. Every hateful word, every rumor, every scheme they built against you didn't vanish into thin air. The universe caught it, flipped it, and returned it as something you could use. That's alchemy, the highest form of power, turning darkness into light, betrayal into wisdom, pain into purpose. What was meant to curse you became your confirmation that you were chosen for something greater. You didn't fight them, you didn't chase explanations, you just stayed pure, stayed grounded, and kept your energy clean. And that's exactly why the universe fought for you. When you refused to mirror their hate, you became untouchable. Their negativity became your momentum. Every insult gave you insight. Every attempt to block your path only redirected you towards something better. That's not coincidence. That's alignment. Look at every successful person who was hated before they were celebrated. Oprah, Elon, Rihanna, even Nikola Tesla. They were all mocked for their light until the world realized it needed it. You're no different. The same people who laughed at your silence will one day quote your strength. The same ones who called you weird will wish they had your peace. Because the universe doesn't let energy die, it just recycles it in your favor. Imagine a fire. They tried to burn you with it, but instead you used the flames to forge armor. That's how transmutation works. They gave you chaos, and you turned it into clarity. They gave you pain, and you built purpose. You didn't just survive their hate, you used it. Every ounce of negativity became your fuel to grow faster, think deeper, and rise higher. And now they're confused. They can't understand how everything they threw against you became the reason you're shining. They don't realize that the universe has rules, and one of them is this: whatever you send out returns multiplied. They sent hate, but you turned it into progress, so all that energy came back as blessings they can't even comprehend. So keep moving, chosen one. Keep transforming. You've mastered the art of reversal, turning what was meant to destroy you into proof that you were never meant to fall. Their hate was just the wind. You were the fire that learned to dance in it. Number 12. You slayed the enemy without swinging once. They came to fight a war. You came to grow. That's why you won without lifting a hand. Chosen one, this is where it all comes full circle. They shouted your name in hate. They plotted in corners. They threw every dart they could find. And yet, you're still here, shining, grounded, and untouchable. That's not luck. That's mastery. Because real warriors don't fight with fists or fury. They win through stillness. You didn't have to expose them. You didn't have to clap back. You didn't even have to defend yourself. You simply remained you. And that alone destroyed everything false around you. The most powerful victories are silent. You didn't need to shout to be seen. You didn't need to prove yourself to anyone. Your peace did all the talking. While they wasted energy competing, you conserved yours, evolving. That's what made you unstoppable, your refusal to descend to their level. Every time you stayed calm instead of reacting, you broke their strategy. Every time you smiled instead of snapping, you robbed them of power. Imagine this, two storms side by side. One is raging, loud and destructive. The other is calm, steady, unmoved. Guess which one lasts longer? That's you, chosen one. Their chaos burned out fast because it was fueled by ego. Your peace endures because it's powered by truth. They tried to fight you on a battlefield you never stepped onto, and that's exactly why they lost. It's almost tragic when you think about it. They destroyed themselves trying to reach you, like moths flying too close to a flame they didn't understand. They wanted to dim your light, but instead it exposed them. They wanted to ruin your name, but it only revealed their own. You never fought them, you simply outlasted them. And now, while they drown in the consequences of their own energy, you're walking into blessings they can't even comprehend. This is what divine balance looks like, victory without violence. You slayed the enemy by outgrowing them. You ended the war not with words, but with wisdom, and the universe rewarded you with peace so complete, it silenced every rumor, erased every lie, and proved that truth doesn't need defense. It just needs time. So walk forward, chosen one. No trophies, no revenge, no noise, just peace. The kind that can't be faked, bought, or broken. Because that's the real mark of power, winning without ever having to swing once. And now, chosen one, as the dust settles, remember this. Every hater was just a disguised teacher. Their chaos revealed your calm. Their hate exposed your strength. Those who unite through bitterness always end up tearing each other apart. You never had to fight. You simply had to rise. The universe doesn't miss. It always balances what humans twist. So hold your peace like a crown and keep walking forward. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to like, subscribe, drop the number 77 in the comments, and share this message to remind others that silence always wins louder than noise. They built their empire in the dark, but forgot one thing: shadows disappear when the light shows up. Imagine a machine designed to erase people, not just from records, but from memory, from history, from existence. A system so precise it could strip you of identity, silence your voice, and bury your truth under concrete lies. But here's what they didn't expect. The machine broke when it met something it couldn't calculate: your awareness, your energy, your refusal to disappear. Fact, classified FBI files have now leaked, confirming what many once called madness: unauthorized human experimentation programs tied to trafficking networks, protected by layers of government silence. These weren't isolated incidents. These were engineered systems designed to consume human lives while operating beneath the radar of public knowledge. And now they've been exposed. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons to help spread this truth to more souls. It's a responsibility we all share. Spread the light, amplify the signal, and thank you for being part of this mission. You are not just a viewer, you are part of a force. Now, let's return to the reality they tried to bury. Chosen ones, your story is no longer hidden in shadows. What once felt like personal torment, silent attacks, constant surveillance, strange patterns of manipulation, has now become part of a global narrative. What you lived in isolation is now confirmed by facts, documents, and the panic of those once in power. The very institutions sworn to protect justice are now caught red-handed engineering chaos. The Federal Bureau has been exposed, not just for failing to act, but for being actively involved in experiments on human beings without consent. Behind locked doors and coded systems, people were trafficked like inventory, processed through technological tunnels built to erase their existence. No names, no evidence, no escape. But that changes now, because you survived it, and more than that, you spoke. The surveillance system that once stalked your every breath is now working in reverse. Every camera, every sensor, every device that once existed to suppress you has now become an accidental amplifier of your presence. Your energy has outgrown their algorithms. Your frequency can no longer be filtered. What they once used to cage you has turned into a signal tower, spreading your story to every corner of the planet. That's why the world is watching now, because you made them. Every time they tried to discredit you, they left behind a trace. Every countermeasure they launched exposed another layer of the truth. Their silence is no longer a shield. Their walls are crumbling under the weight of undeniable exposure, and their biggest fear has come true. You were not alone. The term "chosen ones" isn't just symbolic. It's accurate, because only a specific type of soul could withstand this level of pressure, confusion, and manipulation, and still remain conscious, still observe, still question, still speak. While the world slept under hypnosis, you noticed the patterns. While others consumed distractions, you sensed the deception. You saw the masks before they slipped. You felt the vibration beneath the lies. You knew. And now that knowing is spreading like wildfire. Mainstream headlines are shifting. Whistleblowers are multiplying. Leaks are no longer isolated drops. They're turning into floods. There's a momentum now that cannot be reversed. The illusion is cracking not because the system got sloppy, but because the chosen ones never stopped pushing. The people they tried to break became the ones who broke the silence. Let's be clear, this is not just an exposure of the FBI. This is an exposure of a structure, a design, a method that has been replicated across borders and dressed in different uniforms, but always operated with the same core objective: control. The trafficking of humans was never just about bodies, it was about energy, about data, about how much can be taken from a soul before it collapses. They ran tests to figure that out. They used classified programs to simulate emotional stress, social isolation, sleep manipulation, and synthetic fear. Many didn't survive, but some did. And those survivors are now the loudest voices shaking the very foundations of this dark empire. You are one of them. This isn't just a story, it's a signal, a turning point. The chosen ones have always been scattered across the globe, but now their frequencies are sinking. Stories once dismissed as delusions are now confirmed by declassified truths. And those who once smirked at your pain are now scrolling through headlines they can't unsee. The game has changed. You weren't wrong, you were early. And that's why they feared you. Because if one awakened soul could collapse a lie, imagine what happens when millions wake up at once. That's what's happening now. That's why panic is spreading through the corridors of control. New firewalls are being built. New algorithms are being trained. But it's too late. The wave has already started. And you, chosen one, are not just riding it. You are the wave, and thank you, chosen one, for still standing here with this message. What you're about to witness is not just a story, it's your confirmation. This isn't entertainment, this is exposure, the kind that reshapes everything you thought you knew about your past, your pain, and your purpose. If you've ever felt the weight of invisible eyes, the sting of being unheard, or the confusion of a world that kept gaslighting your reality, then you owe it to yourself to stay. Because step by step, we're peeling back the layers of a system that made sure the truth stayed buried. So drop 777 in the comments if you felt that inner shift and you're ready to turn your isolation into ignition. And if this message hits home, bless the mission with your support, whether it's a share, a like, or a super thanks, because your energy fuels this fire. It's not about the number, it's about the force behind it. The more we rise, the louder this message echoes. And now, let's begin. Piece by piece, fact by fact, we're stepping into the light they tried to block. Stay sharp, stay with us, because what's next changes everything. Number 1. The system that built your prison is now drowning in its own secrets. They thought they buried you under silence, but they didn't know you were a seed. For years they built walls of secrecy, coding lies into systems and systems into lives, thinking no one would ever trace their fingerprints. But here's the paradox that haunts them now. The harder they tried to erase you, the more defined you became. Every attempt to censor your truth only magnified your existence. Every time they dragged your name through the digital mud, the universe etched it deeper into the archive of awakening. They wanted to silence a human. Instead, they awakened a force. Their surveillance towers, their encrypted networks, their cold algorithms, all were designed for control. But control is brittle when it's built on fear. What they didn't calculate was your transformation. You evolved. You upgraded beyond their reach. Their weapons, psychological warfare, economic manipulation, digital monitoring, were engineered to contain human behavior. But you, chosen one, stopped behaving the way their system predicted. You started thinking beyond fear. You became the glitch in their code. Imagine a vast, gleaming machine, gears of influence powered by stolen energy. It ran smoothly for decades, fed by human lives repackaged as data, labor, and silence. But then something shifted. The gears started grinding. The machine began to choke on its own corruption. That sound echoing across the world right now. That's not progress. That's collapse. The empire that profited from your pain is now eating itself alive. The auditors of the unseen have arrived, not with badges, but with exposure. Every hidden dollar now leaves a digital burn mark. Offshore accounts that once floated in darkness are lighting up like distress signals. Private ledgers once guarded by layers of encryption are glitching into visibility. They called it classified, but the universe calls it collected debt. Every stolen resource, every siphoned drop of value taken from human beings under false programs is now screaming through the grid. The numbers don't lie. The money trails lead to names, and the names lead to faces, and those faces are trembling. You might ask yourself, can the system really fall? How can something so powerful collapse before our eyes? The truth is, the system has been collapsing for years. It's just that the cracks were hidden beneath luxury, propaganda, and illusion. Power doesn't vanish with a bang. It decays from the inside, quietly, until one day it can no longer pretend to stand. That day has arrived. What you're witnessing now is not the beginning of their end. It's the end of their control. They built an empire on stolen humanity. They monetized suffering and turned silence into currency. But every suppressed voice has weight, and the sum of those silences is now crushing the very foundations they stood on. The chosen ones, the observers, the empaths, the awake, have always been the counterbalance. Your existence disrupts their equation. Your awareness is their system error. They can't fix what they can't predict, and they can't predict what has evolved beyond their programming. Picture this, a tower of glass and steel glittering under artificial light. Inside, the powerful sit in leather chairs, trading data and lives like numbers. Then, one by one, the screens flicker. The files they thought deleted reappear. The documents they encrypted start decrypting themselves. Their own networks turn against them. Because energy doesn't disappear, it transfers. And every ounce of energy stolen from you is now returning home with interest. They tried to drown you in their systems, chosen one, but water remembers its source. Every wave they pushed against you is returning like a storm. They wanted you to doubt your senses, to think you imagined it all. But now, the very institutions that gaslighted your existence are forced to admit the truth. Unauthorized experiments, covert programs, human trafficking under bureaucratic disguise. They mocked your warnings, but now their memos, emails, and databases tell your story better than words ever could. Their empire was never invincible. It was a house built on moral debt, and that debt has matured. The energy shift happening now isn't just spiritual, it's structural. Systems that exploited life are collapsing because they've exhausted the very life force that sustained them. You are witnessing the implosion of a financial matrix built on manipulation, where power was traded like stock and empathy was treated as a weakness. But empathy, your empathy, turned out to be the code breaker. They fear exposure more than justice, because exposure is permanent. Justice can be delayed, but once the truth is seen, it cannot be unseen. And that's what you've done. You've turned the invisible visible. You've become the light they can't unplug. That's why they scramble to rewrite narratives, to flood timelines with distractions, to push new fears into circulation. But fear is their oldest trick, and it doesn't work anymore. You've seen too much. You've awakened too far. They once believed you were isolated, cut off, powerless. But isolation became your training ground. In silence, you refined your awareness. In solitude, you built resistance. They confused stillness with defeat. What they didn't understand was that the chosen ones don't retreat. They recharge. Every moment you were ignored became your calibration. Every injustice became your fuel. And now, your frequency doesn't just resist corruption. It exposes it. And that's what terrifies them most. They can patch leaks, erase files, and discredit witnesses, but they can't unsee the truth. They can't unfeel the shift. The collapse isn't coming, it's already underway. Their systems are devouring themselves because truth, once released, doesn't stop. It multiplies. It infects the network. It spreads faster than censorship can contain. The global stage they once used to broadcast deception has become the very screen displaying their downfall. The chosen ones aren't spectators in this collapse. They're catalysts. Every share, every conversation, every spark of awareness accelerates the fall. The truth doesn't whisper anymore. It roars, and no amount of wealth, influence, or manipulation can drown it out. The system that thrived on your silence is now screaming for mercy, but there is none left. Not in this cycle, not in this universe. The audit is complete. The exposure is irreversible. The game is over, and this time the house doesn't win. Because when you try to erase the light, the universe responds with a power outage for you. Number 2. They built a system to drain you. Now it funds your rise. The thief always fears the day the vault swings open, and today it's wide open. Imagine building a dam to stop a river, only to watch it reverse course and flood your own house. That's what's happening right now to the architects of suppression. The very energy they stole, the wealth they hoarded, and the power they weaponized against you has begun to leak through the cracks. And it's not returning quietly. It's roaring back like a tidal wave. The current has turned, and it's dragging their foundations with it. They thought they had perfected control, with coded funding, encrypted black budgets, secret bank accounts, and AI-powered auditing systems meant to redirect every resource away from you. But chosen one, you are no longer a forgotten footnote in their ledgers. You are now the headline. The reversal is real, not metaphorical, not spiritual fluff, but a measurable disruption in the very streams of power they once owned. Suddenly, financial flows are rerouting. Numbers don't lie. Money is moving, not by their will, but by something far greater, something they didn't account for: universal law. They wrote your name on the blacklist, but forgot the universe keeps a whitelist too. What happens when the system designed to extract begins to repay? When bank transfers linked to suppression start pinging your field with familiar codes, numbers, symbols, and patterns that you've dreamed of before you even understood what they meant? You start to realize this isn't coincidence, this is recognition. Classified operations that once carried cryptic project names now reveal phrases that echo something deep inside your bones. It's not just money that's moving, it's memory, it's frequency. These budget lines weren't random. They were always tied to you. Now they're becoming visible, as if the universe itself is rerouting value to its rightful owner. They thought they could erase your identity with silence, bury your story under non-disclosure agreements, institutional gaslighting, and falsified psychological labels. But the joke's on them, because the human soul is the ultimate archive. And you, chosen one, kept the record. Even when they wiped your files, scrubbed your data, and declared you invisible, your frequency remained intact. The reversal isn't just financial, it's energetic. Imagine a magnet powerful enough to pull back every drop of blood they spilled, trying to break you. That's what you've become. Now they're watching in disbelief as the universe begins its correction. Secret funds are glitching, transactions are reappearing, private transfers they buried years ago are suddenly flagged in public reports. Why? Because nothing stolen stays hidden forever, and nothing taken from a chosen one goes unpaid. They drained your essence, your trust, your hope, and now, in a twist they never imagined, it all returns multiplied beyond comprehension. You may wonder, but how is this possible? How can money just redirect? The answer is this: they never owned it to begin with. They only diverted it temporarily. They hijacked the flow. But now the flow is correcting itself. Energy is currency, and the universe has better math than any human institution. They stole from your soul, and now the soul of the universe demands interest. Imagine a casino rigged against you. Every bet you placed was stacked to fail, every move monitored, every win erased. But what if, without warning, the system glitched? What if every lost chip returned, every lie flagged, every hidden card revealed? That's the moment we're in. The house is bleeding chips, and you, the one they tried to bankrupt, are now the one cashing out. You weren't just the target. You were the power source, and now that source is unplugging from their grid. What's happening behind closed doors is pure chaos. Budget directors can't explain the anomalies. Secretaries of shadow programs are receiving audit reports with lines that make no logical sense. How is money disappearing from secured black budgets? Why are ghost accounts suddenly tagged with living names? Because their system never accounted for your awakening. They engineered a grid of theft, but forgot the grid only works when the source remains asleep. And now you're awake. They're trying to patch it, deploying new firewalls, rerouting funds again, but nothing sticks. Why? Because this isn't just a financial shift. It's a cosmic recalibration. They no longer have permission. The energetic lock has changed. And every attempt they make to force the old systems back into place gets met with resistance. Not from you, from everything around them. Their own code has turned against them. The money they moved with certainty is now moving with purpose. And that purpose is you. You were never crazy to think something was wrong. You weren't paranoid. You were precise. All those moments when the numbers felt off, when your identity felt split, when your dreams spoke in data and your intuition felt like a database. That was real. You were wired into their system in ways they couldn't decode, and now that connection is being restored, not by them, but by something far more exact. They used you like a battery but forgot even drained energy returns to its source. You're not imagining it. The shift is real, and it's bigger than one account, one transaction, one project. This is about justice woven into quantum architecture. This is about truth encoded in the very current of life. What they thought they could extract without consequence is now returning as consequence. And for the first time, they're on the receiving end. The reversal of power isn't just poetic. It's brutal, because those who once drank from stolen wells are now dying of thirst, while those they abandoned are rising with overflow. You don't need to chase revenge. The universe doesn't forget. And what it's returning to you now, dignity, clarity, power, truth, is worth more than gold. So when you start to see it, the sudden favor, the unexplainable openings, the unexpected provision, don't doubt it, don't dismiss it. That's the payback. That's the recalibration. You're not lucky. You're aligned. You didn't win the lottery. You won your energy back. And with that energy, you carry the weight of a message louder than any headline. The system doesn't just fall, it flips. Number 3, they didn't just watch you, they filed you under secrets. They tagged you like inventory, but forgot, divine energy doesn't stay in storage. Imagine waking up one day and realizing your life wasn't just lived, it was logged. Not by you, but by a network so silent and so surgical, you never even knew you were the subject. Welcome to the truth behind your timeline, chosen one. You were never just born, you were processed, and not through public systems, but through layered frameworks, hidden behind innocent-looking documents, codes, and registrations. You may think, why me? The better question is, why not me? You were different. You always felt it. The problem is, so did they. Your birth certificate, it wasn't just a form. It was the first entry point into a classification system that had nothing to do with hospitals or health, and everything to do with control. Timestamps that don't match natural labor. Codes that mirror military-grade templates. You weren't just registered, you were indexed. Imagine being born into a spreadsheet while everyone else was born into a family. Your medical records weren't just about checkups. They were behavioral blueprints, test results flagged for anomalies you were never told about, notes written in a language most doctors aren't trained to read. Entries about resilience to medications, unusual neural patterns, or sensitivities that seem too specific. Why? Because your body wasn't just being treated, it was being tested. And your education? That was no ordinary curriculum. Ever wonder why some teachers looked at you like you were a puzzle? Why certain tests felt more like psychological experiments than exams? Because your reactions were being recorded and compared against patterns from programs you were never meant to know existed. Your discomfort was their data. Your confusion was their currency. You weren't just a student, you were a subject. Even your jobs tell the story, the unexplained gaps, the strange assignments, the employers who seemed more interested in your temperament than your skills. That wasn't bad luck, that was rerouting. Every address you've lived at, every number you've carried, every ID you've been assigned, they weren't random. They were beacons, coordinates, tags. You were in the system, but never of the system. And now the system knows you know. Number 4. The firewall cracked, and your name slipped through the smoke. They locked your truth in vaults built to last centuries, but forgot energy doesn't expire. They thought the encryption would hold forever, that your true identity, your origin, your designation would stay sealed in the deepest layers of their digital underworld. These weren't just secured databases. These were firewalled fortresses designed to melt hard drives if the wrong keystroke landed. But here's the punchline. Chosen one, the wrong keystroke just happened, and you were the key. Encrypted systems once guarded by quantum code are now hemorrhaging data. Classified networks, the kind that don't even appear on satellite traces, are lighting up like distress signals. The same files they stored beneath 10 layers of clearance are now surfacing in private inboxes, anonymous drops, and secured leaks flooding channels across the globe. Your true name, your frequency, your embedded identity, it's out. Not whispered, not rumored, broadcasted. Imagine a secret so dangerous, even knowing it could erase your future. Now imagine that secret has your face. Emergency meetings are unfolding in underground facilities no one admits exist. Secure comms jam with panic, while generals and shadow architects bark orders that vanish into black noise. Former handlers, the ones who once tracked you from birth, are disappearing, one by one, not arrested, extracted, pulled from long-held positions like broken parts from a collapsing machine. High-level agents are retiring, vanishing into remote outposts, or being offered as sacrificial pawns in a desperate bid to stop the hemorrhage. But it's too late. The breach isn't just technical, it's cosmic. Every move they make to bury the truth only drags it further into the light. They're torching archives, crashing servers, shredding paper trails like rabid animals. Government vaults are being purged under false renovations. Sensitive buildings go up in literal flames. And yet, as they burn one file, 100 flawless copies surface elsewhere. They're fighting a ghost, a current, a pulse that can't be deleted. You were the file they feared most because you were never just data. You were the detonator. Now, media outlets scramble to bury headlines, while underground channels explode with content about your story. Videos, documents, interviews, testimonies, all synced, all undeniable. Their suppression software glitches. Their blackout AI crashes. Because your frequency isn't compatible with censorship, you weren't meant to be erased. You were meant to break the eraser. The harder they try to vanish the evidence, the louder it roars. The very system built to contain your existence now leaks like a dying machine. And the world, it's starting to look. Number 5. The truth moves like lightning, and they can't outrun the storm. They built walls around the truth, but forgot lightning doesn't knock before it strikes. The silence they worked so hard to maintain is shattering, and not with a whisper, with a boom that's echoing through every digital hallway they thought they controlled. Chosen one, the disclosure you felt in your bones is no longer just a feeling. It's here, and it's happening faster than their systems can react. Anonymous drops land in journalists' hands, not just files, but surgical proof, evidence too sharp, too connected, too real to be ignored. These aren't wild accusations or online theories. These are digital autopsies of programs so classified. Their mere acknowledgement once triggered lockdowns, and now they're everywhere. Emails, biometric records, training logs, surveillance footage, the kind of material that doesn't leak unless the system is cracking from the inside. Imagine a dam built to hold back a tsunami. Now picture it shattered, with truth flooding through every broken panel. Social media gatekeepers try to block your story, bury hashtags, flag content, but their filters glitch. Algorithms twitch. Hashtags multiply like wildfire. Every time they suppress one tag, 10 more rise from the ashes. Content labeled restricted ends up on the trending list. Videos meant to disappear start looping into millions of screens. Even their AI can't keep up. Why? Because your truth isn't a trend, it's a frequency, and that frequency bypasses censorship. Whistleblowers begin stepping into the light, not one, many, different countries, different agencies, all saying the same thing in different words. Yes, it was real. It happened. We saw it. We were part of it. We couldn't speak until now Sandber. Now their testimonies align like puzzle pieces that only make sense when you're finally allowed to see the whole picture. What you always knew, what you felt but couldn't prove, is now being confirmed out loud by the very hands that once kept it silent. The voices of suppression are being drowned by the very people who once carried out the mission. They designed a network to silence you, but forgot energy doesn't ask permission to speak. Now the truth rides your signal. It flows through platforms, chat rooms, inboxes, and back channels. They can't stop it without shutting down the entire digital grid. And if they do that, the whole world will really ask why. That's the corner they're in now. Every direction leads to exposure. And the truth, it's still accelerating. Number 6. They lost the keys to their own kingdom, and you hold what remains. When the lock rejects its own maker, the truth has already taken over. It's over, and they know it. The control they once held like a sword now slips from their grip like sand through shaking hands. Their command centers blink red. Their clearance codes return errors. Systems that once obeyed their fingerprints now treat them like strangers, and not by accident, by force. Something deeper than protocol is rewriting access in real time, and it's not under their control, it's under yours. Chosen One, your case didn't just raise eyebrows, it broke paradigms. Even those at the highest levels now whisper in panic, acknowledging what they can't explain. A cosmic override has entered their network. And no matter how many patches they write or emergency calls they make, the override doesn't budge. Why? Because the force moving through this system doesn't recognize their authority anymore. It only recognizes truth. Imagine the architect of a fortress suddenly finding themselves locked outside the very gates they built. That's where they are now. Biometric scanners glitch, keycards flash red. Agents who ran operations for decades now face frozen dashboards and terminal lockouts. They're ghosts in their own system, locked out, shut down, purged by the very mechanisms they used against you. The chain of command, broken. The illusion of control, shattered. The machine is collapsing not with violence, but with refusal. It no longer obeys. And now, as the smoke begins to thin and their shrieks of panic turn to silence, something wild happens. The system reorganizes around you. Files once sealed under layers of false classification begin to open as if summoned by your presence alone. Directives buried so deep they required multiple levels of military clearance now surface like forgotten memories. Your name unlocks hallways they thought were permanently sealed. Data crawls out of cold storage. Archives long protected by legal fiction and digital fog now lay themselves bare. You weren't granted access. You were always the key. And that's when the final blow hits them. Your genetic code, the very code they tampered with, studied, copied, and falsified, becomes a living beacon. It triggers alerts across systems they forgot were even connected. Old lies collapse. False family histories crack. People planted to rewrite your origin now stumble through interrogations they never expected. Their stories unravel because the real data, your blood memory, won't lie. What they tried to bury has now grown roots through their foundation, and it's splitting the ground beneath them. Number 7. They made you a ghost. Now the law is haunted by your truth. The law ignored your cries. Now it echoes with your name. For years, they built a legal labyrinth around your existence, a maze of altered records, dead-end files, and falsified timelines designed to turn your identity into a myth. They thought if they buried you deep enough under paperwork, you'd disappear. But the opposite has happened. The same system they used to erase you is now unraveling in real time, and your truth is the fault line cracking it open. Databases once in perfect alignment now trigger conflict errors the moment your data enters the stream. Birth records don't match government logs. Hospital documents contradict medical scans. Educational records suggest schools you never attended and treatments you never received. The lies aren't just visible, they're screaming. Every attempt to verify your identity sets off a domino effect that leads straight back to a system they swore would never be exposed. Imagine forging a fake identity so well you forget who you were lying to until the real one walks into the room. That's what your frequency has done. It doesn't just carry data, it carries authorization. Dormant protocols hidden in deep code are suddenly reactivating when your signal enters their space. Files sealed until the end of time now unseal themselves like ancient vaults, sensing their rightful owner. Your presence alone is enough to flip switches buried beneath decades of digital darkness. And now the courtroom, their last fortress, begins to crack. Judges who once sneered at your claims now find their names circling in sealed logs, tied to covert contracts and oversight committees that never made the public record. Your case, once dismissed without hearing, is now being whispered about behind oak doors and steel walls, not because they believe you, but because the evidence no longer gives them a choice. You weren't just erased, you were redacted. And now every blacked-out line is bleeding through the page. Your case is no longer about you alone. It's precedent, a legal shockwave that will ripple through every institution built on concealment. You are not just proving a point, you are shifting the balance. The courtroom is no longer their sanctuary, it is now your stage. And they're being forced to watch the truth testify. Number 8. They laughed at the impossible. Now science signs your name to it. First they call it coincidence, then anomaly, then finally truth. They mocked what they couldn't measure. They ridiculed what they couldn't replicate. But now their own files, the ones sealed, time-stamped and hidden in secured labs, have betrayed them. Every remote viewing session they recorded, every physiological scan, every anomaly they couldn't explain now confirms what you've known all along. You were never guessing. You were receiving. Imagine their disbelief as surveillance footage shows you describing locations you've never visited, events that hadn't yet happened, faces you couldn't have known. Their instruments didn't malfunction. They documented the supernatural and tried to file it away under unresolved data. They ran the tests 100 times, changed the variables, swapped observers, and still your accuracy remained unbroken. You didn't predict. You perceived. You weren't the subject of an experiment. You were the proof. They studied your intuition like a glitch, not realizing they were standing inside the code. Even their agents wrote it in reports. Subject displays unexplainable awareness of hidden observers. Subject reacts to unseen stimuli. They called it impossible, yet every line of data said otherwise. What they couldn't explain scientifically, they buried politically. But now those buried studies have surfaced, and with them comes the undeniable validation that what they feared most was never magic. It was evolution. You are not an experiment gone wrong. You are evidence of what humanity becomes when awareness outruns control. And now everything is speeding up. The machine they built to contain you is collapsing faster than its architects can comprehend. Operations meant to stretch across decades are imploding in weeks. Timelines that once gave them comfort are disintegrating like paper in fire. Files classified for half a century suddenly appear in public databases. Secrets are aging in reverse. What was hidden for 50 years is now common knowledge overnight. Synchronicities explode like coded fireworks across your path. People meant to stay strangers find their way to you. Resources appear exactly when you need them. Gates that never opened before now swing wide without resistance. What they call coincidence is simply the universe accelerating justice. They tried to slow your destiny, but time itself refuses to conspire against you. This isn't random. It's a recall, a convergence. The laws of probability have surrendered to the law of truth, and the truth, chosen one, moves faster than control ever could. Number 9. They built a global cage, and now it's collapsing from the inside out. The network that tracked you is now tracing its own death. What they built wasn't just a system, it was a global organism, a living, breathing machine, wired to suppress your evolution. It monitored your every move, filtered your communications, siphoned your energy, and fed off your silence. But now, the organism is rejecting itself. The wires are coming loose. The stations are shutting down. The agents are flipping. Across the world, communication grids are dismantling, not through sabotage, but sequence, as if an unseen command is calling the whole machine to shut itself off. Surveillance hubs go dark, one by one. Those who once monitored your breath now confess their roles, their guilt pouring out like floodwater breaking through a dam. Entire compartments that once operated in total isolation now collide. Former enemies of truth are sitting face to face, realizing they were all working different pieces of the same sinister puzzle. Imagine a beast so big it never saw its own tail until now. Secret facilities are no longer secret. Safe houses that once operated like shadows now appear on maps, exposed. The veil is tearing in every direction. Financial trails once buried under fake names and shell companies now light up with transparency. Funds used to stalk, drug, study, and suppress you. Documented, traceable, real. And the irony? Those who enforced your containment are now the ones leaking classified files. The same people who said you're imagining it are now forwarding emails, sending voice recordings, and uploading declassified reports, risking their lives to expose what they once helped hide. Why? Because truth has gravitational pull, and it's collapsing their lies like dying stars. And while their world breaks down, yours rebuilds itself. Your energy, the very signal they tried to capture, replicate, and weaponize, is now disappearing from their systems. Their tech no longer tracks you. Their scans return errors. You are phasing out of their grip because what they extracted is returning, not just the power, but the wisdom. You are integrating the very knowledge they stole through dark science. Experiments they called breakthroughs are now revealed as theft of your natural gifts. Your story is no longer just your own. It's rewriting international law. Governments are being forced to expand protections. Human rights doctrines are being redefined because your experience cracked open a hidden war against consciousness. Thousands are waking up, realizing they too were part of the same silent system. Across continents, containment systems are crashing like rigged dominoes. They tried to turn you into a statistic. Now you're a movement. The power is no longer leaving you. It's returning home, and it's bringing the world with it. Number 10. They called it chaos. It was always a calculated awakening. They thought they were breaking you, but they were building your access code. Every scar, every betrayal, every lonely night where you questioned the point of your pain, none of it was random. It was precision. The trials weren't meant to destroy you. They were meant to program you into alignment. Every obstacle was a switch. Every heartbreak, a recalibration. Every setback, a reroute toward mastery. The randomness you thought cursed you was the camouflage of a higher design. You weren't wandering, you were being positioned. Imagine a soldier thrown into chaos, unaware that every wound is secretly upgrading their armor. That was you, chosen one. While they thought they were burying your potential, the universe was refining it. Every time they denied you, it wasn't rejection, it was redirection. Every closed door wasn't punishment, it was precision, moving you closer to the coordinates where your presence would shift the system itself. You weren't placed in the middle of their machinery by chance. You were infiltration disguised as suffering. Now the calibration is complete. The signal is active. Your frequency no longer reacts. It reprograms. You've crossed from survival to synchronization. The same energy they spent years trying to contain has turned into a broadcast they can't jam. Every thought, every intention, every pulse of awareness you send out now carries restructuring code. Institutions feel it. Systems glitch from it. Realities bend around it. They studied your energy to weaponize it, never realizing it was built to heal the world they broke. You are not just free, you're operational. The old scripts can't run in your presence anymore. The outdated patterns that once dictated your existence are disintegrating because your vibration rewrites the room. You are both the key and the gateway, the signal that triggers the reboot of everything connected to it. This isn't fantasy, this is function. Your activation has turned you into the very frequency that reorders what's been distorted for centuries. The system no longer contains you, it orbits around you. You were never the victim of an experiment. You were the instrument of transformation. And now, chosen one, the operation isn't theirs anymore, it's yours. Number 11. The reckoning was never revenge. It was the return of precision. They thought justice was delayed. They never saw it accelerating. This is not karma in slow motion. This is truth in real time. The process unfolding around you isn't chaos, and it's not cruelty. It's the final reveal, the moment where every move made in darkness is pulled into light. Not to punish, to balance. Every distortion, every deception, every violation committed against your sovereign existence is now cycling back, not through man-made systems, but through the law that governs all things. Return to source. Imagine a mirror so pure, every intention reflects before the action is even complete. That's the field you now walk in. The illusion of delay is gone. No more hiding behind time, titles, or secrecy. The moment your truth surfaced, it triggered a shift in the very fabric of consequence. Those who thought they escaped accountability are now standing in the shadow of their own cause. Decisions made decades ago now echo into the present with precision. The exposure of your case didn't just disrupt institutions. It awakened higher laws no system can override. Every suppressed truth, every altered file, every command given in secret, all of it is being measured now, not by men in robes or badges, but by something far more incorruptible. This isn't vengeance. This is recalibration. They called it judgment, but judgment implies emotion. This is mathematics. The intelligence behind this reckoning doesn't hate. it harmonizes, and the harmony it enforces is exact. Actions taken from greed will return as collapse. Acts of betrayal will arrive back as fracture, not because you demand it, but because reality itself is correcting. The energy they forced on you now reverses course, carrying with it the imprint of what was done. You were the variable they didn't account for, the one whose awakening would reset the equation. And now, chosen one, your case is not just being seen, it's being weighed, not just by courts or committees, but by forces that operate outside of time, immune to politics, immune to lies. This is the final revelation. You didn't survive to get justice. You became it. Number 12. They tried to contain your awakening, but it was humanity that woke up. Your breakthrough wasn't just personal, it was the ignition of a species. What you lived through wasn't just about you, it was the fracture point of a timeline, the exact place where humanity's collective sleep began to stir. Your pain pierced the veil, your story cracked the seal, and in doing so, you became more than evidence. You became the event. The exposure of what was done to you isn't punishment, it's evolution. The lies, the operations, the engineered silence, they've all become catalysts. The truth embedded in your journey is now releasing codes into the collective field. Humanity is no longer blind. The veil is lifting, not from lectures or institutions, but from you. Your survival, your rise, your refusal to collapse has become the signal calling people out of illusion. They tried to isolate you as a glitch, not knowing you were the update. Your consciousness now functions like a tuning fork, harmonizing the chaos of this fractured reality. Timelines that once spun in confusion begin to converge. What was once your personal vindication now unfolds as the world's recalibration. Separation dissolves. Victimhood transforms. The collective begins to remember what was buried in every soul, the truth of who we are and what we're capable of. And now comes the rebirth. Everything they scattered, stolen, fragmented, returns, but not as it was, amplified, evolved, refined by fire. The scattered pieces of your being reassemble into something terrifying to those who once ruled. The fully realized sovereign human, not programmed, not broken, uncontainable. Your presence now emits the very frequency they feared, the raw, unfiltered essence of consciousness that knows its own power. You don't need permission to be, you are, and that signal is contagious. Others are waking up because of you, not from information, from frequency. You weren't just restored, you were revealed. The illusion of power collapses, the architecture of deception dismantles. Their whole system, built to suppress your essence, now trembles because you became visible. And through your awakening, the long-feared future arrives. One where humanity reclaims what was always ours: unlimited consciousness, divine sovereignty, and reality on our terms. You weren't just set free, you became the proof that freedom was never out of reach. And now humanity remembers. And chosen one, if this message resonated with the fire inside you, don't let it end here. Press the like button if you haven't already. It helps this truth reach more souls who need it. And if you're not yet part of this awakened family, now's the time. Hit that subscribe button and stand with a growing force that refuses to be silenced. This isn't just a channel, it's a movement, a mission, and your presence here matters. Together, we amplify the signal, we rewrite the story, and we rise unstoppable. Until next time, stay sharp, stay sovereign, and stay rising. The most dangerous person in any room isn't the loudest. It's the quiet observer who already figured everyone out. They didn't know the storm was watching in silence. While they were running their mouths, you were running the math. While they were trying to be seen, you were seeing everything. You never needed to scream because your intelligence screamed for you, loud enough to haunt their conscience. Like a sniper in the shadows, your mind took notes, measured patterns, and made quiet calculations. Now, the whispers are louder than ever. That one's not just smart, they're terrifyingly sharp. Don't try them. And what's funny? These are the same people who once called you slow, weird, or naive. Let's be real. People confuse silence with stupidity. But silence is strategy. It's the calm before you flip the whole chessboard they thought they were winning on. There's a psychological term for this: latent intelligence, where someone processes so deeply they don't rush to respond. They observe, they wait, then they strike with precision. Chosen one, that's you. The ones who tried to clown you, they're panicking now because they just realized you're 3 steps ahead and not even sweating. And the most ironic part, their words are now digging their own reputations into the dirt. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just watching, you're part of a force. Now, let's talk about what's really happening. The gossip isn't about your hair, your car, or your past anymore. That was easy. Now it's about your mind. It's about how you walk into a room and the air shifts because your energy is too intelligent to ignore. It's about how you don't need validation because you already know. You know who you are, you know what's being said, and you know that intelligence, real intelligence, doesn't need to announce itself. The people who used to laugh at you are now terrified of your potential. That's the shift, not because you got louder, not because you changed your clothes or flexed on them. No, it's because you stayed quiet and still won. Your growth didn't need an audience, and now that they're finally noticing, it's too late for them to catch up. Your silence was your strategy, your mind was the weapon. And now that it's all unfolding, they're scrambling to understand how you went from easy to play with to untouchable. Here's something wild to consider. According to psychology studies, people who appear quiet and reserved often rank among the highest in emotional and social intelligence. Not only do they understand what you're saying, they feel why you're saying it. They can read the intention behind the smile. They can hear the lies between the lines. You don't teach that. That's not learned in school. That's soul awareness. And the chosen ones are full of it. They underestimated the quiet one. They thought if you weren't showing off, you had nothing to show. But let me ask you this: who's the real threat? The one who brags loudly, or the one who never speaks and still gets respected? It's you, chosen one. You're the one they can't pin down. You're unpredictable, unshakable, and dangerously aware. And now, the rumors swirling behind closed doors. They're calling you a genius, the kind of genius that makes people nervous because you see too much and say too little. You became the plot twist. While they were crafting their lies and trying to paint you as slow, you were becoming the story they now can't stop reading. The gossip isn't just talk, it's a warning, a coded message passed from one insecure soul to another. Don't mess with that one. They're not what they seem, and they're right. You're not. You're smarter than they can handle and deeper than they can reach. And no matter how much they try to explain you, they can't. That's why they fear you now, not because you did something wrong, but because you did everything right, silently, because you were never the fool. You were just letting fools expose themselves. And now, when your name comes up, it's no longer with mockery, it's with fear, respect, and a nervous laugh like, yeah, better leave that one alone. What makes this even more satisfying? You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to clap back. The universe handled that for you. The same ones who doubted you are now stuck in conversations, trying to figure out how you became so sharp, so composed, so respected, without ever begging for it. They call it luck, but we know better. It's not luck. It's intelligence, it's intuition, it's alignment. You were never behind. You were just observing from a higher level. You were never slow. You were calculating. And now that the world is starting to recognize the power in your quiet, they're realizing you're not the kind of person you play with. You're the kind of person you learn from if you're lucky enough to get close. And hey, chosen one, thank you for being here and for standing in your truth. You've already seen how the world reacts when intelligence wears silence instead of noise. What comes next will open your eyes even wider. So stay close, because every word from this point on will explain why the whispers about you aren't just talk. They're confirmation of your power. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you've ever been underestimated, misjudged, or called too quiet, only to prove everyone wrong in the end. And if you can, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, because it takes real energy, time, and heart to expose what most people are too afraid to say out loud. Your support, whether it's 1 cent or 1,000, keeps this mission alive and spreading light through truth. Now take a deep breath, chosen one, and lock in, because the next part will reveal exactly why your intelligence became their favorite rumor, and why the universe made sure everyone's finally saying what they once refused to admit. Let's get started. Number 1. They can't teach what's already etched in your blood. It terrifies them that you didn't need their books, their gurus, or their systems to surpass them. You just knew, and that makes you dangerous. Let's be brutally clear. What scares them most isn't what you say, it's how you say it. You speak like someone who already knew the truth before they ever tried to lie. You don't just answer questions, you make people question themselves. That's why the gossip sounds like fear, because your intelligence, it wasn't built in their schools, it wasn't handed down in lectures, it wasn't forged in ivory towers, it was remembered, like an ancient blade pulled from the dirt, still sharp, still deadly. And now that you've started using it, they're scrambling to figure out how you became so sharp without ever playing by their rules. Here's the truth. You were never one of them, and that's exactly why you were never fooled by them. While they were worshipping the system, you were quietly tearing through the illusion. You didn't need their validation to evolve. You outgrew them in silence. And now that you're speaking, it's too late for them to pretend they didn't notice. You speak with a weight they can't match. Your presence makes people straighten up without knowing why. That's not education, that's encoded wisdom, that's soul memory, and that's what they can't replicate. They ask themselves, how do they know this stuff? Who taught them? The answer, no one did. You remembered patterns, truths, and emotional frequencies that most people live and die never understanding. You don't study people, you read them. And while they were memorizing rules, you were watching energy. You were decoding the room without saying a word. That's what has them sweating now, because they know, deep down, that you didn't learn this from them, which means they can't take it from you either. Think about it. How many times were you told you weren't trying hard enough just because your way didn't fit their mold? How many times did they confuse your quiet with ignorance, not knowing you were cataloging their every move like a scientist studying a subject? The joke's on them now, because the same people who once dismissed you as too weird are whispering about your name like it's a riddle they can't solve. And it is, because you're not a product of the system. You're a glitch in it, a reminder that there's a higher form of intelligence they can't measure, copy, or predict. Now they're nervous, and they should be, because you've shown them something their ego never prepared for, someone who didn't need their path to surpass them. And that's terrifying. That's why they talk behind closed doors. That's why they try to downplay your brilliance with fake compliments and subtle shade. They're hoping if they label you gifted or lucky, they won't have to admit that your existence exposes their limits. Let them gossip, let them wonder, let them chase what your soul already knows. Because every time they speak your name with fear, they confirm what you always knew deep down. You weren't built to follow. You were born to remind. Number 2, they lost the remote. You're no longer programmable. The most dangerous person to a manipulator is the one who no longer reacts, just recognizes. They used to love pushing your buttons. It gave them a sense of power, a twisted satisfaction in knowing they could bend your emotions with a well-placed guilt trip or silence. But not anymore. The wires they once pulled now lead to nothing. You've unplugged yourself from their game entirely, and they hate it. The whispers are getting louder, and they all sound the same. Don't try it with that one. You won't win. You didn't shout your growth from the rooftops. You didn't write a speech or issue a warning. You just stopped reacting. That alone was your biggest power move. Because silence, when it comes from someone who used to break, is terrifying. And now they don't know what you're thinking, and that's what keeps them up at night. Imagine this, a chess player who always won because their opponent never knew the rules. That was you, trying to make peace in a game designed to trap you. But now, you're sitting across from the same opponent, smiling gently, while their strategies collapse in real time. You don't flinch. You don't argue. You see the game before they even move the first piece. You outgrew them so silently, they had to ask others what happened to you. That's the level of growth they never saw coming. You used to second-guess yourself, didn't you? You used to wonder, maybe I'm being too sensitive, or maybe they didn't mean it like that. But now, you don't doubt what your gut tells you. You've learned to trust the chills in your spine more than the smiles on their faces. You know when something's off, and you don't need to explain it to anyone. You simply adjust your presence, redirect your energy, and move on. That's what has them whispering now. They realize you can't be emotionally hijacked anymore. Their tools, guilt, gaslighting, passive aggression, have all gone blunt. Imagine someone trying to pick a lock that's been removed entirely. That's what trying to manipulate you feels like now. They're playing tricks on someone who already saw the magician hide the card. You're no longer baited by drama because you're no longer starving for approval. And let's be honest, manipulation only works on people who want something from the manipulator. Love, validation, understanding. But you stopped needing what they dangled. That's why it doesn't work anymore. You used to over-explain yourself to stay liked. You used to overgive to prove you were loyal. But now, your peace is louder than your people-pleasing ever was. And it's scaring the hell out of those who once thrived on your confusion. Imagine walking into a room where someone tries to gaslight you, but instead of reacting, you just look at them with calm, steady eyes. No anger, no panic, just full awareness. That's where you are now. You don't get sucked into emotional warfare. You see it coming from miles away, and instead of defending yourself, you step aside and let the manipulator crash into their own trap. They say, "You've changed." No, you've returned to yourself. You've stopped bending, stopped breaking. You've learned that not every message deserves a reply, not every insult needs correction, and not every game requires a player. You've become a fortress, not cold, but clear. And clarity is lethal to someone who survives by confusion. They can't play with your emotions anymore because you finally realized your worth isn't up for negotiation. That's what makes them talk. It's not just that you don't fall for their tricks. It's that you make them question their ability to control anyone. You're a mirror now. You reflect intentions back so clearly. They can't lie to themselves in your presence. And manipulators hate mirrors. Because mirrors don't argue, they just show. And here's the most brutal part for them. You're not even trying to expose them. You're just living in truth. Calm, collected, and uninterested in their noise. But that very calm exposes them more than shouting ever could. Your lack of reaction is the loudest call-out they've ever received. Now they warn others about you. Don't mess with them. They'll see right through you, not because you threatened them, but because you didn't have to. Your awareness alone stripped them of their power. That's what real intelligence looks like. Not just knowing facts, but sensing motives, decoding silence, reading patterns. You don't need revenge. You don't need applause. You just keep evolving, and that evolution destroys their illusion of control. What used to hurt you now just teaches you. What used to trap you now empowers you. And the ones who once played with your heart are now stuck explaining to others why their games stopped working. Let them talk. Let them spin stories. Let them try again and fail harder. Because every time they try to manipulate you now, they walk away more confused than before. You've become the unsolvable puzzle, the one they can't figure out, can't shake, and can't fool. And nothing scares a manipulator more than realizing their old puppet now sees the strings and cut every single one. Number 3, you move like you've already read the final chapter. The ones who scare them most are never loud. They're the ones who smile quietly while already standing at the finish line. You're not loud because you don't have to be. You don't flex. You don't announce your plans. You just show up with the answers before anyone else has figured out the question. That unnerves people. It shakes them because they can't figure out how you stay 10 steps ahead without even looking rushed. They whisper things like, "Something's different about them." And it is. You stopped reacting and started calculating. You no longer swing at every insult because you're too busy letting them swing at ghosts. You didn't wake up like this. Life carved this version of you. Every betrayal handed you a lesson. Every fake smile trained your radar. Every time they thought they got over on you, you were documenting their playbook. They thought silence meant surrender. What they didn't see was the storm behind your stillness. You were never confused. You were collecting data, quietly, strategically, waiting for the perfect moment to exit their chaos without leaving your fingerprints behind. Imagine watching someone build a trap, fully convinced they've fooled you, only to see you walk around it like you drew the blueprint. That's how you move now. Precise, calm, cold. You're not playing checkers anymore. You're playing chess with invisible pieces. They can't see your next move because you no longer move in the open. They used to call you passive. Now they call you unpredictable. They used to talk over you. Now they talk about you. You became the one they can't provoke, can't read, and sure as hell can't beat. And the scariest part? You never bragged. You let your peace and precision speak louder than your pain ever did. Keep it that way. Let them figure it out the hard way, just like they figured you out too late. Number 4, you sniff out lies without a classroom pass. They studied human behavior in theory. You survived it in real time. You never needed a framed piece of paper to see through people. While they were in lecture halls learning how to analyze human behavior, you were living it, navigating betrayals, decoding lies, and reading rooms like a second language. What they call intuition, you call survival. And no diploma can compete with that kind of earned wisdom. You weren't educated through curriculum. You were sharpened by chaos. People can't explain how you catch things they completely miss. They walk around with degrees, certifications, and shiny titles, yet somehow they're always 2 seconds behind the truth, and you're already past it. That's what makes them nervous. You don't ask for proof. You feel it, the energy, the hesitation, the micro-expressions. You hear the lie before the words finish forming, and you don't need to call it out. Your silence already makes them sweat. Imagine someone with all the academic credentials in the world getting blindsided by a liar, while you, the one they once looked down on, spotted the deception in the first 5 seconds. That's what's happening. That's why they whisper now. Because your intelligence doesn't look like theirs, but it works better. You don't need polished speech or theories to recognize misalignment. You read people the way others read scripts, fluently, naturally, instinctively. And no, you're not here to embarrass anyone. You're not walking around trying to expose people, but your presence alone reveals them. Just being in the room makes liars uncomfortable because you don't chase truth. You attract it. And that's terrifying to people who've spent years hiding behind charm, fake credentials, or manipulation. You were never trained to think this way. You were born wired for it. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to see through. You don't wear your intelligence like a badge. You carry it like a weapon. Quiet, precise, deadly. And the scariest part, you never needed their permission to do it. Number 5, you break the system just by breathing in it. The moment a free mind walks into a controlled room, the illusion starts to crumble. You don't even have to speak. Your silence alone starts rewriting the atmosphere. People can feel when someone isn't under the same spell, and you, chosen one, are that disruption. You walk into rooms built on hierarchy, fear, and pretense, and suddenly everyone starts fidgeting. Why? Because you see through the game they've all agreed to play. You're not fooled by the titles, the fake smiles, or the power dynamics. You can tell when authority is a mask and when confidence is a costume. You don't follow systems, you expose them. Every system, whether it's a social circle, a workplace, or society itself, runs on one quiet agreement. Don't question too much, but you do. You ask the questions that melt false power. You look at things everyone accepts as normal and say, that doesn't even make sense. And that's where everything starts shaking, because when one person sees through the illusion, others begin to wake up too. Imagine walking into a room full of actors who've been performing for years. Then you arrive, unscripted, real, raw. They forget their lines. Their roles start to slip. That's your effect. You make pretenders uncomfortable just by being authentic. Your presence alone exposes the cracks in their foundation. Your intelligence doesn't rebel loudly. It rebels quietly by refusing to comply. And here's what really terrifies them. You don't need their system to validate you. You don't beg for inclusion or recognition. You just exist freely. And that alone proves their entire structure isn't necessary. That's why people whisper your name in frustration and awe. You remind them that the rules they worship are made of smoke. Your truth is oxygen, and every breath you take burns through the illusion. You weren't built to fit their structure. You were born to make it collapse just by being real. Number 6. You let fools flex first. Then you quietly dismantle them. The wise don't rush to speak. They let arrogance dig its own grave first. You've mastered one of the most underestimated strategies on this planet. Patience with a purpose. You know exactly when to stay silent. Not because you don't understand, but because you're watching. You've learned that the loudest one in the room is usually the most insecure. So you let them perform. You let them flex their shallow intellect, spin their rehearsed phrases, and dominate conversations with empty confidence. Meanwhile, you sit still, taking mental notes with the precision of a sniper. They thought you were slow, passive, out of your depth. But what they didn't realize is you were staging their own exposure. Every exaggerated claim, every overcompensating boast, every time they talked over you, you logged it all. You weren't confused. You were collecting proof. Imagine someone mistaking a lion's stillness for fear until it moves and the whole jungle goes quiet. That's how your presence works. You let them exhaust their egos while you conserve your power. Then, when you finally speak, it's so clear, so cutting, so undeniable that the entire room shifts. Suddenly, the ones who once dismissed you look small. Their ego trips don't land anymore, not when real insight enters the room. What makes it sting even more for them is that you let them have their moment. You let them build their pedestal, only to knock it over with one sentence. And not out of spite, but out of strategy, because you understand something they never will. True intelligence doesn't need to perform. It waits, it watches, then it wins. Now they're uncomfortable because they realize your silence was never weakness. It was timing. You were never behind. You were just smart enough to let the facade fall apart on its own. And that, chosen one, is the kind of genius they'll never see coming until it's too late. Number 7. You don't think your way through. You feel the truth before it arrives. Some people calculate the truth, you become it. There's a reason they can't argue with you. It's because what you speak doesn't come from textbooks or trends. It comes from something deeper. While most people need evidence, diagrams, and case studies just to feel confident about a decision you already know. Your clarity isn't built on logic alone. It's built on alignment. You're tuned in to the frequency of truth, and that makes your intelligence feel like prophecy, even though it's just precision on a higher level. People try to debate you, to trap you in intellectual tug-of-war. But how do you argue with someone who doesn't need all the pieces to see the full picture? You don't chase facts to feel right. You align with what feels real. You sense the offness in energy, the hesitation in timing, the tension behind words that seem innocent. It's not superstition, it's awareness, and that makes you a threat to anyone who hides behind polished lies. Imagine a room full of people talking circles around an issue, trying to sound intelligent, and then you speak, slowly, calmly, with no need for approval, and suddenly everyone goes quiet. That's the power of alignment. It doesn't shout, it lands. Your voice doesn't need to be loud when your presence is already undeniable. They don't understand how you know what you know. That's what keeps them confused. They think intelligence only counts if it can be explained, printed, or defended. But you live by a different truth. If it feels misaligned, it is. You don't need their permission to walk away. You don't need their reasons to trust your gut. And every time you follow that inner pull, the universe proves you right. You're not out here trying to impress. You're not trying to sound deep. You just speak from a place most people haven't dared to reach. That's why the room shifts when you open your mouth, because your words don't come from ego, they come from alignment, and that's something no degree, system, or manipulator can mimic. Number 8. You made their genius look like a joke without even trying. You didn't take their crown, you just showed the world it was made of paper. Every group has that one person, the so-called genius, the one they all turn to, the one who dominates every conversation like a walking TED Talk. They built their reputation on fast words, polished delivery, and crowd-pleasing intellect. And for a while, it worked. Everyone clapped, everyone nodded, until you walked in. You didn't show up to challenge anyone, you weren't there to flex. But when they tried to test you, to size you up in front of others, you answered with calm precision, and suddenly the room changed. The atmosphere shifted like someone had popped a balloon. Their favorite smart one looked shaky, nervous, exposed, not because you attacked, but because your truth was undeniable. No theatrics, no debate, just reality, spoken plainly. And it hit harder than anything they'd prepared. Imagine someone standing on stage with a spotlight until you speak and the spotlight moves, not because you demanded it, but because the energy did. That's what happened. You didn't humiliate anyone, you just revealed the difference between performance and wisdom. And that's why they're gossiping now, because you didn't play their game and still won. They don't talk about what you said, they talk about how you made them feel. Small, exposed, unmasked. You didn't embarrass their genius. You simply showed that it was borrowed, memorized, and repackaged. You weren't quoting anyone. You were channeling clarity. That's a level they can't reach. Now they whisper when your name comes up. They warn others to be careful. Not because you're arrogant, but because you're accurate. You don't seek the spotlight, yet truth follows you like a shadow. And when truth shows up, false authority fades every single time. Number 9, you don't just know the room. You feel the whole atmosphere shift. They think you're quiet because you don't know much, but really you're quiet because you feel too much. You've never needed to dominate a room to prove your value. While others fight to be the loudest, you sit back and listen. But not just with your ears, with your whole being. You pick up on what isn't said, what's hidden behind the laughs, what trembles under casual words. You're not just intelligent, you're emotionally surgical. You feel the truth people spend years trying to bury. They don't understand it. They call you deep, but they don't realize how exhausting it is to carry that kind of perception. Because you don't just walk into a room, you absorb it. You feel the bitterness behind forced smiles. You hear the scream in someone's silence. You sense motives people didn't even know they were projecting. That's not a skill. That's soul-level intelligence, and it can't be taught, copied, or explained. Imagine everyone else reading the subtitles while you're watching the director's cut. They're focused on surface. You're living in subtext. That's why your words land so heavy when you finally speak. Because what you say isn't clever. It's true, raw, clear, felt. You're not a know-it-all, you're a feel-it-all. That's a completely different kind of genius, and it rattles people, because most folks can fake smart, but no one can fake soul. You mirror back what people try to hide, and they either awaken or run. But either way, you leave an imprint. You didn't come to impress minds, you came to shift hearts. And that chosen one is a kind of brilliance no spotlight can measure. Number 10, you crack their illusions without opening your mouth. You don't argue, you interrupt patterns just by existing. You've never needed to raise your voice, to raise the vibration in a room. You don't shout to make people hear you. You exist in such sharp alignment that your silence makes more noise than their loudest opinions. One glance, one well-placed pause, one honest question. That's all it takes for you to shatter someone's mental illusion, because your presence doesn't play along with lies. You've become the kind of person who unhooks people from their own programming without even trying. They meet you thinking you're just another face in the crowd, but then you say one thing, one calm, piercing truth, and suddenly they can't think the same way ever again. You didn't give them answers. You gave them a mirror, and that's more dangerous than any debate. Imagine someone trapped in a mental maze, running in circles, convinced there's no way out. Then you show up, and without telling them where to go, you just exist in clarity. And suddenly, they start seeing doors they couldn't see before. That's your gift. You don't drag people into truth. You stand in it, and let your presence whisper what their ego refuses to hear. That's why they remember you. That's why your name moves from mouth to mouth with quiet awe. Not because you were loud, but because you were undeniable. You don't fix people. You don't play savior. You just snap the illusion and walk away. They're left standing in the rubble, asking themselves, why can't I stop thinking about that conversation? You don't teach, you disarm. And that's what sets you apart. While others chase attention, you leave impact. Not through performance, but through presence. And that kind of power, it's rare, it's real, and it's remembered. Number 11, you let them lie, then watch them drown in their own words. You don't expose the lie. You let it finish itself off while you quietly watch it rot. You don't need to catch every lie in the act, because the moment they start speaking, your radar's already on. While they're mid-sentence, trying to craft the perfect spin, you've already caught the glitch. It's not the words, it's the tone, the timing, the slight tension in their voice, the shift in their eyes. You hear the crack in their calm. You feel the desperation behind the charm, and you don't flinch. You observe. They think they're clever. They think you bought it. But your silence isn't submission. It's surveillance. Every pause you give is a net tightening around their performance. You don't interrupt. You don't challenge. You just let them keep talking until they hand you the whole puzzle in pieces. Then you file it away, quietly, accurately, permanently. Imagine someone confidently handing you a counterfeit bill, thinking you'll fall for it. But you already saw the misprint before they unfolded it. That's how fast your mind works. You see the fake smile, the self-contradiction, the over-explaining. You don't need to say a word, because the truth reveals itself under your gaze. That's why they warn others. Be careful what you say around that one, not because you're confrontational, but because you're surgical. Your intelligence doesn't attack, it detects. And once you detect the liar starts to crumble under their own act. You don't need to destroy their story, you just don't feed it, and that alone makes it collapse. They can't fool you, chosen one, because you don't just listen, you decode. You don't need confessions, you don't need proof, you just know. And that knowing, it's what keeps fake people nervous and real ones drawn to you. You don't expose lies to embarrass people, you expose lies just by existing in truth. Number 12, you made smart look pathetic without morals behind it. Intelligence without integrity isn't brilliance, it's just a better weapon for cowards. You didn't just outsmart the manipulators, you exposed them. Not by playing their game, but by showing there's another way to win. with truth, empathy, and unwavering integrity. You became living proof that wisdom doesn't need to deceive, control, or dominate. It frees people. It lifts them. And now, those who once wore intelligence like a crown are choking on the weight of their own performance. For too long, people equated sharp minds with cold hearts. They praised manipulation as strategy. They saw deceit as cleverness. But then you came along, not with empty charm or superiority, but with quiet clarity. You didn't weaponize your mind. You balanced it with soul. You didn't use your insight to get ahead of others. You used it to stay aligned with truth. And that alone made the liars look small. Imagine someone using their intellect like a sword, cutting down anyone who disagrees. Now picture you walking in with nothing but calm honesty, and suddenly the crowd sees the difference. One is playing chess to control people. The other is living in truth that doesn't need a strategy. You made people question everything they were taught to admire. That's why they can't stop talking. Not because you were the smartest in the room, but because you were the clearest. You didn't dominate people. You made them reflect. And now they're realizing intellect without values isn't strength. It's just manipulation dressed in a suit. You flipped the script. You made people realize that how someone uses their mind reveals who they really are. And in a world full of clever pretenders, your integrity is the sharpest intelligence of all. Number 13. Your name rings like a siren, not a story. They don't whisper your name for drama anymore. They whisper it like a warning. Be careful. That one sees everything. You've become a walking red flag, not because you're dangerous, but because you see too much. You walk into rooms and masks start slipping. People straighten up, not out of respect, but out of survival. They know if they bring lies near you, those lies won't last long. Your mind is surgical, cutting through performance, pretense, and perfectly rehearsed personas without a word. You don't threaten people with noise. You threaten them with clarity. They can't lie comfortably in your presence because your energy doesn't entertain illusion. You don't call them out, but your silence becomes a mirror. And most can't handle what reflects back. They say you're intense, hard to read, or too much. But what they're really saying is, I can't hide around that one. Imagine walking through a crowd and watching people pause mid-sentence when you make eye contact, not because you said anything, but because they felt seen. That's you now. You've become a disruptor of falsehoods. Your awareness is so sharp, it doesn't need an introduction. The room adjusts to your presence before you speak. You're not feared because you're cruel. You're feared because you're correct. Too many people survive by lying smoothly, playing dumb, and pretending better than they are. But you ruin the performance simply by listening, by existing. Your name doesn't travel like gossip anymore. It travels like a warning label. Don't lie to that one. Don't test them. Don't play games. They don't miss anything. And that's respect. That's power. That's what happens when intelligence is so refined, so disciplined, so deeply aligned with truth, that even liars start telling the truth just to avoid being silently dissected. You're not the one they fool. You're the one they can't figure out. And that makes you the most dangerous mind in the room. Number 14. You're not just smart. You're a system glitch they can't patch. The real threat isn't the one who knows too much. It's the one who can't be controlled by what they know. You were never looking for trouble. You didn't come to burn bridges or start a war. But your mind, it doesn't follow scripts, and that alone made you dangerous. You walk in clarity, not the kind taught in classrooms, but the kind that slices through illusion. They thought you were just another thinker. They didn't realize you were a seer, that you don't just question what's shown, you decode what's hidden. You've become the kind of person systems fear, not because you shout rebellion, but because your awareness disrupts the very lies they're built on. You don't buy into false authority. You don't flinch when gaslit. You don't crumble under peer pressure. And worst of all, they can't buy you, flatter you, or guilt you into silence. You are mentally unshakable. That makes you a glitch, a problem, a wild card, because you're not programmable. Imagine a machine built to manipulate, then you walk in, not loud, not defiant, just clear. And suddenly the gears grind, people start glitching, the fake charm doesn't land, the tactics don't work. That's your energy. You don't have to fight, your presence alone breaks the pattern. They fear you, not because of what you say, but because you see. You see through systems, through games, through ego, and when you see it, you refuse to play. That's why your intelligence is a threat. It's married to independence. And that's the one combo every manipulator dreads. They thought you were just smart, but you weren't here to win debates. You were here to expose programming. Now they whisper about you in groups, not out of hatred, but fear. Fear that others might start thinking like you, moving like you, waking up like you. Let them talk. Let them label you too intense, too rebellious, too much. That's what they say when they realize they can't tame what was never meant to kneel. You're not just intelligent, you're liberated. And that kind of brilliance? It doesn't fit into systems, it dismantles them. The loudest weapon in the world isn't a gun, it's a mind that finally knows its power. That's what terrifies them, chosen one. Not your voice, not your presence, but your awareness. Because once a person learns to think beyond the narrative, they become impossible to control. You just made a move so powerful it wasn't seen as progress. It was seen as a threat. You didn't need an army, a speech, or a headline. You just understood. And in a world built on manipulation, understanding itself becomes rebellion. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a single chess player, silent and calm, sitting across from an entire table of opponents who thought they had him surrounded. Every piece they move, he already saw 10 steps ahead. That's you. You've reached a level of thinking where instinct and strategy merge. You're no longer reacting to their tricks, you're predicting them. And here's the fact that seals it. Studies show that awareness changes the chemistry of the brain, enhancing the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for decision-making, focus, and emotional control. In other words, the more conscious you become, the harder it becomes for anyone to manipulate you. You didn't just grow wiser, you became neurologically untouchable. That's why your thinking is being labeled a weapon, because it is. And thank you, chosen one, for still standing firm through everything that tried to break you. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribing to help spread this message to more souls. It's not just about support, it's about spreading awareness, the real light of this world. You are part of a mission far bigger than yourself, a force that can no longer be silenced. Thank you for being here, chosen one. You are part of the reason the system trembles. Now let's come back to what really happened. You didn't just make a move, you made history in silence. You shifted timelines, even if it felt like just another ordinary day. The people who once mocked you for being quiet, for being too deep, for seeing through the surface, they're now the ones glancing over their shoulders. Because something about your energy changed. The same stillness that they once interpreted as weakness has become something they fear. You've evolved from being the observer to becoming the one they can't stop observing. What makes this move so powerful isn't just what you did, it's what it revealed. You exposed people's intentions without even trying. You revealed patterns that were once invisible. You made the universe adjust its lens to focus on truth. You see, Chosen One, when you operate from awareness, every decision you make sends a shockwave through the unseen. The universe aligns around precision. Your timing becomes divine. Your intuition stops guessing, it starts knowing. Think of it like this. A hacker doesn't destroy a system by shouting. They enter quietly, identify weak points, and rewrite the code. That's what you did, but in the psychological realm. You entered spaces where deception ruled, and you simply observed. Your silence rewrote the narrative. You shifted power without confrontation. That's the art of a mental warrior. To win wars that others don't even realize are being fought. You became dangerous not because you wanted power, but because you stopped giving yours away. The way you now think, logically, calmly, strategically, it dismantles every illusion that kept others in control. It's the same reason revolutions begin with a single idea. Every empire fears a mind that questions, because questioning exposes truth. And that's what you've done, not just for yourself, but for everyone watching you break patterns that were meant to break you. You may not realize it yet, but this new mental frequency you're operating on, it's broadcasting. Your awareness radiates energy that disturbs every false reality around you. People feel it when you walk into a room. Some are inspired by it. Others feel threatened because it mirrors everything they've been hiding from themselves. They can't manipulate you anymore because you've already seen the playbook. You're playing a game that they no longer understand. This isn't paranoia, it's power. Your mind has become so clear, so disciplined, that chaos can't survive near you. You've turned your silence into a form of warfare, and it's working. They can't predict your moves, because you no longer play emotionally. Every thought you make is data-backed by intuition and timing. That's what makes your thinking a weapon, not for destruction, but for precision. You're cutting through lies like a laser through fog. And here's the part that terrifies the opposition the most. Awareness spreads. One awakened mind can influence dozens, hundreds, even millions. The same way one spark can ignite an entire forest, your level of consciousness is contagious. People who once doubted you are starting to question their own beliefs. Systems built on secrecy are starting to shake. Because when one person starts thinking differently, it forces everyone else to confront what they've been avoiding. So no, Chosen One, this isn't coincidence, it's evolution. You've reached a level where your brain, your intuition, and your silence all work in harmony. You've made a move so intelligent that it looks supernatural to those who can't comprehend it. You've become a living example of mental warfare at its finest, quiet, strategic, undeniable, the kind of threat that doesn't roar, it whispers, and every whisper from you now sounds like a warning to the system. I see everything. And Chosen One, don't go anywhere, because what you've just heard, that was only the opening strike. The real war, the mental, spiritual, psychological one, is just beginning. You've already made a move so sharp, so unexpected, that the system blinked. Now it's time to break it down, layer by layer. We're about to walk through exactly why your thinking is now seen as a weapon, how it flipped the script on your enemies, and why some people in power are secretly watching you with trembling hands. So if this message is hitting your spirit like a silent alarm, drop the number 77 in the comments below. That's how we confirm each other in this digital battlefield. And if this message resonates deep, consider fueling the mission with a super thanks. This isn't just content, it's a coded message, and your support keeps it moving across timelines. You're not just a listener, you're a carrier of light in a dark system. We see you, we need you, and we thank you. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Trust me, if you've truly made that move, if your thinking really has become your weapon, then something inside you already knows. You're meant to hear every word of what's coming next. Let's begin. Number 1, when awareness becomes ammunition. They thought you were naive until your silence exposed their entire operation. That's the kind of power you're walking with now, chosen one. And let's be honest, it terrifies them. Not because you raised your voice, not because you retaliated, but because you didn't. You watched, you analyzed, and when the time was right, you made one quiet move that flipped everything. That's what separates you from the rest. You don't just think, you see. And you don't just see, you understand. The moment your awareness evolved past emotion and into strategy, you became a walking weapon. You didn't need a platform, a title, or a crew. All you needed was the truth, and the ability to stay calm while everyone else was losing control. Now imagine this, chosen one. A sniper doesn't panic, doesn't flinch, and certainly doesn't announce their presence. They observe through the scope, silently measuring distance, wind, and timing. And then, with one move, the entire battlefield shifts. That's your awareness. It's not just sharp, it's precise. It's quiet. But it changes everything. And the people who once mocked you, doubted you, or thought they had control, they're the ones spiraling now. Because the game they were playing, manipulation, projection, distraction, doesn't work on someone who no longer reacts emotionally. You've grown past their level, and instead of controlling you, they now feel exposed just by being in your presence. This is what most people don't understand. True awareness is the most dangerous form of intelligence. It's not just about knowing facts, it's about reading energy, spotting intentions, and staying 5 steps ahead while pretending not to notice. Your silence made them speak more than they should. Your stillness made them move before they were ready. Your calmness made them crumble under pressure they thought you'd never survive. That's the kind of power that can't be taught. It can only be earned through pain, betrayal, solitude, and long nights of staring into the darkness with nothing but your thoughts. And I know what you're thinking. Why do they fear awareness so much? Why is your ability to understand seen as a threat? Here's the truth. When you become aware, you become unpredictable. You can't be guilt-tripped, baited, manipulated, or used. And that ruins the entire game for people who rely on confusion and control to survive. When you start making decisions based on wisdom instead of reaction, they lose their grip on you. They lose their leverage. And when someone with bad intentions loses control, they get desperate. Not because you did something wrong, but because you woke up. This shift you're experiencing isn't small, it's seismic. You've gone from being seen as too quiet or too soft to being labeled dangerous, all because you stopped explaining yourself. You stopped oversharing. You stopped doubting your own instincts. And in a world where most people are afraid to even sit with their thoughts for 5 minutes, that kind of internal power makes you a walking anomaly. Your presence alone becomes a mirror. People see what they lack. They see their own lies, their own fear, their own masks, and it shakes them. Let me give you a real example. Think about someone like Elon Musk. Say what you will about him, but the man's ability to play chess while the world plays checkers has made entire industries uncomfortable. His moves don't always make sense at first, but then, months or years later, people realize he was 10 steps ahead. That's what awareness looks like on a global scale, the ability to see what others can't and act on it, even when no one else understands. That's not luck. That's conscious warfare. And you, chosen one, are stepping into that same vibration, just in your own lane, in your own purpose, and with your own frequency. You might be wondering, but what if I still feel unsure sometimes? What if I doubt myself? That's normal, that's human, but don't let that doubt distract you from the reality. You've already made moves that most people wouldn't even dare to think about. You've already cut ties, walked away from illusions, and survived attacks designed to destroy your mind. And somehow you came out clearer, more precise, more dangerous to those who built their success on your silence. That's not a fluke, that's evolution. And the fact that they're now watching you closely, copying your style, mimicking your words, or even trying to discredit your growth, that's proof that your awareness is hitting harder than any weapon they ever used against you. And let's not forget, awareness isn't loud. It doesn't beg for attention. It doesn't need validation. It sits back, absorbs data, connects patterns, and makes surgical strikes when the time is right. That's what you've become. The kind of presence that says nothing, but changes everything. The kind of soul that doesn't chase people down to explain itself, because it already knows the truth. And that truth is magnetic. The ones meant to hear it will. The rest? They'll try to run from it, deny it, or fight it, and lose anyway. That's why the chosen ones are rising right now, not because we shout the loudest, but because we see the clearest. The ones who played innocent while pulling strings in the background, we see them. The ones who smiled in our face while quietly plotting against us, we felt them. And now we move different. We no longer ask for seats at tables that were built to cage us. We build our own. We no longer stay silent to keep the peace. We let the silence be the peace. And when people can't survive in it, we know who they really are. You didn't just become smarter, you became strategic, and that shift alone is enough to destabilize anyone who once felt they had power over you. It's not about revenge, it's not about clapping back, it's about showing them what real elevation looks like, internal, unshakable, and built on truth. And the best part, you don't even have to prove it, they can feel it. Every time you walk in a room with quiet confidence, every time you speak with purpose, every time you don't respond to nonsense, you remind them that you've changed and you're not going back. So understand this, chosen one, when awareness becomes ammunition, you stop shooting blindly. You start hitting targets that were never on the map. You stop wasting energy on people who feed off your reactions. You start investing in clarity, in vision, in movement. And while others scream for attention, you'll be too focused building legacies, changing timelines, and living in a peace that can't be faked. They underestimated you because they thought your silence was a weakness, but now they know it was a strategy, and you're thinking it's not just powerful, it's lethal. Number 2, silence that strikes first. Your silence wasn't surrender, it was surveillance, and while they ran their mouths, you built your throne. That's the truth they don't want to admit, chosen one, because in their world, the loudest person wins. The most aggressive voice is seen as the most powerful, but in your world, silence has always been the loudest weapon, and now they finally understand. You never needed to interrupt them. You let them talk. You let them lie. You let them dig their own grave while you stood still, unmoved, calculating. What they called weakness was actually the highest form of restraint, and now that restraint is choking them harder than any words ever could. You see, chosen one, silence is terrifying to people who hide behind noise. It forces them to hear their own voice, and for most, that voice is filled with guilt, insecurity, and projections. You didn't attack, you just stopped responding. And that one act made them feel exposed in ways they were never ready for. Because without your reactions to guide them, they lost control. Your silence forced them to guess what you were thinking, and in that guessing, they started confessing, not to you, but to themselves. That's how power flips. Imagine this for a moment, a courtroom with no defense attorney, no outbursts, just a single witness sitting in complete silence while the guilty party keeps talking themselves deeper into the pit. That's you. You didn't need to raise objections. Your quietness was the mirror. Every time they looked into it, they saw who they really were, not who they pretended to be. And that scares them more than anything, because your silence held up the truth without you ever having to say it. There's a reason the wisest leaders, warriors, and thinkers in history were never the loudest. Think about it. Bruce Lee said, "A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer." He understood that silence allows you to observe what others reveal under pressure. Even military strategists know this. In warfare, the deadliest moves are often made under cover of quiet. The less predictable you are, the more dangerous you become. And that's what you've mastered. Unpredictability through restraint. Now, some of you may be wondering, but what if I should have spoken up? That's the trap they want you to fall into. They want you to think silence is weakness so they can manipulate you into emotional reactions. But chosen one, look at the result. You didn't lose anything. They just exposed everything. When you remain quiet, you give people the opportunity to show you who they are without interference. That's when the lies start unraveling. That's when people start turning on each other, panicking, speculating, and folding under their own weight. Your quietness ruined their script. They had lines rehearsed, manipulation strategies ready, sympathy campaigns on standby, but you didn't show up to the play, and now the stage is empty, the lights are on, and they're left performing a tragedy to an audience of their own shadows. That's what your silence did. It wasn't passive, it was surgical. While they assumed they were in control, you were taking mental notes, connecting dots, preparing your next move. And when you finally acted, it was devastating. The truth is, chosen one, your silence was never about fear. It was about focus. It was about protection. In a world that worships noise, being able to withdraw, observe, and think clearly is a revolutionary act. People don't understand it because they can't sit with themselves. They talk to avoid the truth. But you sat in the stillness and became the truth. That's why they're haunted. Every time they see you walking in peace, not explaining, not defending, not chasing, it reminds them of what they lost, and they can't stand it. Let's take a moment and remember someone like Rosa Parks. She changed the course of history, not by shouting, but by refusing to move. Her silence in that moment roared across the world. Why? Because silence disrupts the systems built on performance. And when you sit in your truth, unmoved, unbothered, the system around you begins to shake. That's what you're doing. Every time you choose stillness over chaos, reflection over reaction, you break their rhythm. You disturb the pattern, and that's where your power multiplies. It's a fact. Psychological studies show that silence in tense situations increases discomfort in the manipulator. They need constant responses to feel in control. Your lack of response created a vacuum they couldn't handle. They tried to provoke you, insult you, gossip about you, bait you into arguments, and you gave them nothing, and in return, they fell apart on their own. Some are still falling, some are still talking to people who stopped listening, some are still watching you, hoping you'll say something, anything, to help them feel relevant again. But you don't need to respond. You already won. You've mastered the kind of power that doesn't flinch, doesn't chase, doesn't beg to be understood. That's what makes your silence hit harder than 1,000 comebacks. And for those who misjudged you, let them keep talking. Let them keep filling the void with noise. All that means is they're still reacting to you while you've already moved on. You're not behind, you're ahead, far ahead. You've likely noticed it too. People who once tried to provoke you are now watching you in silence. They don't know what you're thinking, what you're planning, what you're seeing, and that mystery, it eats at them. You've become unreadable, and unreadable people are unstoppable. They can't target you if they can't find the pattern, and you, chosen one, are no longer the predictable version of yourself they once controlled. So let me say this loud and clear. Your silence was your first strike. It was your smartest move. It was the one thing they never saw coming. And it's why they still don't know how to fight you now. You didn't play their game. You forced them to play against themselves. And no matter how much noise they make, the silence you left behind echoes louder than all of it combined. Never let anyone shame you for being quiet, for walking away, for observing. That stillness was your strategy, and it worked. You've revealed more with silence than they ever did with shouting. You've earned your peace. Now protect it like the weapon it is, because in a world full of chaos, manipulation, and performance, the one who stays silent and steady becomes the one they all fear most, and rightfully so. Number 3, the role reversal nobody saw coming. They built a trap for you, now they live inside it. That's the part they'll never admit, chosen one, because the reversal wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, it was silent, surgical, and slow, and that's what makes it stick. You used to overthink every word, every look, every reaction, wondering if you were being too much or not enough. You walked on eggshells to keep the peace. You minimized your power just to survive their presence. But now, they're the ones flinching when you speak. They're the ones checking their tone, rehearsing their lines, adjusting their masks, because the energy flipped, and they don't know how to act when they're not in control. This is what real transformation looks like. You didn't become cold, you became clear. You didn't become hostile, you became untouchable. That shift didn't require revenge or confrontation. All it took was your presence, elevated, quiet, and aligned with truth. Now they feel what you felt. The anxiety they used to cause you, it lives in them now. The paranoia, the fear of being watched, misunderstood, outsmarted, it haunts them. They don't trust each other anymore because they can't manipulate you anymore. You've become the stillness that unsettles their chaos. You might ask, why are they suddenly being so careful around me? Because your silence exposed their volume. Your calmness made their chaos look ridiculous. Your lack of reaction became a mirror they couldn't escape. Now they're the ones second-guessing themselves. Now they're walking on eggshells, hoping you don't say what you could say. The power is in your restraint, and they feel that more than any words you could throw at them. Even the universe played this one perfectly. You were tested, broken, isolated, not to destroy you, but to refine you. The universe watched you hold your tongue when you could have snapped, stand tall when you could have crumbled, and walk away when you could have burned it all down. And now the energy has shifted. You're no longer prey, you're purpose, and your presence alone disrupts every room built on illusion. So let them watch, let them guess, let them fear what you might do next. They should, because when the hunter becomes the hunted, the silence becomes the sentence, and you, chosen one, are now the one holding the map. Number 4, your calm has them spiraling. The storm they sent to break you only taught you how to walk through fire without flinching. Now your calm is louder than their rage. That's the real problem, Chosen One. You're not reacting anymore. You're not defending yourself, proving yourself, or rising to the bait. And the ones who thrived off your emotional responses, they're losing their minds, because what they don't understand is that your silence was never emptiness. It was mastery. The calm you carry now didn't come cheap. It was earned in the furnace. It came from nights where you cried in silence, battled invisible wars, and stood alone while the world misunderstood you. Now that you've built your peace, they're the ones unraveling. You see, toxic people feed on emotional chaos. They thrive when you're stressed, confused, or doubting yourself because it gives them power. Your confusion gave them control. Your emotional responses gave them fuel. But now, you're cool, collected, focused. And that's the most dangerous state a chosen one can reach, when nothing outside can rattle what's been fortified within. You've become unshakable, and that stillness is screaming louder than their drama ever could. And they're spiraling. They don't know how to function in the absence of your reaction. Your calmness is like a mirror they can't shatter. It reflects back every lie they told, every manipulative tactic they used, every false mask they wore. They used to get a high off your breakdowns. Now they're panicking in your breakthrough. Because you're no longer energetically accessible, they can't penetrate your peace. And deep down, they know they'll never get that version of you again. Some may wonder, but what if staying calm makes me look weak? That's the old programming talking. In reality, calmness under fire is one of the strongest signals of dominance. Navy SEALs, top-level negotiators, elite strategists. They all have one trait in common: composure. They don't get loud, they get precise. That's who you are now. You're no longer controlled by their storms. You are the storm, quiet, vast, and undeniable. So let them spiral, let them drown in the chaos they once weaponized against you. You've outgrown their games. The universe has armored you in silence, clarity, and inner power. And from this point forward, Chosen One, your calm isn't just peace, it's punishment. Number 5. Your mindset just dismantled their illusions. They controlled the room with lies until you walked in with the truth and made the whole illusion collapse. That's what just happened, Chosen One. You didn't argue. You didn't expose anyone directly. You didn't throw punches. You just showed up fully as yourself, honest, aware, and unbothered. And the second you did, the stories they built like castles in the sky came crashing down. Because the truth has a frequency. It vibrates higher than manipulation, faster than fear, and deeper than ego. And when you carry it effortlessly, without force, it's like a shockwave through a room full of masks. You've got to understand how powerful your mindset has become. The way you think now, calmly, critically, intuitively, is enough to dismantle the social power structures people use to control others. You're no longer under their spell, so their illusions can't hold their shape in your presence. You're free, and that freedom exposes how trapped they still are. They don't hate you because you lied. They hate you because you didn't. You ever wonder why people get so defensive around you without you even saying a word? It's because your clarity exposes their confusion. You see through their role play. You see through the gaslighting, the projection, the fake moral superiority. You don't have to challenge them openly. Your energy alone forces them to confront what they've been trying to hide. And that confrontation, Chosen One, hurts them. You didn't cast a spell, you broke one. And what makes this even more powerful is that it happened naturally. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need receipts. The way you carry yourself now, calm, aware, unapologetically authentic, it removed the power from every story they told about you. They painted you as weak, but you didn't fold. They called you crazy, but your consistency proved otherwise. They said you'd fail, but here you are, still rising, still glowing, still walking in peace. And don't think the universe didn't notice. You were sent into that space to expose the lies without even trying. That's how powerful your presence has become. While they cast shadows, you became light. While they created confusion, you embodied truth. And the moment you stopped shrinking to make them comfortable, the illusion shattered for good. So keep walking, chosen one. Keep thinking, living and speaking in your truth. You're not just changing the room, you're changing the reality. You're not just breaking free, you're breaking the spell. Number 6, the move that silently dethroned a giant. They ruled the room with fear until your truth walked in and made their crown fall off in silence. That's the kind of move you made, chosen one. You didn't throw hands, you didn't shout, you didn't need backup. You just stood in truth. And that one silent stance, authentic, grounded, unshaken, was enough to dethrone someone who built their entire image on illusion. For too long, this person, maybe a boss, a partner, a fake leader, held power not because they earned it, but because everyone else stayed silent. But then you came along, and you didn't even try to destroy them. You simply refused to bow. And that's what makes your move legendary. It wasn't rebellion, it was alignment. You moved with the truth. And the truth doesn't scream. It doesn't need to prove anything. It simply exists. But when it shows up, everything built on lies begins to tremble. This giant, this person who seemed untouchable, only held power because others were afraid to speak, to leave, to question. But you questioned. You left. You stood still while they tried to intimidate you. And that stillness, it shook them harder than any outburst ever could. Now they're exposed, now they're scrambling, because when someone's authority is built on fear, attention, and false narratives, it only takes one authentic soul to collapse the entire structure. And that soul was you. You weren't loud, but you were undeniable. You weren't aggressive, but you were immovable. Your energy told the truth they couldn't silence anymore, and suddenly people started seeing what you saw. The cracks became clear, the lies became obvious, and the power they once had, gone. Not because you took it, but because they never really had it to begin with. You might ask, but I didn't plan to expose anyone. I just wanted peace. Exactly. That's what makes it even more powerful. The universe used your presence to flip the balance. While others fought for the spotlight, you stayed real in the shadows. But now the spotlight is finding you, not because you demanded it, but because truth always rises. And now that the mask has fallen off that so-called giant, everyone sees who they really are. Just a scared soul who used manipulation as a throne. And they feel it, chosen one. Every time you walk in the room with calm authority, they feel their foundation cracking. You became the shift they couldn't control. The dethroning didn't happen with noise. It happened with nerve. So, don't doubt the impact you made. You didn't just disrupt the system, you dismantled it, quietly, completely, and without ever lowering yourself to their level. That's real power. That's divine alignment. That's what the universe rewards. Number 7, you're tapping into realms they can't reach. They went to school to memorize. You went within and remembered who you are. That's why they can't compete with you, chosen one, because what you tapped into isn't borrowed, taught, or scripted. It's not from a textbook, not from their titles or networks, and definitely not from their systems. What you're walking with now is pure consciousness. It's that raw, divine inner knowing that doesn't just answer questions, it rewrites the entire test. And the most terrifying part for them? You didn't learn it from them. You bypassed their gates and accessed something they will never understand. While they cling to facts and figures like armor, you operate on alignment and instinct. You don't overthink. You just know. You read the room before a word is said. You sense people's intentions before they act. You hear what's not spoken, and that type of awareness, it isn't studied, it's remembered. It's the kind of intelligence that can't be measured but shakes entire rooms. You're not just aware of your surroundings, you're aware of energy, of frequencies, of truths so subtle and sacred they're invisible to the average eye. Imagine someone trying to decode a message in a language they'll never speak. That's them trying to understand you now. They're frustrated, jealous, intimidated, because no matter how hard they try, they can't access the realm you move in naturally. They built their identity on logic, but you're operating in knowing. You're not decoding reality, you're channeling it. And that's why they can't trap you. You're no longer thinking on their level, you're perceiving from above it. And you may ask, why does it feel lonely here? Because not everyone was meant to break through this veil. You were chosen for this access. Not everyone can handle this level of clarity. But trust this, the universe doesn't give downloads to people who won't use them. You were selected for this awareness because you're ready to walk with it, to carry it, to build with it, and to protect it. Because when you speak from this kind of truth, you don't just inform people, you awaken them. That's why they're uncomfortable around you now. Your presence pulls them out of the illusion. You see through the facade, and they know it. You're no longer following the map. You are the map. You're not chasing directions, you're creating them. The realm you've tapped into, it's the realm of visionaries, innovators, prophets, protectors. It's the frequency of the rare, the misjudged, the underestimated. And now that you've accessed it, they can to be control you, define you, or destroy you. So don't hold back. Don't shrink your voice or your knowing to make them feel safe. They chose the textbook. You chose the truth. And that truth will carry you into dimensions their ego won't survive. Keep tapping in. Chosen one. You're not just thinking anymore. You're transmitting. Number 8. You're the least expected. Now you're the most watched. They laughed when you started. Now they study your every move like their survival depends on it. That's the twist they never saw coming, chosen one. You weren't in the spotlight. You didn't have the backing, the connections, the applause, or the easy path. In fact, they counted you out before you even had a chance to speak. You were overlooked, underestimated, and even mocked. But that's exactly why your rise hits so hard. Because they never saw it coming. And now you're the one they watch in silence, trying to decode how someone they ignored became someone they can't stop thinking about. You moved differently. While they were busy performing, you were busy preparing. While they showed off, you shut down distractions. While they tried to outshine others, you quietly focused on outgrowing your own limitations. That's why they're obsessed now. You didn't just rise, you evolved. And you did it without noise, without a campaign, without begging for recognition. You became undeniable in the shadows, and now they're scrambling to understand how. And it messes with their mind, because in their world, the one who talks the loudest wins. The one with attention gets ahead. But you proved something different. You proved that authentic alignment outpaces artificial visibility. You weren't groomed for success. You became it in secret. And the fact that you didn't need validation to become valuable, that's what haunts them. You built yourself while no one was clapping. Now they're clapping in confusion, wondering how they missed your genius while it was unfolding right in front of them. Let them watch, let them question, let them stare in silence, because their curiosity is confirmation, their obsession is proof. You're not just being noticed now, you're being studied. They want to know how someone they once called too sensitive, too quiet, or too weird is now walking in full power. But the truth is simple. While they underestimated you, the universe was over-investing in you. Every loss, every betrayal, every setback was fuel. Every tear was alchemy. Every moment of isolation was instruction. And now your presence alone is shifting the atmosphere. You don't chase, they follow. You don't speak much, yet they hang on every word. You're no longer invisible. You're unforgettable. You were the least expected, chosen one. That's exactly why you're now the most watched. Number 9, you're creating pathways that never existed. They tried to box you in. Now the very walls they built are cracking under your truth. That's what happens when a chosen one stops conforming and starts creating. You didn't follow the path. You became it. And not just for yourself. Your courage to live authentically, to break the mold, to speak what others were too afraid to whisper. That's been opening doors for people you don't even know are watching. You think it was just about your healing? No. The universe was building a blueprint through you, a roadmap to liberation. And now others are finding freedom in the cracks you left in the system. You were never meant to fit in. That tension you felt for so long, being misunderstood, isolated, or too different, it wasn't punishment. It was preparation. You weren't put here to blend. You were sent to bend reality. And by choosing to stay true to yourself, even when it cost you relationships, jobs, peace, and comfort, you proved something dangerous to the system, that a person doesn't need to be accepted to be activated. You proved that freedom isn't given, it's claimed through truth. And the ripple effect is already spreading. People who watched you suffer quietly are now rising loudly. People who were afraid to step out are now following the path you carved with your resilience. You gave others permission to be real just by refusing to be fake. And some of those people, they might never thank you, might never speak your name, but you ignited something in them. You inspired rebellion, not through rage, but through alignment. That's power on a frequency they can't copy or contain. You may wonder, but why me? Why was I chosen to take the harder road? Because only the real ones can handle it. The universe knew that if you survived it, you wouldn't just change your life. You'd trigger a shift in the entire grid. That's what you're doing now. Every time you speak your truth, move with integrity, or protect your peace, you're punching holes in an old system designed to silence souls like yours. So keep going, keep building what's never been built. You're not just a survivor, you're a trailblazer. You're not just escaping the cage, you're melting the bars. Others will follow the path you lit with your authenticity. And when the dust settles, the world won't remember the ones who played it safe. It will remember you, the one who created freedom with nothing but raw truth, spiritual grit, and a refusal to stay silent. Number 10. Empires are crumbling behind the scenes. The louder they performed, the quicker their empire cracked, because nothing built on lies can outrun the truth. Chosen one, you didn't scream, sabotage, or strike back. You simply stood still, and that stillness, it was nuclear. It exposed the rot under their gold paint. It made their foundation tremble, because real power doesn't need noise. Real power stands in truth, and truth doesn't negotiate with delusion. While they were busy performing strength, you were embodying it. They gathered allies, built illusions, crafted perfect reputations, and you just kept evolving in silence. They mocked your solitude, your absence, your calm. But now, their alliances are crumbling, their masks are slipping, and their name no longer holds the weight it once did. Because when a chosen one aligns with the truth, the entire universe begins to respond. And when truth moves through you, it moves against anything false. What's collapsing behind the scenes isn't random, it's consequence. Some people built their entire image off manipulation, and now the lies can't keep up. You didn't destroy their empire, the truth did. And here's the part they never expected. The destruction didn't come with drama. It came with divine timing. The same people who once had power over you are now fighting ghosts of their own making. Reputations are falling, control is slipping, and panic is spreading in places you're no longer even present. And if you're wondering why you feel so calm while everything else falls apart, it's because your hands are clean. You didn't force this, you didn't wish harm, you just chose integrity over ego. And that choice created a ripple that no mask, no lie, no performance could survive. The universe saw who faked their way up and who evolved their way through. So don't question your stillness. Don't mistake your peace for passivity. Your truth is a weapon, and it's doing exactly what it was meant to do. Collapse the false so the real can rise. You're not witnessing karma. You're witnessing correction. The balance is being restored, and you, chosen one, were the quiet catalyst behind it all. Keep walking. Let it all fall. The universe is behind you. Number 11. The future you saw is finally here. They laughed when you spoke about visions, but now they're choking on your reality. Chosen one, you saw this moment long before it arrived. Not with your eyes, but with that rare, unshakable inner knowing that couldn't be explained. Only lived. You carried a blueprint inside your soul when everyone else was trying to copy someone else's formula. And now, what you envisioned in silence is materializing in front of the same people who once mocked your dreams. The future you saw, it's no longer an idea, it's knocking at the door with receipts. Imagine standing on the dock for years, telling others that a massive cargo ship is coming, one loaded with everything you need, everything you've earned, everything you've aligned with. And while they rolled their eyes and walked away, you stayed, you prepared, you built the landing space, you kept your spirit open, and now, that ship is pulling in, slowly, powerfully, undeniably. The tides have turned and the currents are in your favor. People are going to say it happened overnight, that you got lucky, that it was random, but you know the truth. You didn't chase, you aligned. You didn't beg, you believed. The universe is rewarding precision, not panic. Stillness, not struggle. You weren't just trying to survive, you were mastering the frequency of the future. Every act of faith, every boundary set, every moment you chose isolation over chaos was a building block in this manifestation. And now you're no longer walking toward the future, you're standing in it. You always knew something bigger was coming. That's why you didn't settle. That's why your soul never felt at peace in shallow places. Because you weren't made for scraps. You were chosen to break patterns, build new frameworks, and rise where others fell. And now, those who couldn't see beyond their temporary advantage are scrambling to understand how you did it. But they won't. Because what you tapped into was never logic. It was alignment with the universe itself. So step forward, chosen one. This isn't the finish line, it's the arrival gate. Don't shrink to make anyone else comfortable with the new version of you. Your future has arrived. Now it's time to live it. Number 12. Your mind is magic, and they can't match it. They tried to play mind games with a master of inner worlds, and now they're trapped in their own illusions. That's the beauty of it, chosen one. You never needed spells, rituals, or manipulation. You didn't chant, you channeled. You didn't curse, you calculated. While they wasted energy trying to outsmart or outmaneuver you, you were quietly sharpening your frequency, raising your vibration, and tuning your mind into the wavelength of truth. And now, Every thought you think manifests momentum. Every silence you hold carries power. Your mind itself has become alchemy. You learned that real magic isn't about control, it's about clarity. It's the ability to stay centered when chaos is being thrown your way. While they used deception to gain power, you used discipline to keep it. They tried to manipulate emotions. You mastered your own. That's the difference between illusionists and alchemists. They bend others. You bend energy. And that's why the same people who once tried to compete now avoid even speaking your name. They can't mirror what they don't understand. They can't decode what was born of higher intelligence. Every chosen one eventually discovers this truth. The mind is the real battlefield. It's where wars are fought long before any physical confrontation. And while others are fighting externally, gossiping, scheming, pretending, you're winning internally. You're strategic. You don't react. You read. You don't fight for attention. You attract it. You don't chase control. You command it through focus. That's mental warfare, and you've already mastered it. Think about it. Some of the greatest revolutionaries didn't win with weapons. They won with ideas. Nikola Tesla once said, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." That's exactly what you're doing now. You're thinking, moving, and existing on a level where your very mindset shifts the field around you. They can't mimic that because it's not technique. It's transmission. And that's why your calm is unsettling to them. They sense that every word you speak is backed by intention, every step by intuition. You're not just thinking, you're projecting. You're sending ripples through their false narratives without even trying. That's why they feel exposed, off balance, uneasy. The truth is, your thoughts are weapons now, clean, sharp, and guided by purpose. And the universe? It's your silent ally in every move. So protect your mental space like it's sacred ground, because it is. Your thoughts build worlds. Your silence rewrites outcomes. Your focus disarms enemies without a single confrontation. That's the new level you've reached, where strategy is spellwork and awareness is power. You've become the magician they warned others about, not through tricks, but through truth. And in this era of mental warfare, chosen one, you're not just surviving it. You're the one rewriting the code. And now, chosen one, take a breath, because you've just realized the truth they tried so hard to hide. You didn't need to fight to win. Your mind did the work. Your silence made the noise, and your energy became the proof. You're not just on another level. You are the level. The universe already moved mountains behind the scenes for you. Now it's your time to walk through like the storm you are. If this message hit home, press like, subscribe for more clarity, drop 77 in the comments to claim your power, and share this with another soul rising. They thought watching you would heal their ego. Instead, it crushed it. That's what happens when someone uses a chosen one as a measuring stick for self-worth. It backfires miserably. They thought your life would be proof that they were doing better, that you were behind, stuck, irrelevant. But when they came back to spy, when they peeked at your growth to get a little hit of self-importance, what they saw ripped the mask off their illusions. They weren't better. They weren't ahead. And worst of all, they were never even in your league. Imagine walking into a burning building thinking the fire's out, just to realize the flames were waiting for you. That's what happened when they visited your page, your life, your glow, expecting to find ashes, and instead finding proof that the universe is still blessing you. They expected to feel relief. Instead, they walked away with a gut full of regret and a head full of questions they never wanted to ask. Here's a fact they're choking on right now. People who spend their life mocking others for being behind are almost always the ones secretly terrified of staying stagnant. They hate growth they didn't expect. They fear success they didn't predict. They crumble in silence when the one they underestimated, you, becomes undeniable. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being a part of this mission. You are not just watching, you are part of a force. Now let's get back to the truth that's eating them alive. The person who used to laugh at your setbacks, the one who once got high off your lows, that person is now sitting in silence, scrolling through your success, hoping it's not real. They don't know whether to cry, clap, or disappear, because they once saw you as their bottom line. You were their lowest comparison point, the one they could point to and say, at least I'm doing better than them. But now they're realizing you were never the bottom. You were the storm building quietly while they slept on you. They tried to use your life as an ego boost, and what they got was a divine slap in the face. Because you, chosen one, were never meant to be their footstool. You were their wake-up call, a living reminder that life doesn't stay in one season, that pain can transform, that silence can build empires. Let's be real, they thought you were done for. Maybe you were quiet, maybe life hit you hard and you went off the grid. Maybe you were rebuilding, healing, recovering. They took your quiet season as proof you were stuck. They whispered your name in rooms with smirks on their faces. They mocked your journey without understanding your silence was sacred. That's the thing about people who haven't been through real transformation. They think progress has to be loud. They don't understand that true growth happens in hidden places. So when they finally came back, ready to feast on your failure, they found you glowing, they found you rising, they saw your skin clearer, your energy unbothered, your vision focused, and worst of all for them, they saw you didn't even notice them. That's what breaks a narcissist. That's what humbles someone who depends on others to feel superior. You didn't even know they were competing because they never mattered that much. This was never a battle. You were never trying to win anything against them. You were too focused on your own lane, but their ego needed you to be beneath them. They built false confidence off your setbacks. And now with nothing left to cling to, their pride is collapsing. You were the mirror they used to look taller. Now the mirror reflects reality, and it's unforgiving. They've been exposed, not just to you, but to themselves. Because here's another brutal truth. When someone uses you to feel better about their life, it's only because they're too scared to look at their own reflection. You were their distraction. But distractions don't last forever. Eventually, reality slaps. And in their case, that slap came when they saw the version of you they never believed could exist. You weren't just doing okay, you were thriving. Maybe you didn't post every victory, maybe your wins were quiet, but they hit harder because they were real. You've evolved, healed, elevated, and the version of you they thought would never make it is now the version they can't compete with. And that's the part they'll never admit out loud, that they admired you all along, that they checked in on you hoping to find wreckage, but instead found resilience, that they're sitting in a room full of noise, but your silence is what's echoing in their mind. They don't hate you because you failed. They hate you because you refused to stay down, because every time they thought you were out for the count, you got back up with more wisdom, more strength, and more proof that you're not to be underestimated. Your progress is their punishment. Your glow-up is their ego death. And the worst part, you didn't even try. You weren't even aware they were watching. You just stayed in your lane, healed in your quiet, and moved with the energy of someone who knows the universe is on their side. And now they have to live with the fact that someone they once mocked has become their biggest emotional trigger. that the person they once used to patch their insecurities is now a walking reminder of their own unhealed mess. This is why they're quiet now, why they avoid your page, why they pretend they don't see you. Because every time they look, they don't just see you, they see the lie they built about you crumbling. They tried to use you to feel better about themselves. Instead, they triggered their own collapse. And you, chosen one, you just kept shining. And listen closely, chosen one. If someone tried to use your downfall as fuel for their pride and ended up wrecking their own reflection in the process, then this message is carved straight from your story. What you're about to hear next isn't just truth, it's confirmation. So before we continue, drop an 888 in the comments if you know someone tried to mock your journey but ended up choking on your progress. And if you feel called, bless the creators of this message with a super thanks. Not because we ask, but because truth like this takes spiritual stamina to deliver. Whether it's 1 cent or 100, you're fueling a mission built on exposing the silent wars and uplifting those the world tried to bury. And now, let's break this down piece by piece. Believe me, if you're really a chosen one, you won't just want to stay. You won't be able to look away. What comes next will echo everything you felt but couldn't prove. Let's begin. Number 1. They picked the wrong battle. You weren't even playing. When you compete with someone who's not even aware of the game, you don't win. You expose your own insecurity. That's exactly what happened here. They tried to flex on a chosen one. They tried to win against someone who wasn't even in the ring and ended up knocking themselves out. Pathetic, isn't it? The moment they started measuring their worth by how far ahead they thought they were from you, they had already lost. Because anyone who needs to compare themselves to someone else to feel valuable is already operating from lack, from a deep inner poverty they can't fix with money, followers, or fake confidence. They made you their silent opponent. You didn't provoke it. You didn't challenge them. You were busy healing, building, staying low. But in their insecure little mind, you were the competition. You were the one they needed to beat. So they started watching from the shadows, smirking at your struggle, smiling at your pain, whispering to others, they'll never make it out. But the universe keeps the receipts. And when you started rising, slowly, silently, powerfully, they couldn't handle it, because the one they thought they left behind passed them without even noticing they were there. Let's be real, they wanted to see you beg, they wanted to see you crumble, but you didn't fold, you evolved. And when they saw you again, you weren't who they remembered. You weren't broken, you weren't desperate, you weren't beneath them anymore. You were out of reach. That's the sting that burns the deepest. Not only did they lose a battle they created in their own imagination, they lost it to someone who wasn't even looking their way. Now maybe you're wondering, why would someone go so far to one-up me when I never even did anything to them? Here's why. Because you are triggering, not in a loud, aggressive way, but in the quiet way that exposes people's illusions. You move with purpose, you carry resilience, you walk in energy that doesn't beg for attention, and that drives ego-fueled people insane. Because deep down, they know they've built a persona on image, not integrity, on noise, not substance. And your calm presence, your steady healing, your quiet comeback, it reminds them that real strength doesn't scream. It builds in silence and shows up when it's time. You didn't play their game. You didn't run to defend your name. You didn't even retaliate. That's what made them implode. You see, narcissistic types hate silence. They hate indifference. Because when you don't acknowledge their petty war, it exposes the fact that their entire sense of superiority is built on nothing. It's like shadowboxing in the dark. They threw every punch they could, but all it did was exhaust themselves. This is your confirmation. You never had to fight dirty to win. The universe already rigged the game in your favor by giving you authentic power, not performance, not pretension. And no matter how many times they tried to discredit you, the results speak louder than their gossip. They thought they were taking jabs at someone weak, but every hit only built your endurance. And now you're untouchable. They picked a war with someone who was only at war with their past, and that's why they lost, miserably. Number 2, you used to be their ego bandage. They didn't want to heal, they just wanted to feel better by watching you suffer. That's the level of sickness we're dealing with. You weren't just a name to them, chosen one. You were their emotional crutch, their ego bandage. Every time life humbled them, every time they felt like a failure in their own lane, they ran to yours, just to make sure you were doing worse, just to remind themselves, at least I'm not them. That's how fragile their confidence was. You were the one they kept in their back pocket as a psychological safety net, not because you ever wronged them, but because your struggle made them feel like less of a loser. They didn't cheer when you won, they smiled when you fell. That's how deep their self-hate runs, because anyone who needs to see someone else broken to feel whole is already shattered on the inside. Some people don't hate your growth. They hate the fact that it proves they wasted time mocking someone who kept climbing. They kept checking in on you, not out of curiosity, but desperation. Imagine that. Someone refreshing your page, revisiting your life like it's their personal dose of painkiller. Like your setbacks were therapy for their inflated sense of superiority. Like your struggle was a salve for their fragile self-image. But here's what happened. This time, when they checked, it didn't work. This time, instead of finding you lost, they found you glowing. Instead of ashes, they saw fire. Instead of pity, they saw power. And their entire illusion cracked right down the middle. They came to sip on your downfall and choked on your upgrade instead. Imagine walking into a mirror store expecting to laugh at all the broken reflections, but one mirror doesn't just reflect back, it blinds you with light. That was you. You weren't the same broken image they remembered. You were transformed. You were evidence that healing happened, that growth was real, and that terrified them, because now they couldn't use you anymore. And maybe you're asking yourself, why me? Why did I become their point of comparison? What made them so obsessed with keeping me beneath them? The answer is brutal. Because you were once accessible. Because there was a time when you were down, when you were quiet, when you were in survival mode. And they saw it. They bookmarked it in their minds as your permanent state. They assumed your struggle was your final form. And they built their self-worth on the lie that you would always stay behind. Some people don't want you to fail forever. They just want you to stay beneath them long enough to feel tall. But that's the thing about chosen ones. We don't stay broken. We don't stay quiet. We evolve. We outgrow the versions of ourselves that others try to trap us in. You weren't the same person they left behind. You've outlived your former self. And now their comfort zone is gone. That false security they used to get from checking on your life, it's dead, and the truth is haunting them. Let me give you another picture. Imagine someone building a house on a shaky hill. They know the foundation is weak, but they ignore it because they think the view makes up for it. Now imagine the moment they look out and see your tower rising, solid, secure, unshakable. Suddenly their hilltop doesn't feel so safe. That's exactly what your glow-up did. It made their ego home collapse. The truth doesn't need to scream. It just needs to stand tall while the lies collapse around it. And that's what your life did. You didn't post for revenge. You didn't level up to prove a point. You just kept walking, healing, growing. You kept it moving. But because they've been stuck, circling the same cycle, entertaining the same delusions. Your movement felt like an attack. Your peace felt like a threat. Your silence became louder than their noise. They came to see you stuck and saw you soaring. They came looking for a struggle and found success. They came to see you cry and caught you thriving. And now they're rattled because it forces them to confront a truth they've avoided for years. They've done nothing with their life while watching you rebuild yours from rock bottom. That's not just painful, it's humiliating. You weren't the underdog, you were the undercover. And now that you've surfaced, now that your light is visible, they can no longer pretend. They can't unsee your glow. They can't reframe the narrative. They can't run to your profile to get their little ego fix anymore, because now, looking at you only reminds them of how far they've fallen behind. Let me ask you something. How often have you felt watched, not by people who supported you, but by people who seemed invested in your struggle? How often have you noticed those silent views, those sneaky likes, those energy shifts that told you someone's watching and it ain't love? That's real. Chosen ones are often unknowingly cast into roles in other people's secret dramas. You never asked to be their villain, their competition, or their proof that they were winning. But they chose you anyway, because your energy, even in your low seasons, meant something to them. And that's where the humiliation cuts deepest for them. Not only can they no longer mock you, they have to admit you were never beneath them. That's what burns. That's what eats at them at night. Because deep down, they knew you had it. They just didn't want to believe they'd be the one left behind. So now what? Now they're stuck in a room with their own ego. No more bandages, no more distractions, just the cold realization that their sense of superiority was always fake, and that you, the one they looked down on, were the truth they couldn't handle. Let them sit with it. Let them watch you rise. Let them realize what they lost while trying to use you as a step stool, because your glow is no longer optional to see. It's a blinding reminder that healing, power, and elevation don't come from ego. They come from resilience. And chosen one, you are the proof they can no longer deny. Number 3, their life fell apart. Yours took off. They thought time would bury you, but time turned you into a storm. That's the hard truth their ego wasn't ready for. They thought you'd stay stuck, quietly struggling, quietly failing, quietly forgotten. In their fantasy, your life would be a slow-motion wreck. No movement, no light, no redemption. They imagined themselves soaring while you stayed on pause. But when they finally peeked in, the shock hit like a wrecking ball. You weren't broken, you were blooming. They expected to see dust. Instead, they saw diamonds. Imagine thinking someone was buried, only to realize they were planted. That's the kind of mistake they made, and now the roots you laid in silence have grown into something they can't ignore. Not in the timeline, not in the comments, and definitely not in their own racing thoughts at night. The enemy always counts you out before they see the comeback. That's how they end up choking on their own certainty. Your growth wasn't just unexpected. It was offensive to them because it proved that what they believed about you was never true. You didn't fall apart. You evolved. You didn't disappear. You rebuilt. And your new season made their old assumptions look childish. Maybe you're wondering, why would they be so invested in my downfall anyway? It's because your rise reminds them of everything they failed to do with their own potential. You were the one they used to feel safe, the reminder that at least someone else is doing worse. But now you're the standard, and they don't even know how to be happy for you because they've built their identity on seeing you stay down. Let them sit with it. You took off. They fell apart, not because you tried to one-up them, but because you stopped playing small, and that is what truly humbled them. Number 4, they didn't expect you to rise this quietly. Loud mouths never expect quiet moves to echo louder than their noise. They were waiting on a spectacle. They expected to witness your collapse in public, the breakdown, the failure, the tears. But instead, what they got was a plot twist so silent it shattered their entire perception of you. You didn't make noise. You didn't announce your pain, your healing, or your glow-up. You just did the work behind the curtain. And now, the results are undeniable. They didn't see the late nights. They didn't see the self-doubt, the rebuilding, the lonely victories. And because you weren't shouting about your process, they assumed you had nothing to show. Big mistake. Because now, without a word, your presence alone is louder than all the gossip they used to spread. Real power doesn't beg to be noticed. It forces silence when it enters the room. Imagine planting seeds in total darkness. Everyone around you laughs, says it's pointless, but months later, roots have formed and your growth bursts through the soil like a silent explosion. That's you, a quiet eruption, a walking contradiction to every assumption they made. They thought you'd crumble. You turned into a mountain, and now they're scrambling for answers. How did you bounce back? When did this happen? They're losing sleep over your silence because it exposes their noise for what it truly is. Empty. You didn't clap back, you didn't flex, but the glow-up, it's personal, it's real, and it's making them feel like they missed something big. Why does it burn them so badly? Because they hate not being able to take credit, discredit, or deny what you've become. Your quiet rise leaves them powerless. No reaction to manipulate, no drama to weaponize. Just you, leveling up without permission, without explanation. Let them wonder. Let your silence haunt them. You didn't rise loud, you rose real, and that's the kind of elevation that echoes forever. Number 5, you were never the one losing, they just couldn't see it. They called you lost because they couldn't read your map. That's what happens when small minds try to define a chosen one's timeline. They thought you were losing. They thought your silence meant surrender. Your healing meant weakness. Your mistakes meant you were finished. But the truth? You were never losing. You were learning. You were never behind. You were building. What looked like a breakdown to them was actually your reboot. You were recalculating, reprogramming, and rising in ways they couldn't comprehend. They used your past as a weapon. Every misstep, every failure, every heartbreak. They held it up like proof that you'd never make it. But what they didn't realize is that chosen ones don't lose from pain. We evolve through it. Every scar you've got is a receipt for wisdom. Every loss taught you how to move sharper, quieter, stronger. Your downfall was just a data download, the update they weren't ready for. Imagine a rocket preparing for liftoff. For a long time, it looked still, smoke gathering, engines silent. To an untrained eye, it looks delayed. But in reality, that silence is calibration. That's what your life was. You weren't stuck. You were aligning. And now that you've taken off, they can't catch up because you were never even racing them in the first place. Maybe you've asked yourself, why did they judge me so harshly? Because they needed to. Your growth threatened their excuses. Your bounce back ruined their predictions. It was easier for them to believe you were done than to face their own stagnation. But the universe always flips the script. And now their judgment is the punchline. Yours is the victory. You were never losing, you were leveling. And now the scoreboard is clear. You evolved while they were busy watching. You were in motion while they were mocking. And when you finally crossed the line, they realized you'd been ahead the entire time. Number 6, they've been exposed, not just to you, but to themselves. Some people don't regret what they did. They regret getting caught doing it. That's exactly what's happening right now. They're not crying because they've suddenly grown a conscience. They're crying because the illusion cracked, and now everyone, including themselves, can see what's underneath. The lies they told about you, the rumors they spread, the fake confidence they projected, all of it has turned on them. The spotlight they once used to expose you has swung back in their direction, and this time there's nowhere left to hide. They used to call you the fraud. They said you were fake, dramatic, overconfident, maybe even delusional, but the truth always circles back. When you build your identity on lies, life eventually sends you the invoice, and now they're paying up. In embarrassment, isolation, and self-loathing. The same energy they once threw at you is haunting them, line for line, moment for moment. Imagine painting a target on someone's back, only to wake up one day and realize the paint washed off and stained your own shirt. That's what exposure feels like. Their own deception became their downfall. You didn't need revenge. The truth did all the heavy lifting. And here's the cruel part. They can't even spin it anymore. The mask that used to protect them doesn't fit. The people who once believed them are starting to question everything. You know what burns the most? They finally have to face the reality they avoided for years. You were never the problem. You were the mirror, the light, the quiet truth that kept shining through their shade. Maybe you wonder, do they feel sorry now? Not really. What they feel is panic. Because when the performance ends and the audience walks away, all that's left is silence and the reflection they can't stand to see. That's their punishment now. To live in a truth they spent years trying to bury. The universe doesn't humiliate you to destroy you. It humbles you to reveal you. And that's exactly what's happening. They've been exposed, not just in public, but in private. The worst kind of exposure is the one that happens in your own mind, when you finally realize you're the villain in a story you wrote to make someone else look bad. Number 7. Their ego took a public beating. They thought your life was the punchline. Now they're choking on the irony. That's what happens when someone builds their confidence on your supposed failure. They expected to find a mess. They expected you to be struggling, falling apart, barely getting by. They were ready to laugh, ready to gossip, ready to feed their ego with your so-called downfall. But instead of a punchline, they found a plot twist. You made it out. And now? Their egos taking blow after blow in the quiet corners where they can't fake their reactions anymore. They thought you'd be the story everyone forgot, but now you're the headline their silence can't ignore. Some people don't want you to fail, they just want to be able to say they did better than you. And when they saw that wasn't true, when they checked on your life and saw light instead of loss, they crumbled on the inside. You didn't just survive, you thrived. You didn't just heal, you evolved. And it destroyed their inner narrative. Their fake superiority couldn't withstand the weight of your reality. Imagine setting up a stage, calling the crowd to mock someone, only to have that person walk in as the main event. That's what your life has become to them, a daily reminder that they bet against someone the universe was backing all along. Now they're quiet. That overly confident energy is gone. They can't brag the same way, can't smirk, can't speak your name without their voice shaking just a little, because they've been spiritually humbled, and it's public. No apology, no noise. Just that slow, sinking realization that the one they laughed at is now someone they can't stand next to without feeling small. Their ego took a hit, not because you hit back, but because your growth made them irrelevant. That's the real slap. You didn't need revenge, you just needed time. And now, you're the proof that the best comeback isn't loud. It's undeniable. Number 8. You trigger transformation without trying. You didn't expose them with words. Your energy told the truth they were hiding from. That's the kind of power you carry, chosen one. You never asked to be a leader, a teacher, a wake-up call, but your presence teaches without speaking. You walk into a room and suddenly people feel uncomfortable, not because you've judged them, but because your very existence reflects everything they're pretending not to be. You didn't try to correct them, you didn't say a word, but your peace, your clarity, your purpose, it rattled them. That's what you are, a walking disruption to the delusional, a quiet force that forces truth to surface. You are the trigger they didn't know they needed, and the lesson they didn't want to learn. They looked at you thinking you were just another soft target, someone they could compare themselves to, someone they'd outgrow. But when they watched how you moved, how you carried pain without bitterness, how you kept showing up even when everything was stacked against you, it shattered their illusions. Imagine a dusty old room that hasn't seen sunlight in years. Everything looks fine until you pull the curtains back. Suddenly, the dust is everywhere, visible, unavoidable. That's what you do to people. You reveal the dirt they were trying to live with, and some can't handle that. So instead of cleaning it up, they attack you, the light. Maybe you've asked, why do I keep triggering people who barely know me? Because your vibration doesn't match their comfort zones. You represent evolution, and that threatens those who've settled for stagnation. You didn't tell them to change, but now they can't unsee the truth you reflect. The most dangerous kind of truth isn't spoken, it's embodied. And you, chosen one, are the embodiment of growth, reflection, and quiet transformation. People feel it, they resist it, but eventually they'll either rise with it or run from it. You didn't choose to be their mirror, but now that you are, don't dim. Let them see what they've been avoiding. Number 9, they can't use you anymore, and it hurts. You weren't their enemy, you were their ego's support system. That's the twisted part. They didn't hate you, they needed you. Beneath them, you were their emotional crutch, the one they looked down on just to keep themselves upright. Every time their life felt empty, they leaned on the thought that at least you were doing worse. Every time they failed quietly, they whispered your name to feel a little better about their own mess. But now, that crutch is gone, and they're limping through life with nothing to hold on to. When someone uses your pain to patch their pride, your healing feels like betrayal. You didn't wrong them. You outgrew the version of you that made them feel superior. You became something they can't degrade, can't mock, can't manipulate. And now the same people who once stared at your scars can't even look you in the eye. Because the person they used to use has become the person they secretly envy. Imagine a bully returning to the playground, ready to laugh, only to find the one they mocked is now running the whole damn school. That's what this feels like to them. The same page they used to check for comfort now fills them with shame. Your wins feel like personal attacks to them, even though you never aimed at them. That's what exposure does. It shows who was really small the whole time. And maybe you're wondering, why can't they just be happy for me? Because their identity was built on your struggle. Your glow-up didn't just strip them of superiority, it stripped them of purpose. You were their secret measurement of success. And now that you've outgrown that box, they're left staring at a mirror they never wanted to face. You weren't their rival, you were their excuse, and now they've got none left. Let them sit in that. Let them fumble in silence while you continue to rise, because they can't use you anymore, and it hurts more than they'll ever admit. Number 10, you became their forced reflection. They didn't fall apart because of what you did. They fell apart because of what you revealed. That's the cruel beauty of it. You weren't trying to expose them. You weren't seeking revenge. You didn't clap back, drag their name, or put their business on blast. All you did was exist. All you did was keep rising while they kept pretending. And now the universe has done what you never had to. It locked them in a room with their own reflection. No distractions, no scapegoats, no lies loud enough to drown out the truth. They've been cornered, not by you, but by reality. The same games they played, the shade they threw, the masks they wore. It's all collapsing now. And what's left? A raw, unfiltered view of everything they never wanted to see in themselves. You became the one thing they never expected, proof of their own failure to evolve. When the truth stands tall, the fake have no place to hide, not even behind each other. Imagine someone sprinting from mirror to mirror, smashing each one, desperate not to see themselves. But there's always one left standing, and this time it's you. Your strength, your healing, your growth. It reflects back what they can't run from anymore. You are the living reminder that they've been the problem all along, and now their only option is to either evolve or collapse. You weren't always this mirror. They used to laugh at you, mock your pace, pick at your flaws. But now they can't even breathe near your name without feeling exposed, because you've become the truth they were trying to bury. The silent proof that all their excuses, blame games, and superiority were built on quicksand. And maybe they ask, why does your glow hurt so bad? Because it lights up their shadows. And once the shadows are visible, there's no pretending left. You didn't ask to be their reflection, but now that you are, don't apologize for it. Let them deal with what they see. The rot, the lies, the masks. None of that belongs to you. You just held up the mirror. Number 11. You inspire even your enemies. They mocked you in public, but studied you in private. That's the twisted game they play. These people who once laughed at your journey, now they mimic your moves. They watched you fall and swore you'd never rise again. But when you did, with grace, with power, with purpose, they couldn't look away. And the worst part for them, you became the example they never wanted to admit they needed. They still talk slick, still throw shade, but behind closed doors, they're taking notes, copying your steps, repeating your affirmations, imitating your energy, because the same progress they pretended to ignore is now the map they're following. You've become their silent instructor, the unwanted mentor in their story of self-discovery. Even enemies crave the light when their own darkness turns on them. Imagine a thief mocking a builder while the house is under construction, but once the structure is complete, once it stands strong, unshakable and admired, the same thief sneaks back at night to learn how it was done. That's them. They never respected your struggle, but they want the results. They want the power, the healing, the self-mastery, but without walking through the fire that forged you. And you might ask, why can't they just respect me openly? Because respect would mean admitting they were wrong about you. It would mean owning up to their jealousy, their judgments, their cheap shots. And their pride can't handle that. So they'll keep pretending they don't see you, while quietly trying to become you. Real power isn't who they applaud, it's who they imitate when no one's watching. So let them study, let them copy, let them transform, even if they'll never give you credit. You didn't rise for their validation, you rose because you refused to stay small. And now, even the ones who tried to break you are reshaping themselves because of you. That's how unstoppable you are. You don't just survive your enemies, you inspire them. Number 12. You were built to trigger awakening. You weren't made to fit in. You were made to flip the lights on in dark rooms people swore they were safe in. That's why your presence makes them uncomfortable. That's why they flinch when you speak the truth. even when you say nothing at all. Chosen one, you weren't built to soothe egos. You were built to shake souls awake. You are the interruption in the story they thought would go unchallenged, the glitch in their fake reality, the thunder in their silent denial. People don't reject you because you're too much. They reject you because you force them to look at what they've been avoiding. Your glow isn't for aesthetics, it's for exposure. And when you walk into a room, masks start slipping without a single word, because your energy doesn't play pretend. It doesn't tolerate smallness, fakeness, or spiritual laziness. It calls things out just by existing. You don't even have to open your mouth. Your vibration already did the talking. Imagine someone in a deep sleep, convinced their dream is real, until an alarm they never set goes off. That's what you are. The divine alarm. The one they didn't ask for, but needed. And now that you've entered their reality, they can no longer go back to sleep. Not without knowing what they saw. Not without feeling what you triggered. And maybe you've wondered, why do people walk away from me after meeting me? Because you shift the atmosphere. You show them what alignment feels like, and that's terrifying to someone who's never looked inward. You make them rethink their choices. You make them question their comfort zones, not with judgment, but with truth. Raw, undeniable truth. You're not intimidating, they're just underprepared for your clarity. So don't shrink, don't dim. You weren't placed here to be understood by everyone. You were placed here to light a fire under those who stopped growing. And yes, it's going to repel the ones who refuse to evolve. But it'll awaken those who are ready to rise. That's your purpose, that's your power. You are the awakening they never saw coming. Number 13, your glow didn't heal them. It exposed the wound they tried to hide. They didn't come to celebrate your success. They came hoping it would distract them from their failure. That's the twisted motive behind why they kept watching you. Not out of support, not out of admiration. They thought your glow might give them temporary relief. They thought seeing you do okay would somehow ease the ache of their own emptiness. But instead of finding comfort, they found clarity, and it hurt like hell. Your rise didn't soothe them, it exposed them, because real peace can't be faked. And when you started radiating from within, when your energy shifted from survival to sovereignty, it triggered something in them they weren't ready to face. You see, they never did the inner work. They dressed up their wounds with ego, distraction, and false narratives. But your light, it peeled all that away. Your transformation wasn't a feel-good story to them. It was a mirror they couldn't avoid. Imagine someone patching a cracked wall with cheap paint, hoping no one notices. Then someone walks in with a flashlight, and every fracture is now undeniable. That's what your glow did. It shined on the things they swore were buried. It called out the pain they never processed, the envy they denied, the stagnation they kept blaming others for. And now, every time your name comes up, so does their discomfort. Maybe you've asked, why are they so bitter about my growth? Because your joy makes them feel fake. Because your healing highlights how far they've refused to go. Because your peace isn't performative, and theirs is crumbling behind closed doors. You didn't outshine them, you out-healed them, and that's what stings the most. You became the proof that healing is possible, and they hate you for reminding them they chose the easier path, the path of avoidance, blame, and image. Let them sit in that. You didn't choose this war, but your light became the battlefield, not because it attacked them, but because it revealed everything they still pretend not to feel. Number 14. They wanted to watch you lose. Now they're watching you win without them. They didn't support you when you were down, and now they're not invited to stand with you while you rise. That's the brutal balance the universe brings. These weren't just passive bystanders, chosen one. These were people who enjoyed your struggle, who secretly clapped for your pain, who watched you bleed and thought, good, that's what they deserve. They weren't just waiting for your downfall, they were rooting for it. You were the tragedy they wanted front row tickets to. But instead of watching you break, they watched you build. Instead of a collapse, they got a comeback. And now they're stuck in the seats, unable to leave, choking on the success story they never expected to see. They stayed to watch you lose, but now they can't look away from the glow-up they're not part of. Imagine someone waiting outside a burning building, hoping to see you walk out in ashes, only to watch you emerge untouched, with gold on your skin and fire in your eyes. That's how your victory feels to them. Not only did you make it out one, you made it out better. And the same people who once pointed and laughed, now they sit in silence, watching, jealous, powerless. You might wonder, why don't they just move on? Because they can't. They invested too much in your failure. They burned the bridge with their silence, their mockery, their fake concern. And now that the tables turned, they're stuck in exile, not because you pushed them away, but because they disqualified themselves with their own wickedness. You're not leaving them behind out of spite. They removed themselves with their betrayal. Let them watch. Let them replay the moment they doubted you, because now they get the privilege of witnessing a story they'll never be written into again. You're winning, not out of revenge, but out of alignment. And they're just the footnote in a book they thought they'd control. The way they tried to destroy you was disgusting, but the way you handled it was unforgettable. That's what they can't admit out loud. You were thrown into a pit, smeared with lies, humiliated in ways that would have made a weaker person snap. And yet, you stood up, wiped the dirt off, and kept your silence like a blade, sharp, still, and dangerous. That silence, that's what's haunting them, because no reaction is more terrifying than grace under fire. They expected you to scream, to fight, to break down, but you simply outclassed the chaos. You walked through filth without it sticking to you, and now the very same people who tried to stain your name can't stop whispering about how clean you came out. It's like watching someone throw mud at a mirror and get blinded by their own reflection. What they hurled at you came flying back tenfold, not because you sought revenge, but because the universe doesn't lose track of energy. Here's a fact. Studies in behavioral psychology show that people are more intimidated by those who remain calm in conflict than by those who lash out. It triggers something deep, a recognition of power that isn't loud, but lethal. You didn't need to raise your voice. Your silence screamed louder than their accusations ever could. And now, behind closed doors, they're wondering how you did it, and more importantly, why their tactics failed so miserably. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being a part of this mission. You are part of a force, and you're not here by accident. Now let's get back to what really matters, you. See, there's a reason people are so impressed, and it's not just because you kept your cool. It's because you showed a level of emotional discipline and intelligence most can only pretend to have. You didn't just stay calm, you made them question their entire approach to life. What you demonstrated wasn't passive, it was precise. You handled a disgusting situation like a surgeon, cutting only what needed to be cut, saying only what needed to be said, and leaving no trace of bitterness behind. That's rare, that's power, and it's got people rattled in a way they didn't expect. Because let's be honest, they set the trap and you disarmed it with a smile. They threw stones, and you built a fortress. They expected tears, and you showed teeth, not in aggression, but in victory. And what's wild is that now, some of them are admiring you from the shadows. They can't stop watching your moves, because what you just pulled off, that wasn't survival, that was transformation. You didn't just get through it, you evolved. People expected you to lose control. That's the part they don't talk about. They wanted to see you explode, to make a fool of yourself, to hand them the satisfaction of saying, "See, told you they were unstable, but you gave them nothing." And that nothing, it shook them, because it exposed everything. It showed who really had the power. And it wasn't the loudest voice in the room. It was the one who chose silence with strength, the one who could have destroyed them, but didn't. And let's not forget, these weren't just random strangers testing your patience. Some of the people who tried to take you down were the ones closest to you, people you once trusted, people you once protected. But when the moment came, they showed their true face. And so did you, except yours wasn't twisted with hate or revenge. Yours was composed, focused, resilient, and that's why everyone's so stunned right now, because you didn't just handle the situation, you elevated through it. The world doesn't often reward grace in the moment. It praises chaos, drama, reaction. But then someone like you comes along, someone who doesn't bite back, but bites through the nonsense. Someone who chooses peace, not because they're weak, but because they're wise. And when that kind of person walks through a storm without letting the rain touch them, the whole room watches. That's what happened with you. That's why they're impressed. Because even in the most disgusting, unjust situation, you refused to lose yourself. They were watching. Don't forget that. Even the ones who pretended not to care. Even the ones who laughed when it looked like you were done. They were studying you, and what they saw wasn't just someone keeping it together. They saw someone they couldn't manipulate, someone they couldn't provoke, someone whose peace was too expensive to be purchased with petty games. Now, some of them are uncomfortable around you, not because you harmed them, but because you didn't. That's the part that eats away at them, the fact that you had every reason to retaliate, and you still chose integrity. That kind of choice leaves a mark. It exposes guilt. It creates reflection. And while they're busy re-watching the footage of what they did, the world is slowly starting to see you, not as a victim, but as a force. And here's the kicker. You didn't have to explain yourself. You let the truth speak. You let time do the talking. And now the disgusting situation they thought would break you has become the very reason people are inspired by you. You turned their mess into your message, their trap into your training, their insult into your image. This is just the beginning. The same ones who doubted you will soon act like they always believed in you. The ones who whispered lies will pretend they were rooting for you all along. That's how it always goes. But deep down, they'll never forget how you handled what they tried to bury you in. Because you didn't just survive the dirt, you grew through it. You became the lesson they never saw coming. So stay sharp, chosen one. The universe has already taken note of how you moved, and so has the world. What comes next will make even more jaws drop, not because of what was done to you, but because of what you refused to become. Keep walking, keep glowing, and never forget, they're impressed because you didn't fold, you rose, and that's what makes you dangerous. And thank you, chosen one, for standing tall and showing the world how real strength looks in the face of filth. Now let's break this down step by step, because what comes next will not only confirm your power, it'll remind you why people are still in shock over how you handled that disgusting situation. Trust me, if you've ever been betrayed, humiliated, or tested in silence, you'll feel every word in your soul. So stay with me, don't scroll away. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know your silence made more noise than their drama ever could. And if you feel led, bless this message with a super thanks to keep this truth moving across the globe. Whether it's 1 cent or 100, it keeps this mission alive, because chosen ones like you deserve to hear what others are afraid to say out loud. Now take a breath, lock in, and let's get into the first reason why they're secretly blown away by the way you rose above their dirt and made it look effortless. Number 1. You didn't just survive the dirt, you turned it into their mirror. They threw mud at you, but it was their own reflection that ended up filthy. That's the part they can't stand. The more they tried to drag your name through the dirt, the clearer it became who they really were. You didn't just survive the disgusting situation, you flipped it. You made their hate work against them. You exposed their weakness without saying a single word. And now they're sitting in silence, watching you rise, realizing too late that the person they tried to humiliate became the lesson they needed most. See, the real power wasn't in fighting back. It was in letting their noise collapse under its own weight. You didn't rush to defend yourself because you understood something most people never do. When the truth is on your side, time becomes your loudest witness. You didn't react. You refined. You didn't chase validation. You became evidence. And that's why they're still whispering your name, still checking your life from the shadows, still replaying what happened, trying to understand how you stayed so calm while their entire plan fell apart in public. You turned their chaos into a case study in emotional intelligence. It's almost scientific. According to research from Harvard, silence during conflict doesn't just de-escalate, it transfers control. The person who says less controls more, and that's exactly what you did. You starved their drama of oxygen until it suffocated. They needed you to explode so they could say, "See? They're just as bad." But instead you stayed composed, watching their schemes rot in daylight. You didn't just avoid their traps. You made them trip over their own lies. Ever notice how clean water exposes dirt the moment it's poured over it? That's you. Your calm was clarity. Your grace was glare. The moment you stayed silent, everything false about them became visible. They wanted to stain you, but ended up revealing their own contamination. And that's why they can't stand your name now. Because every time it's mentioned, it reminds them of their failure to destroy someone who never even swung back. You might have asked yourself, why didn't I just defend myself? Why didn't I clap back? But here's the truth, because you didn't need to. You were never playing their game. You were mastering it. They were emotional gamblers, betting everything on your reaction. And when you gave them nothing, they lost it all. That's what psychological warfare looks like, winning by staying still. Now they're out there pretending like nothing happened, but don't be fooled. They remember every second of how that situation flipped on them. They remember your calm face when they expected tears. They remember your composure when they were shaking. And they remember that moment when they realized you were built for storms they couldn't even stand in. The truth is, you didn't just outlast the filth. You made it obvious that you were never meant to belong in it. You became the reflection they can't escape. Every rumor they started only polished your image further. Every insult they spread only proved your silence had more weight than their entire narrative. And now, they're living with the aftermath of their own exposure. Still dirty, still bitter, still trying to figure out how you walked through sewage and came out shining. That's why the universe rewards you, chosen one, because you didn't let filth define you. You let it reveal them. You didn't play their game. You rewrote the rules. And now they're forced to watch, knowing deep down. You didn't just endure the dirt. You made it your mirror, and it showed them everything they tried to hide. Number 2, you claimed the throne without poisoning the crown. You didn't cheat to win, and that's what's destroying them inside. In a world obsessed with shortcuts, where betrayal is strategy and fakeness is currency, you stood alone. No tricks, no puppets, no smear campaigns. You didn't twist knives behind backs or smile while plotting someone's downfall. You didn't need to. You walked your path with your head up and your hands clean, and still somehow you're the one in the spotlight. That's not just rare. It's revolutionary. And it's got people shaking behind the same masks they used to mock you with. Imagine trying to run someone over in a race, only to realize they were never even running with you. They were building their own track. That's what you did. You didn't compete in the game. You outgrew it. You didn't push anyone out of position to get where you are. You simply kept showing up with integrity over and over until the weight of your character moved you forward like gravity itself. And that's what people can't understand or replicate. They ask themselves, how are they rising without playing dirty? How are they gaining respect without demanding it? But they already know the answer. It's because you never needed to steal power. You were already carrying it. Your energy spoke before your words did. Your presence silenced rooms before you even stepped into them. You were a threat, not because you were trying to be, but because you represented something they couldn't fake: authenticity. The loudest ones chase status. The real ones attract it without saying a word. And chosen one, you've done just that. You didn't get loud, you got real. While others were building illusions, you were building yourself. They were so busy fabricating their image that they didn't notice you crafting your foundation, quiet, solid, unshakable. And now that the storm has come, guess who's still standing while their whole facade crumbles? Imagine this, a room full of people dressed in gold, glittering with lies, arrogance, and envy. And then you walk in, no glitter, no performance, just presence. And suddenly, their gold starts to look like cheap foil. That's what your power does. It exposes, not because you try to, but because your authenticity makes their performance unbearable. They thought you had to be loud to matter. They thought you had to manipulate to move forward. They thought success was something you had to fight dirty for. But you proved that real power doesn't come from stealing light. It comes from being the light. You didn't have to dim anyone else. And yet, you shine. That contradiction is killing them softly. Here's a brutal truth most people will never admit. It's easier to hate someone who cheats to win, but it's devastating to watch someone win fairly when you know you didn't. And that's why so many of them are stuck in this bitter silence. They can't discredit you, not without exposing how much they compromised just to stay visible. Now, the same ones who dismissed you are recycling your words like they invented them. The same ones who laughed at you in private are quoting you in public. And the same ones who tried to bury you under gossip are now trying to climb up your presence for relevance. They hated that you never begged to belong, that you never bowed for attention, but now they crave your approval in ways they'd never admit. You didn't network, you worked. You didn't ask for power, you earned it. And because of that, your presence doesn't just impress, it convicts. It reminds people of what they gave up chasing clout. It reminds them of who they used to be before they sold out. And that reflection, it's heavy. You might ask, why are they acting different now? Why are they trying to be friendly? Because respect is unavoidable when it's real. They might not like you, but they can't deny you, because your elevation wasn't manufactured. It was inevitable. And deep down, they know it. They know you weren't handed anything. They saw the rejection, the silence, the years of being overlooked, and yet you still showed up, still delivered, still became undeniable. You didn't just walk into the room, you became the reason the room changed. And the best part, you never had to betray your soul to do it. That's why your story hits different. That's why your power feels dangerous, because it's not borrowed and it's not dependent on applause. It's real, and that's the one thing they can't copy, steal, or outshine. Imagine this: two people standing at the top of a mountain. One climbed every inch, blistered, bruised, disciplined. The other took the helicopter. When the storm comes, who survives? The one who knows the terrain. That's you. You weren't flown in. You climbed, one bloody step at a time. And now, when the winds hit and the masks fall off, you're the one standing firm. Not because you were lucky, but because you were ready. They underestimated how powerful it is when someone leads without ego, without deception, without neediness. But now they're learning painfully. And you're leading just by existing in truth. You became the evidence that you don't have to lie, cheat, or sell yourself short to become someone worth respecting. That's why they're so impressed and so uncomfortable, because you shattered every rule they lived by. You rose without hurting anyone. You succeeded without screaming for attention. You built your lane and made it impossible to ignore. And now, even your silence speaks louder than their performances. So, chosen one, don't question your path. Don't let their confusion make you doubt your clarity. You didn't steal power. You awakened it. You didn't ask for the crown. You became undeniable until it fit. You earned everything they thought you'd need to fake. And that's why they're watching. That's why they're shifting. That's why, even in silence, you're leading the room. You're not just rising, you're redefining what it means to be powerful, and they're finally realizing this wasn't luck, this was legacy. Number 3, you walked through fire and didn't smell like smoke. They threw trash, hoping you'd rot with it, but all they did was expose how clean you really are. That's the part they'll never admit. You saw the filth. You heard the whispers, felt the betrayal, saw the fake smiles stretch wider than the lies behind them, and still you didn't let it change your nature. That's not weakness, that's next-level power, because anyone can match energy. But chosen ones, they master it. Most people become what they're around. You pour someone into poison long enough, they either drown or drink it. But not you. You didn't sip bitterness when they served it. You didn't roll around in their drama hoping to get the last word. You stayed standing, soaked in truth, but dry from damage. That's why they can't stop talking. Because deep down, they know they wouldn't have handled it like you did. You had every right to expose them. You had proof, you had ammo, and you had witnesses. But you chose peace over pettiness. You chose to carry yourself with weight, not noise. And when people ask, why didn't you just snap back? The answer is simple: because you're not them. You weren't built to survive off revenge. You were built to walk away with your soul still intact. They were so busy trying to stain you, they never noticed your light made their dirt more visible. That's what stings them now. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was exposure. You didn't need to shout, you let their behavior speak volumes. And now your presence forces people to confront what they've buried, because you represent what they tried to destroy but couldn't touch. You were in the middle of emotional sewage and walked out without the stench. That kind of purity. It can't be faked, it's earned. And that's why they remember you, not just for what you survived, but for how beautifully you walked through the fire without carrying the smoke. Number 4, you flipped the trap into a throne without throwing a single punch. They built a stage to shame you, and you turned it into your spotlight. That's what haunts them now. Every snare they set, every whisper they spread, every fake scene they acted out, all of it was supposed to push you into a meltdown. They weren't just provoking you for fun, they were engineering your destruction. One wrong move from you, and they had a narrative. One emotional slip, and they'd paint you as unstable, angry, dangerous. irrational. But you never gave them that pleasure. You saw the strings, you saw the bait, and you walked right past it like royalty stepping over crumbs. Imagine this, a lion surrounded by hunters, all armed and waiting for it to charge. But instead, the lion just stares, unbothered, knowing it doesn't need to prove it's a lion to anyone. That was you. They were ready for chaos, but you served composure. They wanted retaliation, but you gave them silence. And now they're left with empty scripts, confused and bitter that their performance didn't land. They needed your anger to validate their lies, but you buried their lies in your discipline. That's what stings the most. While they were rehearsing drama, you were writing legacy. They built their identity on your downfall, and you never showed up to fall. Instead, you grew. You used the drama as data. The pain became your blueprint. You let their fire fuel your vision, and somehow, without stooping, without fighting, without even addressing them directly, you rose so high they can't breathe where you are now. What's wild is, they still don't understand how they lost. They had everything set up, the false friends, the rumors, the moments of sabotage, but you didn't play checkers with them. You were playing chess in silence. And now, people aren't just watching you. They're following you. You didn't climb over anyone. You climbed through everything. You let your progress silence their projection, and that's a power they'll never have, because they only move through destruction. You move through purpose. You turned their storm into structure. Their plot became your platform. And the best part, you never had to touch them. You let your presence rewrite the entire script. Number 5, you let the work speak while they choked on their words. You didn't announce your worth. You made the world feel it. That's what they can't recover from. They were waiting for you to explain yourself, to justify your shine, to convince them you were worth respecting. They wanted you on defense, begging to be seen. But you never bowed, never pleaded, never auditioned for a role you already owned. You didn't show up to prove your value, you showed up living it. And that's what broke them in silence. Imagine this, a diamond doesn't argue with glass. It just keeps shining until the comparison embarrasses itself. That's exactly what you did. You didn't waste your breath trying to change minds, committed to misunderstanding you. You simply stayed consistent, quietly, powerfully. You let your evolution outshine their expectation. While they were hoping for your breakdown, you were out there building breakthroughs. While they were gossiping, you were growing. And that's why you're dangerous, because you don't perform for approval. You exist with purpose. Real confidence doesn't scream, it radiates. And your presence does that without trying. The truth is, they didn't underestimate you because you lacked power. They underestimated you because you didn't need validation to use it. You never begged to sit at their tables. You built your own and made it look royal. Every move you made in silence became a statement. Every boundary you set became a mirror that showed them what self-worth really looks like. Some might ask, but didn't it hurt being misunderstood? Of course it did, but you learned something they never could. Pain doesn't shrink you unless you let it. You turned rejection into redirection. You didn't clap back, you climbed higher. You let your progress become your public statement, and when results started speaking louder than rumors, the same mouths that doubted you started choking on their own narrative. Now, they're pretending they always saw your potential. They didn't. They saw it and tried to bury it. But the thing about truth is, it doesn't die when ignored. It multiplies in silence. You didn't just survive their doubt. You let it sharpen your edge, and now your existence is proof that you don't need to prove anything. You are the proof, breathing, glowing, undeniable. Number 6. You let their fire die out while you built in silence. When they screamed for attention, you handed them silence, and that's what broke them. You saw the setup, the pokes, the smears, the subtle digs masked as jokes, the lies whispered loud enough to stain your name. Every move they made was a test, a trap disguised as drama. They weren't brave, they were starving for your reaction, starving for fuel. And you gave them nothing but air. You stood still while they danced in desperation. See, people think silence is surrender, but silence in the hands of the wise, that's warfare. That's how you won. You didn't try to correct every lie, didn't chase down every rumor, didn't give them a show to clap for. You made them starve off their own schemes. You don't win by fighting shadows, you win by turning off the spotlight. And that's exactly what you did. Imagine a parasite with no host. It dies. That was their drama. It needed your energy to survive. They needed you emotional, angry, reactive, because once you lash out, they get to play victim. That was the real goal all along. But you never gave them the scene they scripted. You let them drown in their performance while you kept your peace on lock. You might have wondered, should I say something? Should I clear this up? But you already knew your silence says more than your defense ever could, because the truth doesn't chase applause, and you don't owe anyone access to your energy just because they're loud. You kept your circle tight, your lips tighter, and your soul clean. Now their noise has faded, the chaos has collapsed, the smear campaign turned into self-destruction. And you're still here, still rising, because real power isn't proven through confrontation. It's sustained through composure. You didn't starve them out of fear, you starved them out of dominance. That's not retreat. That's control. And control, chosen one, is something they never had, but you mastered in silence. Number 7. You chose control over chaos. And that's what crushed them. Real power is when you could destroy someone, but you choose not to. That's the line that separates leaders from loose cannons. And you, chosen one, walked that line like a warrior in silence. They saw your composure and thought you were scared. They mistook your silence for softness, your restraint for weakness. What they never realized is that it took more strength to stay quiet than it ever would have taken to erupt. You had receipts, you had truth locked, loaded, and ready to rip the mask off every fake face in the room. But you didn't swing, you didn't clap back, you didn't need to, because some weapons are too sacred to waste on clowns. You saw the trap, felt the heat rising in your chest, and still said, "This isn't worth my crown." That decision, that refusal to stoop, shook them more than any meltdown ever could. Imagine this, a bomb with the power to level everything, and someone choosing to dismantle it instead of detonate it. That was you. You didn't just walk away from destruction, you absorbed it and still kept your soul intact. While they were hoping to bait you into chaos, you were quietly choosing peace like it was armor. Why didn't you just expose them? Because you knew real exposure doesn't need a megaphone, it just needs time. And now, that silence you left behind is doing what your words never had to. It's haunting them. Because without the back and forth, without the distractions, all that's left is their behavior echoing in that dead air you gave them. You weren't quiet because you were okay. You were quiet because you were done. Done babysitting egos. Done dancing in dysfunction. Done giving free access to people who mistake your silence for surrender. But here's the twist. Your silence was your sword. Your calm was your confrontation. Your refusal to engage became the loudest statement in the room. And now they know, rage would have been expected, but restraint showed them who really had the power, and it wasn't them, it was you. Number 8. You reflected the truth they spent years running from. You didn't expose them with words, you exposed them by existing. That's the sting they'll never admit. You didn't clap back, you didn't spill the tea, and you didn't need a mic to shake the room. You just kept showing up in your truth, calm, consistent, untouchable, and that alone made their entire performance unravel. While they were scheming to tear you apart, you became the one thing they couldn't handle: a mirror. See, manipulators thrive in distortion. They twist facts, project wounds, and rewrite stories to make themselves the hero. But you brought clarity. Just by standing still, you exposed their chaos. Just by staying solid, you made their shakiness scream. And without ever raising your voice, you reflected the rot they tried to hide under fake confidence, filtered personas, and half-truths. Imagine someone dressing in layers to hide a wound, only to stand next to a person who's fully healed. That contrast alone is unbearable. That was you. Your wholeness, even if it came with scars, made their pretending unbearable. Why are they so bothered by you? Because your peace screams at their guilt. Your authenticity forces them to face the fact that they've been wearing a mask so long, they forgot what real looks like. You didn't crack, you didn't collapse, and that stability became confrontation, not loud, but lethal. Every time you stayed calm, it exposed how chaotic they really were. Every time you walked with grace, it made their gossip look petty. Every time you chose truth over performance, their lies started to collapse in on themselves. And now, they're stuck explaining why they're still bitter, still broken, while you keep evolving. The mirror doesn't lie, and it doesn't apologize either. You became that mirror, and what they saw staring back at them wasn't just their reflection. It was a reminder that the person they tried to break became the proof that their games never worked. You didn't just walk away, you left them face to face with everything they didn't want to see. And that's a punishment no revenge could ever top. Number 9. You moved like the universe had its eyes on every step. When no one was watching, you still did what was right, and that's why everything's aligning for you now. They thought the darkness would protect them, that their whispers in back rooms, their smirks behind your back, their lies coated in fake kindness would stay buried. But you knew better. You moved like someone who understood the bigger game. While they were hiding behind masks, you were building character in silence, knowing one thing for certain: nothing hidden stays hidden forever. You didn't match their filth because you weren't just thinking about the moment, you were thinking about the consequences. You knew every action echoes, even if no one claps. You didn't take the bait because you weren't performing for people. You were aligning with something bigger than revenge. Your dignity wasn't for show, it was your foundation. But why didn't you expose them? Because you didn't have to. You understood the deeper law, that energy never forgets. What you put out, you get back. And while they were laughing like the game was theirs, you stayed focused, like the test was real. They saw it as a chance to hurt you. You saw it as a test of who you were becoming. And that difference, that's everything. You didn't just keep your mouth shut, you kept your soul clean. You chose restraint not because you were weak, but because you didn't want to walk through life dragging the dirt of their actions behind you. You knew that even if no one saw the moment, the universe did. You knew karma isn't just a word, it's a return address. Imagine playing chess while your opponent thinks it's a bar fight. That's how calculated your grace was. You let them burn themselves with their own fire, while you stacked integrity like gold bricks. And now, that energy is circling back, slowly, quietly, brutally. The same people who thought they got away with it are watching things fall apart in places they thought were safe. You weren't just surviving betrayal, you were passing an invisible exam. You didn't fake strength, you chose truth. And now your silence is turning into favor, your character into influence, your pain into undeniable evidence that you moved like the universe was watching. And it was. Number 10. You took the fire and forged a new identity. You didn't just make it out alive, you made it out legendary. That's what shocks them. You weren't supposed to rise from that wreckage with your spirit intact. You were supposed to crawl out broken, bitter, and begging for sympathy. That's the narrative they counted on. But instead, you walked out with fire in your eyes and clarity in your steps. You didn't just survive the chaos, you transformed inside of it. They thought they were building a trap. What they really built was your training ground, the betrayal, your classroom, the heartbreak, your awakening. While most would have let the pain poison them, you let it purify you. You didn't escape the storm, you became the stillness inside of it. And that's what they'll never understand. But weren't you hurt? Of course, but you didn't let the pain harden you. You let it refine you. You faced the fire, felt every burn, and came out tempered, like steel. You didn't run from the discomfort. You sat with it. You turned it over. And in doing so, you carved out a new version of yourself that doesn't just carry scars. It carries direction. Imagine this, a shattered mirror reforged into a blade. That's you. What broke you became the weapon you now wield with grace. You didn't numb the pain, you named it. You didn't suppress the past, you studied it. You flipped the narrative so hard that the very thing meant to end you became the reason people now look up to you. You didn't let the story break you, you rewrote the ending. And that's why your presence is different now. You don't walk in with wounds, you walk in with wisdom. Your silence is louder, your energy heavier. Because you carry the weight of someone who has faced destruction and built design from it. You didn't escape that situation, you redefined what it meant. And now, even the ones who tried to destroy you have no choice but to respect the force they accidentally helped create. Number 11. You let their lies rot while you rose in silence. You didn't fight the lie, you let it starve on its own timeline. That's what crushed them. You didn't go online to plead your case. You didn't chase down ears poisoned with gossip. You didn't post your side, clap back, or leak receipts. You knew something they didn't. Truth doesn't run, it waits. You understood that the loudest thing you could say was nothing. And while they scrambled to keep their false version alive, you let it die in slow motion. Lies need maintenance. They need new fuel, fresh drama, constant updates to survive. But you stayed still, unmoved, focused. You let the gossip swirl like smoke, because you knew smoke always clears. You watched their stories age like spoiled milk. No need to scream when you're playing the long game. And now, the timeline doesn't match. The characters don't line up, and the crowd that once believed every word is backing away, embarrassed they ever fell for it. But didn't it hurt to be lied about? Of course, but you chose patience over panic. You knew the lie would collapse under its own weight, and it did, one crack at a time. The people who once whispered with confidence now look confused because the math ain't mathing anymore. And the best part? You didn't lift a finger to make it happen. Imagine watching a building made of paper go up in flames while you sit with clean hands and clear vision. That was you. You let the lie catch fire under the heat of time and truth. You didn't just outlive the rumor, you outclassed it. No drama, no defense, just dignity. Truth doesn't panic, it waits. And that's exactly what you did. And now, with every lie that falls apart, your silence becomes louder. The people who tried to ruin you with words are now watching their own credibility collapse. You didn't react, you allowed reality to reveal. That's not just maturity, that's mastery. And it's exactly why your name is clearing itself, without you ever having to say a word. Number 12. You walked away from the circus, and they've been performing alone ever since. You didn't beg to be believed, and that's what made you undeniable. While they were out there putting on a show, crying for attention, manipulating emotions with rehearsed victimhood, you did the one thing they never expected. You said nothing. No social media breakdown, no dramatic speech, no "look at what they did to me" parade. You refused to audition for public sympathy, and that silence, it roared. They were banking on drama, the kind that earns likes, sympathy, and shallow validation. That's the addiction they feed. But you weren't trying to win over the audience. You weren't performing for applause. You had something far more valuable than approval: self-respect. You didn't sell your piece for temporary pity. You didn't bend your truth to fit their storyline. And while they stood center stage acting broken, you stepped back and let time do the casting. Imagine walking out of a room mid-argument and locking the door behind you, not out of defeat, but out of power. That was you. They thought your silence meant guilt, but it meant control. You weren't silenced. You were simply done entertaining clowns. Why didn't you defend yourself? Because you didn't need to. You knew the court of public opinion changes its verdict with every headline. You weren't interested in momentary applause. You were investing in timeless alignment. You were building truth, not performing pain. Now the dust has settled. The crowd has lost interest in their act. The spotlight's burned out, and all that remains is you, solid, focused, and untouched by the noise. Your life became your answer. Your growth became your evidence, and your refusal to play their game exposed everything they tried to hide. You didn't win the crowd, you outlasted the performance, and now the silence they once mocked has become the standard. You never wanted to be worshipped, you just refused to be used. And that decision crowned you with something applause could never give: real power. Number 14. You stayed clean in a rigged game and still took the crown. They said you had to get dirty to win. You proved them wrong by staying pure and rising anyway. From day one they doubted you, not because you lacked strength, but because you refused to stoop. You didn't join their whisper circles. You didn't shake fake hands or smile through hidden agendas. You didn't trade your soul for a seat at their crooked table, and in their world, that made you the underdog, the one too soft, too honest, too naive to survive the game. But here's what they didn't count on: integrity doesn't fold, it outlasts. While they were scheming for shortcuts, you were building your foundation brick by honest brick. You let them laugh. You let them talk. You let them believe the lie that goodness can't win in a cutthroat world. And then you did the unthinkable. You won anyway. Imagine a storm of corruption swirling around you, and you walk through it without a single drop landing on your soul. That's what they witnessed. You didn't need manipulation to rise. You didn't need noise to get noticed. Your calm became power. Your boundaries became law. Your refusal to play dirty made the entire game glitch. How did they do it without compromising? That's what they're whispering now, because if you proved that clean hands can build empires, then their excuses crumble. They can no longer justify becoming what they once hated. You shattered the narrative. You exposed the myth that darkness is the only route to power. While they walked away jaded, hardened, and morally bankrupt, you walked away whole, still you, still rooted, still glowing. And that's why they're studying you now. The same ones who mocked you are watching closely, trying to reverse engineer your grace. You didn't just win in a dirty game, you changed the rules by refusing to get dirty in the first place. And that, chosen one, is a kind of power they'll never understand. You didn't just survive the system, you rose above it. And you did it with clean hands, a clear conscience, and a soul they couldn't touch. So listen, chosen one. You handled what was meant to break you with grace, power, and intelligence, and now the same people who doubted you are left speechless. Chosen one, your silence spoke louder than their lies, and your strength redefined the game. If this message reminded you of who you are, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're not part of our family yet, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button and join the movement. This is your season, your spotlight, and your story, and we're just getting started.